welcome to the first segment of the Mile High Business of Tick Summit. Yes, we are kicking off the Business of Chiropractic Summit with one of my favorite chiropractors, Dr. Lee Strickney. So to just give you the heads up on the whole summit. So first of all, it's going to be 2 days, all going live. 2, if you're not already registered for Mile High, reserve your seats for Mile High Live. Okay, riseuptomilehigh.com is where you can get all the details as a link right on the screen. Next, which is the people that are part of this summit are the people that we want to refer people to. So if you're not already in the Mile High directory, if you're watching this summit, most likely you are really in line with the values of Mile High. We want to be able to have other chiropractors find you. So register yourself. It's free on our referral directory. And again, that leaks right in front of you on the screen. Lastly, we want you here live with us for the full 2 days. And if you want to get the replays, we did a Mile High Philosophy Summit, a Science Summit, and an Art of Chiropractic Summit. All of those live in a Mile High app, which you can gain access to, plus the replays of this. That's all free. All you have to do is donate to the Epienergetics Foundation, which is the research arm, nonprofit arm of Epienergetics, which is research for network spinal, and really have done some of the most incredible research in the history of the chiropractic profession. So if you want access to all of the replays for all 4 of those summits, you just make a donation. You'll have them to watch over and over again, which will be a phenomenal thing, and you'll support chiropractic research. So we want to encourage you to do all those things, and you'll have them right in front of you during this whole summit. And of course, if you're not in the Mile High group, you got to get in that. Now, Dr. Lee Strickney, you know, I'm a huge fan of Dr. Lee. She has been on the Mile High ride for almost since its inception. She missed the first year.
No,
right?
no, I was there. I was there.
First year.
Every year I've been there. Yep.
Every year. Okay. There was someone that missed the first year that I don't remember who it was.
You can tell I take pride in that. I'm like, no, every year.
Every single year. Yeah. So, and she is one of our, Colorado homegrown heroes. She owns Impact Chiropractic, Family Health Center in Fort Collins. She's also helps with the LCW. She helps with the WDC, and she also had just came off finishing this pageantry program. We'll talk about that in Colorado, or pageant contest. And she really is our own Mile High heroine. She won first place in NoCo Style's Best of FOCO. She's one of the top 10 chiropractors in Colorado for 6 years running. Chiro Intensive is her incredible program on the business of chiropractic and growing a team. I'm sure we're going to talk a lot about team. So this is, as you can tell, I'm a real fan of Dr. Lee Strickney. So thank you for joining us as, kicking off the Business of Chiropractic Summit.
Of course, I'm excited to be here, and business, I would say, is my jam. So I'm excited to dive deep and hopefully give tactical information to the docs listening that they can feel like they can implement or start to strategize to implement within their practice too.
And that's the goal, right? This is a gift to everyone. The goal is that, like, the people watching are be very all about the philosophy, the science, and the art, focus on subluxation adjustment, and at times they're not as well thriving in business, and that needs to change. The subluxation adjustment focused docs, the ones that are focused on delivering care in alignment and coherence with our principles and our values, needs to be the most successful and most impactful chiropractors in their communities and to lead change in the profession. So let me ask you this to start, Elise. So often chiropractors struggle in business. Can you say anything about why you think that is so frequently?
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, we don't learn much about business, even though we have business classes, and that's talked about plenty. So nothing to gripe on there. But oftentimes we became chiropractors not to be business owners as well. Like something else inspired us to get into chiropractic. It wasn't, ooh, I want to own my own business and have employees and all of that. You know, you weren't thinking about that from the beginning. I was thinking about that from the beginning. I was a CA before going to chiropractic school. And then I did a lot of screening and marketing for 15 different chiropractors in the Minneapolis, St. Paul area. So for me, I knew like throughout the whole process of chiropractic school, like really get your vision and mission straight, really truthfully work on your business plan, like put that effort into the business side of things. But I don't know if anyone else was thinking about that. Maybe some people in practice management groups, but that's about it. And I think speaking of, practice management groups in our profession are rampant. They're everywhere, which is great, but they'll teach you more of like this systems, the scripts, that sort of stuff, but not the business aspect behind it. The leadership, which is a huge part of it, because a lot of chiropractors burn through team members through, you know, it's like constant burnout. And that's kind of what I've become known for, I would say, in the profession is not burnout, is for building a team of doctors. So that I don't even have that in my bio, but I have two practices. One I partnered with my, they're both Impact Chiropractics. One's with my first ever, well, no, not first ever, but my longtime doc, who was my senior associate. Her and I practiced together 7 years. She came as an intern from Palmer, became associate, 7 years together. Now we opened the second Impact together. And then I have 4 other docs up at the Fort Collins location. So 6 of us all together, and retained. I don't even want to say retained because it feels like family. Like I'm not even actively trying to retain doctors. This is just something that with building and with growth, you create that culture within your practice where you build your doctors up where this is their practice too.
Right. And that's so important. And so many people want to grow into a multi-doctor office or multiple clinics and struggle with that. Or, you know, this is something that also can help new docs that, you know, don't know how to get started and maybe not have the resources started and want to work somewhere, as well as grow skill sets with that. So now, what are some keys? We talked about some of the reasons, you know, why people may not be successful in business starting or struggle. What are some keys to being successful in the business of chiropractic and marketing practice goes? What are some things that you see that like, man, these are the top things on the checklist?
Yeah, when it comes to business, I think there's specific things like knowing your numbers, and that's not just your patient numbers, truthfully knowing on the back end, the business side of expenses. If you are looking at your practice numbers holistically and preventatively and proactively, like you do your health, or if it's reactive and you're looking, oh, this is who we saw last month, this is how much we collected last month. Like if you're continually looking backwards and not projecting forward and figuring out the how to get to those projections forward, that's really important. What's important to me is getting my projections done a year plus in advance for the practice, having an annual meeting, getting my whole team on board with that vision and really planning and strategizing that together. So I would say taking that, you know, you always hear taking time to work on your business, but I think you need to work on your business, but then are you vocalizing that to your team as well? Because I'm very guilty of, it's easy for me to know, oh yeah, this is where we're going, this is what's happening. But have I sat down and gotten everyone on board and had that be, you know, taken their ideas and concepts into play of what that could look like too? So I'd say taking the time on that, even structure in your schedule. So you have, ideally, I don't think I need to tell anyone this, but hopefully you have a structured clinic schedule, right? And you're having pre-huddle meetings. Like there's so many systems that need to happen outside of the patient care, we'll just say, or practice member time that is going to make you successful for the rest of the day. So pre-huddles before shifts, marketing meeting planned out with who's ever on your marketing team, even if you're a solo doc, that you have that time. For us, it's the last Wednesday of the month for 90 minutes. We get all of it planned for the next month, ready to go. Having your team meetings, they're always happening. They have an agenda, they have structure. Everyone knows expectations with that. Having your team training, and that always happens, and you have structure with that so people can come prepared to that. Having your team, your doctor training is important. Every week, our doctors get together for an hour to 90 minutes, and it's training, whether it's a hands-on training, whether it's going through specific communication or patient education training, it's getting all of that set and structured. And then you as a CEO having to that business time to plan out so that you're prepared for those meetings. You don't come into those meetings with your team like, all right, what should we do for marketing next week, guys, or next month? Or, it is all about planning, I would say, like planning and being proactive, which is part of our DNA as chiropractors when it comes to health, but not always when it comes to business. So really getting an above down, inside out look at your business.
Yeah, and here's the thing, it's so interesting. I remember first hearing that people or do like allopathic marketing, an allopathic way of running their office. It's like, oh, we need new patients. What are we going to do? As compared to something that's ongoing and structured, and it doesn't have to be, the newest, latest, greatest funnel that someone developed on Instagram. It's mostly the organic things that you do in your office, but you do as a collaborative effort with your team. So now with that, with your team, what are some keys with growing a team, both CAs? Okay, I like to call them chiropractic professionals because I think we tend to hire down in chiropractic rather than hire up. We tend to think if I've got someone that has a pulse and will answer the phone, that's and like can collect money, that's like our bar, and that's horrible, right? we need a phenomenal leader in every chiropractic paraprofessional. So, what are some things with developing a team, both CAs as well as associates?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think sometimes it is evaluating, and I'm just speaking from working with so many chiropractors in the profession, truthfully evaluating what we're paying them is important. Looking at market values, because oftentimes, we hear chiropractors eat their young when it comes to associate doctors, but it happens with CAs too. And there's I think this old school mindset with us of like, well, I will pay them more. There's opportunity for them to make more once they XYZ hit these certain marks or whatever it is, which I understand that thinking. Because we're business owners and we want to make sure there's a return and it makes sense. And there's that profitability standpoint there when you're looking at numbers. But there is that point too of being like the best leader and human being possible, and making sure that we are taking care of our team from the beginning and setting that standard too. You're still seeing me, right, Danny?
Yep.
Okay. My computer just went a little wacko, so I'm not seeing
you.
Okay. So I would say evaluating that right away. And then taking time to really, whether it's a chiropractor or a chiropractic assistant, be their mentor and consider yourself their mentor. I like to put into our training self-development trainings. Our team also has a podcast, so all of our docs get on this podcast, and the trainings aren't just around what we think of standard chiropractic care. Like we're going into abundance podcast where we're talking about financial abundance. And I think teaching your team everything you're learning is just a way to continue to support them, share their kindness. I read a book, or share the way that you would, or take care of them the way you would a friend too. I'm not saying have that friendship relationship, because there's obviously professional boundaries there, but truthfully, don't gatekeep, which happens a lot in our profession.
Right.
And continue to give back, even if that's, I say this all the time, even from the beginning, when I'm hiring someone, I'm like, impact might not be your forever, and that's okay. I want to make this time together the best possible time together, and I want to support you on the next steps of your journey. All I ask from you is that you're open with me on what that's looking like for you, so that I can support you as well on your way to the next steps of your transition. And that has always worked very well for me. Sometimes I'll get a year advance notice before someone's leaving, and we can really love them on the way out that way too. And they can support us by helping us train someone else on the way in. So I think just creating that type of relationship. I read a book called The Dream Manager a couple of years ago, and I think that allowed me to see how important it is to really know your team's dreams. And I think of one of the doctors I hired when I first asked her what her goals were, her 5-year goals, personal and professional. She said she wanted to buy a house and she wanted to have a kid in the next 5 years. That was kind of her goal, sometime in there. And a year into working with us, she bought a house. A year and a half in, maybe it was a little less than that, she's pregnant. She's already had a baby. And so it was cool to see, I would have never maybe known that was her goal. That was the forefront goal right now. And it's neat to have been able to be a part of that, help her with that goal. And yeah, it's just knowing your team members' dreams and helping them achieve them too, being there to support them and mentor them along the way as well.
And people don't think that way so often. Sadly, I hear it over and over again in business of chiropractic. People think, I gotta get new patients in the door. I've got to, how do I sell people? What's the magic script? And there's a magic script somehow is going to, just build me $1 million practice. But they don't think about the souls on board, as I like to say, to the mission that you've created and them thriving so that they never want to leave. Is there anything more around? I'd like to go to other areas of business. Is there anything around more around team that you'd like to highlight?
I think just taking a second as the leader to not react right away, especially if you know you're a reactive person. That's important to process and take time to take their perspective as well, because it is easy to just be like, oh, this isn't going to work out, or, be a little dramatic about it. Truthfully, I that's what I hear a lot, is just that, hire, what do they say? Hire slow, fire quick. And I'm not saying that that isn't the message, but I think it's taking time and always looking at your part in a situation and how you can support them is huge. So just being a leader that you would want to have as a leader is really important.
Yeah, I love that. Being a leader that you would want to have as a leader. Okay, stellar. And so, and part of the team is helping to enjoy the joy of being a business owner. I love that you went into chiropractic with the mindset of being a business owner. I didn't. I went the mindset at the what I was learned, and the people that mentored me was like, well, if you don't personally see 1,000 people a week, yourself, work all kinds of hours, you're worthless. And that was really what I learned in terms of my thought, and I latched onto that and to do a high volume practice. Now, in terms of that, now being a successful business owner and developing a team is a key for you to be able to have time freedom and joy, and have systems is a key for the time freedom to enjoy the calling of being a chiropractor. So now with that, what are some other things in terms of building systems in your practice?
Oh yeah, so systems are crucial. I guess I won't talk about the systems I'm fairly certain a lot of chiropractors have. I'll talk about some of the systems that within Chiro Intensive. So Chiro Intensive, I don't take everyone on. So who applies, I make sure they're ready to be there. And so usually they're docs who are going from 6 figures to 7-figure practices, or they're already in the 7 figures. Just to give you an idea of kind of these doctors are very established. And so the systems I'm seeing, they don't have systematized at that level is what I'll talk about. And the systems I don't see is truthfully onboarding. So there's not much for systems around hiring. They'll do like one interview and it's like, okay, they're cool. They seem great. They'll ask their one set of questions and that's kind of all they go off of, and then they hire them. So I think getting a system around hiring will save you on the long end. And especially with associates, my goodness, getting professional with the way that we hire associates, requiring a cover letter from them. I require a cover letter for CA ads, let alone, doctors, the way that they can apply for associate positions is just really unprofessional, kind of sloppy, I would say. And that's because of docs out there who are just like, yeah, come here and I'll hire you. Can you start for this amount? It's like, there's no interview that happens. And this is a doctorate position. So I'd say creating that to be really, really professional and having a system around it, whether it's, with CAs, we do 3 interviews. So we've got the first interview with a team member, the second interview with a couple of other team members. And then the third is a paid working interview. So we pay them and then we have them in different positions where we actually have kind of quiz questions that we ask them at the end of that paid working interview to see if they retained some of that information. We make sure that they can hands-on. So we have some kinesthetic quizzing that we do too. So there's a full system just in hiring a CA. There's personality profiling that happens between the first and second interview that they complete. So there's just a whole process. So getting a system with HR in your practice, that's really important. Also, when you bring them on, how do you show them that they're special when they come on? Is it just like a Monday they start and okay, or do you have a process of making it professional and being prepared for them, a folder ready, swag ready, whatever it might be to make them feel special. That's pretty important too. Even with doctors, like I'll have flowers on their desk, their own full setup ready. And so HR, I would say, is a big area in onboarding and recruiting, having systems around that, systems around it. Really what I said before, like marketing meetings, having an agenda, your Monday meetings, having an agenda, having responsibility for every team member to report at that too. So it's not just one person saying, here's the numbers from last week, here's this. It's this person's in charge of talking about new patients and where we're at there. This person's in charge of patient visits. This person's in charge of where are our new patients tracking, who got in for a doctor's report, who's, set up a care plan, who do we need to follow up with, all of that in one area. Someone who's saying, here's what I need this week for marketing. I need this doctor to do this story. I need this doctor to do this reel. Doctors reporting their numbers. I saw this patient last week, this many new patients, this many doctors reports. This was my conversion rate. Just taking ownership and responsibility over their individual numbers, I think is very important. So again, not being lax on those team meetings. Systems around referrals, systems around gifting, systems around if you are doing care plans and the patient converts to wellness, what that looks like. I think just having those checklists fully throughout your office is incredibly important for every role. And then also having your team roles defined. I don't see that as well. So each position has essentially their job description, but that way, if your team is cross-trained, so for us, we have 4 CA positions. Essentially, we have a concierge, a front desk 2, a back desk 1, a back desk 2. And our back desk is more for current patients. Our front desk is more for new patients and specialty appointments coming in. And so each of them have their own roles. It's laminated. They can pull it out. So if they are all cross-trained, if they need to go cover someone else's role, they can pull it out and say, okay, she follows up on acuity appointments. She does SCED. She does this, and go through and pick what that person's doing and make sure that they're trained. So having those roles defined, especially when you have multiple doctors, what doctor's primary on something, because if a CA needs something, asking 5 doctors, hey, can you help me with this one thing? This patient called, can someone help get an answer for this patient? It's like, no, we need to know exactly which doctor is primary on that. So it just decreases like the messiness and the noise and systematizes it all. Slack is a great way to systematize some of that too. So systems is crucial in every aspect.
You mean the system of just here's the travel card and go get adjusted is not enough?
It's not anymore. I know.
Might have been enough in the 50s, but it's not enough now.
Right. Yeah. Back when things were a little more simple.
Yeah. So it's a different world. And here's the thing, with it being a different world, you even more opportunity to thrive and to get than was possible. It just takes different skill sets and different strategies. Now, one of the things that is, I'll say pandemic in chiropractor thinking is, I just have to get new patients. I just have to get people in the door, right? And they feel like in a lack or loss area around marketing and around attracting new patients. So they're actually repelling them. What are some things, and a key area of business is marketing and practice growth. And sometimes people are afraid about doing marketing or being salesy and all of that. What are some things to today fuel new patient attraction?
Yeah. Well, within our office, it is referrals, significantly referrals, but that doesn't happen overnight. Our Fort Collins office has been open 10 years. So we have very established relationships, especially with OBs and midwives and home birth midwives. But I think just once you get your brand to a certain point, you identify your ideal patient avatar and you market to that person, and you don't market to everyone. That will help you not to necessarily niche, but to niche your marketing to the point that it really works, which is very important. And then I would also just challenge doctors to try new marketing techniques that they maybe haven't tried in the past. So getting into more of like the TikTok, the reels, like something that's great about social media marketing or online marketing. I mean, definitely if you're not invested in your SEO and getting to the top of Google, that is easy as far as you're not the one who has to do that. You just hire someone to do that. That's important too, just for your real estate on Google. But I would say getting into like some of those things that just are like, oh God, do I have to dance on Instagram, or like, what do I have to do? Like, just start to figure out what would work for your practice and your ideal patient. What kind of content would your ideal patient want? And put some energy and effort to that. Give yourself maybe a 30-day challenge where you do one reel a day or something like that, or you just put out one set of content a day, just starting to get yourself into a new realm, because we do have to stay with the day and age. And with the pandemic, and less out extra availability to go do external marketing, I guess you could say, it was harder to get into businesses, harder to, events weren't happening. You can have thousands of people come across your content online, which costs you a lot less than thousands of people when you have to rent a booth and pay team members to be there, and all of the amount of time and energy and money that goes into events. You can have 10x that online right now with your marketing. So I think just getting innovative with that, open to it. I understand it being uncomfortable, especially for certain generations. But your ideal patient might not be someone who's on TikTok. So it's figuring out, all ages are on TikTok, but look at the age of your ideal patient and what content are they absorbing on TikTok, and can you produce content to match something they would be interested in. You're not getting on TikTok for the teeny boppers. You're getting on TikTok for your ideal patient and what they're absorbing there. Or you're getting on Instagram and doing it, whatever platform that is, you're getting on there for the people that make the most sense for you.
Right. And that's important. People will have stigmatisms around particular social media channels, or even all kinds of marketing channels, from screenings to talks to social media in general, or a particular social media channel. And you have to search out what your audience, where the eyes are relative to your audience. And
Yeah.
there's a place of actually bringing the virtual into the live and bringing the live into the virtual and connecting the two, so people have a connection with you outside of the four walls of your office.
Yeah, absolutely.
What is
Absolutely.
something else about business that you feel is very important for the people that are part of this summit?
Hmm. Okay, I would say for a personal perspective, so this might not be business, but you're a business owner and you're looking at numbers and you need to make sure you're taking care of your personal finances as well. I'd say starting to look at more holistic infinity banking, investing, starting to make sure that you are, you could follow different models. I don't follow profit first, but Chiro Intensive, I've got a doctor who comes in and shows how she brings the whole profit first model into her practice and her personal life, but coming up with a way to make sure that you are investing in yourself for the future. Because I will say, from a business standpoint, I see a lot of chiropractors who are doing really well by the numbers in practice, but don't have anything going for retirement, don't have a game plan. They don't have investments set up. There's just, or maybe they have one thing that they're banking on. They've got a whole life policy and that's the one thing they're banking on. They've got one piece of real estate that's worth so much that they are like, we can retire on this. I'd say diversifying yourself financially is very important as a business owner. And that's something you can start to teach your team too. So I do, we call it Financial Fridays. I will sit down if a team member is interested and go through their personal finances, especially the docs primarily because they have all these student loans. And we will go through, I've got a whole student loan spreadsheet, and we'll go through basically what debts prioritize to pay off, and then how do we invest, and where does it make sense to keep investments versus cash out. Even getting them, there's like right when the pandemic hit, I was talking to them all about crypto, and everyone got into a little bit of crypto and Robinhood and all of that. Just kind of starting to have different branches going is important, because otherwise, if you're just spending your money on material items right now, like you're not setting your family up for legacy, yourself up for future. We're just not practicing what we preach in health in finances.
Yeah, and that's so important. And there's an old culture in chiropractic of like, you know, keeping yourself separate from the money, or not having your mind on the business because it will somehow impact health and healing. And that's not a great way to go. I remember many years ago, the first time I heard this being a total solution
Mhm.
from Patrick Gentempo, who I know you're also a friend and fan
Yeah.
of. And he said, you've got to love the business. He have kept us like, you had to reprogram to love the business instead of I love chiropractic and I hate the business, because that was a drum that people beat so often in the profession and still do. Rather than that does not set you up for success.
Right. Yep. Absolutely. And I think I hear a lot of doctors who are like, well, once I XYZ, then I'll start thinking of retirement. Maybe they're younger too. And so they're thinking like, oh, once I get this business debt paid off, or, there's something in their mind, like once we hit this level in practice, then I will start to prioritize that. And I will tell you, you keep pushing it out, and then you get doctors in their 40s who haven't started planning for retirement at all.
Right.
So, and we see that all the time. People I know much older than 40, but to me, 40 is very late to be planning for
Right.
that. So especially if you want to continue to live the lifestyle you're living, you need to start planning for that ASAP.
Right. And that's part of the business picture, not just how many new patients do I have in the door and did the person pay me a prepay? What is the whole health of your business life? Your
Yep.
your CAs, your associates, expanding the locations, your outreach, and your financial life,
Yep.
as compared to just, oh, look, I started 10 new patients. That's not business success.
No, and getting your team, I didn't mention this, but getting your team all set up so they have retirement accounts through your business so that your company does match their retirement accounts. For me, paying for long-term and short-term disability has been amazing. Like, I have docs who have gone, I don't even know how many of us have had maternity leaves now that have been covered through short-term disability. So there's just ways to take care of your team in the way that maybe corporate offers people that you can offer within your business to help them start getting their retirement accounts. I have 20-year-olds on my team who have retirement accounts building because of the practice. So that feels really good to just be able to help in some way facilitate that for them too.
Well, yeah, you want your paraprofessionals that work for you, your team, your CAs, and your associate docs to feel like this was the best thing that ever happened to me, and that they're well taken care of. And this has been an uplifting part of my life. But let's face it, most likely you're going to be there longer than any of the team members. However, you want to be, in all reality, or than most of them. And you want them to feel like this was one of the best things that happened to my life, is being connected to Lee Strickney and Impact Chiropractic, to Daniel Knowles Network Family Wellness Center, was a game changer for my life. Right? Just like,
Yeah, you want them to be proud. You want them to be proud. And I will say, even when we had 2 students from Life come last week or 2 weeks ago separately, and I just tell them when I talk to them, I was like, the best thing you can do is talk to the docs in here and ask them their experience with working here and being a doctor within this community. And for me, I think it's just knowing, like, if you're that comfortable as an owner being like, talk to, if it's CAs that you're hiring and a new prospective CA, talk to whoever's on the team. It's an open book here. I want them to share whatever with you. I think that's really important that they share their perspective, and to build your practice to the point where they're comfortable doing that is important. Something else I forgot to mention, business wise, KPIs. A lot of doctors aren't doing KPIs, key performance indicators. So making sure you have KPIs set up with your team that you're going through. We do quarterly KPIs, but then we meet monthly for 10 minutes at a time, and have a system around KPIs so that you still have goals, especially for those team members who are very, excited by bonuses and goals and achieving them. Having your KPIs set up and systematizing that is important too. I have a Calendly link that goes out so that it is systematized and happening. I know that's something that docs can start and then kind of forget about, oh, we missed quarter 2. Let's just start back quarter 3, and that could work for some personality types in your practice. Other ones would be like, no, like, I just missed an opportunity for a bonus and you didn't follow through on something you said. And that's, if integrity is one of your core values, that can start to cause issues too. So I'd say getting a system around that is very important when you're building leaders within your practice as well.
now you just said something that was a very important word that many people may have just missed, okay, and just slide it by, but it's important. I didn't know it was important for a good decade into practice, which is core values. What is the core values of your organization, your office, and does your team know that? Could they repeat back your core values?
I'm glad you asked that. We actually just rewrote them, and they just printed them out on Tuesday. And we wrote core values for the office, and then we wrote that, like, patients would see the main core values. But then we wrote core values for our team and for the culture of our team and for that mutual respect level on there as well. So I'm not going to quote them because I feel like I'm going to quote, I wish I had it on this computer because I'd tell you all the new ones, but I know I don't know them all. So we printed them out. They made them all cute in Canva, and now they hopefully are posted when I go in today. But we just redid them together, which was exciting because before I had just had them done, or Dr. Laura and I did them years ago, just the two of us. And as we've grown, we're like, we need core values separate. And even I want to sit down and do core values with Rocky, my husband, for our family as well. But our old ones were excellence was a big one. Excellence was a main one. Integrity was on there. And then community was on there. Impact. Impact is the name of the practice, but community. So creating an impact on our community. Now ours are a little more trendy, but I'll share them with you. I'm happy to share them. I just don't
want to share.
I don't want to misquote them. Yeah, yes, but I can pull them up. I'll pull them up while we talk.
Okay. And see, another thing that you said, and I want people to catch these things.
Okay, I've got them.
Because Elise kind of blew through it, because this is her DNA and people may have missed how important they are. They rewrote the core values, meaning they're not, and they posted, they're not just, in a file somewhere and like nobody knows what they are, right? They're posted, and then they are a living document. They can change. It might be yearly or 5 years, or at some point you reassess, because you grow as a person. Your goals for your practice might change, your vision, your mission, what we want from a CA may be different than 10 years ago or even last year, right?
Yep.
So that's a very important thing. Your office, to have life and to not be stagnant, is to, revisit these areas.
Okay,
so what are they?
Yep. So our impact ones. So for the practice, our core values that patients see, we will post these on our website. I just bought a new building, so we're going to be moving to a new building in a couple months. So I'm just waiting to get cute things to put up in office. But our impact core values are revolutionary, community, sense of belonging, connection, excellence is still on there, and impact is still on there. So our team core values. So this is something that's in our like our break room. Our break room's nice too. Our break room's not just like shoved back corner. It's like where we all sit together. We do all our pre-huddles in there. We eat lunch in there together. It's a hangout area is all I'm trying to say. So this is somewhere where you see every single day when you work at the office. So our team core values are good vibes. That's the feeling of how we want it to feel when you come in. Like you want to be there. Your team member, like when you come to work, it's good vibes. It feels good. Family is our second one. And that's really our group. We consider ourselves a work family, like a pack, a tribe. Relationships with our team members is really important. And that fulfillment of those relationships too. Our third is up level, and up level is the expectation of a team member. So we're really in that like get stuff done mindset, an elite up level mentality of constantly pursuing betterment. And then the fourth is passionate, and that's really our heart, our purpose. It's our drive. It's our fire. It's that we know we're serving a bigger purpose when we're there too. And it also allows us to be very intentional so that there's intentionality with it. And then the next is committed, which is the attitude. And so just that our team members are committed, loyal, dependable, honest, integrity, like all those core values kind of wrapped into one, that we stay in that present time consciousness, we're reliable, that there's that maturity with it too, which is an expectation as a team member on the practice. And then the last one is respect, which is really the foundation, that we're caring, that we respect each other, we're understanding of each other, we're empathetic. We love and allow each other to have individuality. We embrace each other's differences. We're open-minded and we're accepting. So those are our core values. So we've got the team and our office.
And, this is vital because people have to look beyond the surface. Elise has done an incredible job at going beyond the surface of, getting an office space, renting it, hanging up your shingle, right? Okay. And just that she's gone to a lot of depth to set up something that can grow, be lasting, impactful, and go, I have no doubt it's going to go beyond the 2 offices that she has now, because she's done that particular work, and not only done it alone, but collaboratively with her team as part of it. So they have a vested interest in that succeeding. First of all, how do people get more Elise? So if they want to connect with you and what you teach and share, how do people get more connected with you?
Yeah, I would say Instagram is probably the best way. So it's at dr.elise.rigney. And that's where I'm usually the most active. And otherwise, chirointensive.com is, I do Chiro Intensive fourth quarter once a year. So that'll be coming up August. We start enrollment starting, and then it starts September, the second week in September. So if you're interested in that, and if you feel like your practice is kind of at that level where you're ready to move it to that 7-figure mark or higher, I would recommend that. But just staying engaged is Instagram. I'm not good at Facebook. I'll tell you that right now. I post so it goes to Facebook, but I'm not as good as engaging on there. But I'm very active on Instagram and TikTok, but you don't really, message back and forth on there.
So check out more from Elise, and very coming up in just a moment is the next segment of the Mile High Summit. We're just kicking off. This is going to be a phenomenal couple days here. And again, we look forward to seeing everybody live on higher ground in June. Yes, Mile High comes early this year. Rise up to milehigh.com. We look forward to seeing you there. It's going to be our 10th anniversary, which is going to be stellar. And we look forward to enjoying the community with everybody there. Elise, thank you so much for all you do for chiropractic and chiropractors and chiropractic students and the profession as a whole.
Thank you. Thank you. And I can't wait to see you guys all at Mile High too. It's going to be epic.
Do you want more referrals? Of course you do. Do you want more qualified referrals? Meaning referrals that are looking for the same type of care as you deliver. Well, then you want to add your practice to the Mile High referral directory. We made this very slick free referral directory for the chiropractic profession. List your practice on it, so when people are searching for a chiropractor where you are, it will geolocate the closest chiropractor to their location, and you can list your practice information, so that way they know what kind of office you have and are referring to. And this is the go-to resource for the chiropractic profession to find a qualified referral. So make sure your practice is on the Mile High referral directory. Add it now while you're watching the next segment of the Mile High Business of Tick Summit.
Welcome to the next segment of the Mile High Chiropractic Business and Practice Growth Marketing Summit. We are so glad to have you participating in this. And of course, we want to remind you that Mile High comes early this year, live in June 2nd to 5th. And if you like Colorado in the winter and this, all that with the snow, you want to be there in the summer because you will love it. Make it a stay, a vacation, and enjoy being in the mountains of Colorado. That being said, also, if you're enjoying this summit, download the Mile High app so you can enjoy the summit as replays afterwards, as well as listen to the podcast. And when you download the Mile High app, you're going to get a gift or a few of the past presentations of Mile High Live. And again, also, if you want access to more replays, like you can have access to all the summits we've done for Mile High, and that's going to be a nonprofit donation to a charitable donation to the nonprofit Epi-Energetics for Chiropractic Research. They do some of the most exciting and interesting research in chiropractic in most recent years. So today, for this segment, I am super thrilled to introduce the one and only Dr. Jake Hansen, one of our Mile High homegrown heroes, who has been one of our MCs for Mile High Live for many years, and I think has attended every Mile High, or at least from the first or second one. We'll have to clarify that and get an official count in a second. He is a Parker grad, and when people think of Jake Hansen, I know for myself, when I think of Jake Hansen, and so many of his practice members and colleagues think this too, they have an abundance of trust for him. And that's what his practice members feel about him too, from giving outstanding care and taking care of people from womb to tomb and all ages in between, and professional athletes. He's really a focused chiropractor, and really helps people with also their mindset and abundance mindset. And just as people trust him with their care, they also trust him for his advice, his mentorship, his leadership, really because he has such an incredible heart and incredible focus of service. So we're really grateful to have you contributing on this Mile High Business of Tick Summit. Thank you for joining us today, Dr. Jake Hansen.
Danny, thank you so much. We sure love you and Rochelle so much. You guys have, you've done so much for our profession. You've done so much, not only for Colorado, but for chiropractic in the entire world. We truly love you. We're so grateful for you. And you've inspired many, not only because of how you live your life as a chiropractor, but as a husband, as a father, as a businessman. I mean, you are very savvy. Danny, you are a genius when it comes to marketing, when it comes to sales, when it comes to business strategies. And that's just one of the many reasons why we love you and why we love Rochelle. So thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here. Very, very happy to be here with you.
Well, thank you for saying all that. I super appreciate it. And as you know, we've done these Mile High Summits on philosophy, on science, and art. And I often feel and say, though, that there's a fourth leg to that stool, which is business. You have to have business smarts to run a chiropractic business. And one of the things when I was thinking about what summit we were going to do this year, and I know you'll understand this because of your involvement with being an MC over the years, is that it pains me, and I know it pains you, when you see a chiropractor that doesn't make it in practice. You have the most incredible gift in your hands, with chiropractic as a healing art, and then not make it as a practitioner. So this summit is about people succeeding in practice and them helping impacting more lives with chiropractic first and foremost. So with that, just to help people get to know you a little bit, to make sure you graduated from Parker, and then you did one associateship, two associateships, and now you have your own practice. Just fill those blanks in for people.
Yeah, absolutely. So I graduated 2010, and I actually went and worked for my mentor who got me into chiropractic, which was awesome. And then our passion was to come to Colorado. We were in California at the time, so we wanted to come to Colorado, and worked here for a few years, about 3 years, until we opened up our own practice. And it's been an absolutely incredible experience. And kind of like what you're sharing, Danny, just a second ago, it breaks our hearts when we see our colleagues, we believe, you and I believe, and I know many of our profession believe, that chiropractors should be among the wealthiest in the entire world, among professions, among people. And when people are barely even making it, and they're good chiropractors, they're great chiropractors, but they don't have the business strategies and systems and communication strategies to put them at a level of success where they are the key leaders in their community for health and wellness. It breaks my heart to hear that. And so that's one of the things that we're very, very passionate about, and having owned and run our own practice now for several years, man, I can't see another way of life, having lived at this level and being able to help as many people at this level as we have.
Yeah, and we want more people to thrive. That's why we put the energy into Mile High Live. So, that's really is the future of chiropractic. We want people to get more grounded in the principles and successful in practice. Now, with that, the associate, before we go into practice, what did you gain from being what did you gain as an associate before you went into practice?
Yeah, absolutely. I am an implementer. I'm a major implementer. And so I am going to learn and I'm going to follow. I'm going to listen, I'm going to learn, I'm going to ask a ton of questions, I'm going to follow. I learned in my first practice how to adjust. I was very fortunate that my mentor, he was a chiropractor. The philosophy, the art, and science, in every sense of the word, he was a chiropractor. And so we talked subluxation, we talked basically, how the body really works. Now chiropractic can help the body to thrive and reach its optimal potential. And I learned how to adjust with my first associateship. I really learned how to adjust. I learned how to find subluxation. I learned to find out the causes of it and to figure out what was going on in people's lives. If it was the cause of subluxation, right? Was it a chemical problem? Was it a physical problem? Was it an emotional problem? Like, what was causing that distress? We were able to find it, detect it, analyze it, and then correct it, and then get them on a path to health and wellness. So definitely learned that in my first associateship. Absolutely loved it. And my second, I was very, very lucky and very fortunate to get on to not only up my game with adjustment skills, but to learn more business strategies and very effective business strategies within chiropractic. And so I definitely have learned from both endeavors as an associate for sure, hands down.
So, we have a lot of students that are watching this and will be at Mile High. And there's two choices. if we're talking about the business marketing, do you feel that people can gain from, can they, going right into practice or going into an associate and then practice, can you gain in both paths, or do you think you have to do one or the other?
I mean, I absolutely believe and know, and have seen that you can gain from both paths.
Okay.
I have dear colleagues who have been associates for life, and they make a ton of money. They're fulfilled. They live and practice how they want. It's always a question about what do you want. If you know for a fact that you're an entrepreneur, that you want to run and do things a certain way, unless you can align yourself with that right person, then you may have to run out and do things on your own. But I've seen both. I was the kind of guy where right out of the gate, I very well could have done my own practice, but I have always wanted to learn on someone else's dime. I always wanted to learn to be the best in anything that I did. And then once I learned that, then I wanted to do my own thing. So that's kind of how I've always been written. And so people who are cut from the same cloth as I am, you may benefit. So you want to figure out who does what you are wanting to do, but you have to figure out what do you want? And because it really is an individual decision. Once you figure out your what, you can ask the question of who can help you. You can then ask the question, okay, when am I going to seek this out? How is it going to happen? And then you can figure out your why behind it. Those are kind of 5 daily principles I've always asked that I live by. My what, my who, my how, my when, and then my why. When you ask those questions individually, especially as a chiropractor, you'll be able to fulfill that and find that answer very quickly. I would never in a million years take a job because of money. I would never in a million years take a job based on location. I would find someone who aligns with you, or find the art of chiropractic, the technique, if you want to go a technique that aligns with you. And then if you can answer those questions and it aligns you to an associateship, or it aligns you with doing your own practice, you'll find that right path. I know in my practice, my associates are very, very well taken care of. We put them, they make what I make. They make good money because we take care of them. I know a lot of associates kind of get there's a bad feeling when you hear that word associate, like you're less than, which shouldn't be. And I think that's happened because a long time ago, and sometimes in our profession, we eat our young. We don't take care of our associates. They barely make ends meet. And obviously those times are changing right now. So, but that choice can absolutely be made when you ask those questions to yourself.
And I ask you that because you went from being in school to accompany 2 associateships and then in practice. So that is a viable path to contribute to your growth, because people get torn about that. So then we're going to talk more about success. Before we talk about keys for success or some of your pointers for success, how do you define success in chiropractic practice? What are some characteristics of someone who's really successful? To your point when you had said, why did I do both? I wanted to truly learn. I have found a lot of chiropractors that I had seen in my career who kind of got the golden handcuffs, where they inherited the practice. They bought a practice right out of school, and it wasn't what they wanted to do, but it was a practice that they bought for cheap. So they dabbled into a philosophy or an art or technique, or dabble in other sciences that they didn't want to be in. And then they got trapped in that with horrible systems and horrible techniques. And so then their level of success was then changed because they weren't authentic to themselves. For me, I believe, and I know my level of success, my definition is, I believe, again, that chiropractors should be among the richest people in the entire world, because I believe we have a service, we have something that is so unique among the planet that no one else can offer. No one else can detect and analyze subluxation. No one else can be able to correct it like a chiropractor can and treat it like a chiropractor can. No one can do that. And so I believe we should be among the wealthiest on planet Earth. And I truly, I believe that you can't give what you don't have. I want to give. Giving of our time, giving of our finances is huge for us. And so I can't give what I don't have. So I believe we have a moral obligation to play big as chiropractors so that you can be able to give big. And that's important for me. And that would be my definition for sure. Well, so now with success, we can talk about strategies and systems, and we will. However, I know you can put 2 different doctors in the same system or the same technique, and one will be more successful than another. Okay. Even with the same system, same techniques, etc. So what are some of the characteristics of the person that's a successful chiropractor?
I believe the people that are truly successful are those who have a strong mindset, those who have an abundance mindset, those that instead of seeing scarcity, they see abundance. The other day we were out to eat, and my son, the lady gave him a drink. She goes, "Oh, sorry, that's half full. I'll come back." And he goes, "Actually, it's limitless, ma'am." He goes, "Because I can have as much as I want."
Love it.
I was like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, this isn't half full. This is limitless. I can have as much as I want." And I'm like, "That's right." And that's the mindset, is when people see things that's limitless. You get into chiropractic, and the common thing we hear at every seminar, "Oh, hey, bro, Danny, how many you see in a week, Danny?" Why does success measure on what you see in a week? If I saw 80 people a month and charged $1,000 a month, we're making $1 million. So what I really found is that you have to have that drive internally. You have to be hungry for what you do. And what I believe is that you focus, what you bring your focus to, what you bring your attention and your intention to grows, right? Where energy goes, that's where your focus goes, right? And so I find people that literally, when they go home, they don't talk chiropractic, they don't eat chiropractic, they don't do seminars. They're not growing, they're not reading. And I'm not saying that we can't go and enjoy, a movie. We can't go enjoy our hobbies. I mean, we live in Colorado. You and I are always out and about skiing and having a blast. But I always find that when I talk to my colleagues, chiropractic is a side gig, a small part of their life, as opposed to a huge part of their life that is the big idea that makes all the difference. And it's that mindset. So I feed my hunger for knowledge. I am constantly reading books. I'm constantly listening to podcasts. I'm constantly going to seminars, constantly giving seminars on how to be my best self. Because you're right, you could take 2 doctors and switch their practices, and within 90 days, you'll see the exact same results as you did. One doctor surviving barely, and one doctor thriving. You'll see them inadvertently reverse. It's all about that drive. It's about what you're feeding yourself, so that once you go to the practice, you're not having to switch gears. Kind of have to get that game face on, or it's already there. I'm already at 100 miles an hour. We're now going to crank it up to 150. I can honestly say, Danny, at the end of my day, I have the same, or if not more, energy than I did at the beginning of the week. And I've suffered a traumatic brain injury. I mean, I have physical limitations, but it's where my mind goes.
Well, and also are you into chiropractic, or is chiropractic in you?
Bam.
It's a very important one. And here you are, you have, I have brain challenges too, as well as you. Like, you've had that experience, I had that experience. And then to succeed through that, you went from school associate to a multi-associate office. That takes a certain level of drive, a certain level of success, a certain level of mindset, and commitment to the principles of chiropractic to be able to do that at a high level, right? And yet there are practitioners that, as you and I know, that maybe don't even get above having one staff person or barely making ends meet. We want that to not be the case. So being that, what for you are some of the keys to seeing a lot of people, an abundance of people?
Yeah, what I have found is, when you have the drive to, when you have the love for people, when you have the love of chiropractic and understand it, I mean, literally the ship is sinking and you know where all the rafts are. Why are you not going to point people towards what's going to save their life, and not only save their life, but make them thrive? We have that. And that's what drives me. And the fact that, Danny, I'll tell you, beginning of my practice, man, I loved chiropractic so much. And I had a bad relationship with money. I had a bad relationship with business. I actually gave it away almost for free. For the first few years of my practice, literally gave chiropractic for free because I had a bad relationship with money. We saw 800 to 1,000 people a week. I mean, we were seeing a lot of people, and yet we were still starving. And I had to literally, my wife had to come to me one day. Lentils at the time were some of the cheapest things you could survive on. They're about 49 cents a bag. And she literally came up to me and said, "Babe, with our baby in her arms, how much longer can we live off lentils? How much longer? You help so many people. There's got to be a better way." And so that's when I knew, I was like, okay, I've got chiropractic, this part down, but again, I can't give what I don't have. I can't make you rich if I'm poor. I can't make you healthy if I'm sick. I can't change your life if I am not myself changed. And so I started learning and growing. And so that's when I met, so I tell every chiropractor, you need to have mentors with you, and different mentors. Danny, you're one of my mentors. Liam Schubel. Liam's one of my, mentors. I have so many incredible mentors that truly changed my life. And I implemented business strategies. And that was one of the pieces that I missed, was a business strategy. And so once I had that part down, I knew when I opened up my own doors, I knew right out of the gate that I had to have an office manager and a CA. I knew I had to have that right out of the gate because of how busy we're going to be. And we hit it. I knew when I'd have to have my first associate. I knew we'd have to have our second associate by looking at our numbers, because we had the systems in place and we had the drive and we had the right finances for that. And when it comes to marketing, one of the biggest things that I have found is, before, when I would practice, I would have that dream of, hey, every person on earth with a spine, I can help every person. And I actually found that I love seeing every person from every walk of life, but I found there were people that was definitely geared more towards helping, that I could truly be able to help different people from different walks of life, different circumstances of life, different lifestyles. And so I have found and really mastered where my ideal client and what type of client, where are they, and then how to market to them. And I love talking more about that, but getting that, knowing who I am and knowing who my ideal client is and my target market is, it really honed in to the point where we book out about a month and a half for new patient exams in our practice now. We're busy, we're booked out, and we're only growing.
So I want people to hear this. I want people to hear that that's possible, because there's
Absolutely.
students and new grads that don't think that's possible and have, are inundated with a mindset that they're going to go into something that's not possible to bring to light. So I want them to hear that part. Before I ask you the next question about serving, you have something new that you're doing, which is the Chiropractor's Edge. Can you tell people briefly about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Once we started our own practice, I had noticed, I learned how to adjust in one, I learned how to do business in the other, but I had never had vacation. I had never taken time for myself, and my energy was high, but I realized that, that even though we tried to take time for the family, my time was so limited. And after I had my head injury, it was getting even more limited. And so once I did my own practice, once we started it up and I started implementing these strategies and these principles of marketing strategies and sales strategies, I then was able to take vacations, and not just like a weekend vacation, but, we've gone all over the world. We've gone to Mexico, we've gone Disneyland, Disney World, Universal Studios. We've gone on, beach vacations. We've been able to do that. We've been able to give more than we ever have, serve more. And I would get chiropractors every single day reaching out to us on every platform saying, hey, how did you take a vacation? Hey, how did you do this? Hey, how are you booked out a month and a half? I can't even, I just did a Facebook ad, or I just hit Groupon again, and gosh, is bringing in this type of person or bringing in this or that. And so I said, gosh, there is such a need to teach what I know, because I believe that yes, you need to be able to have a thriving practice. And BJ Palmer said it best, right? I mean, how many books did BJ write? And BJ said he would write a lot of his books when he was gone, because he would always say, distance gives me perspective. And you guys, you do have to be able to find a way. And again, I know that, like you said, is chiropractic in you, or you in chiropractic? But there are times where you do need to be able to have perspective. And that's what a good vacation, and that could be, subjective to anybody. But for me, my passion is being able to have time with my family. We have a blessing of an opportunity this next October. We're going on a huge Mexico vacation, stoked about it. But that's how the Chiropractor's Edge was born, was so many people asking, how did you do this? How did you do it again? How are you
get involved with that?
What's that?
How do people discover more about that?
Absolutely. So we're in our infancy as we've gone on. So right now we have a Facebook page, and it's the Chiropractor's Edge in the Facebook. And then we're creating, we have a website that is almost ready to launch. That is the chiropractorsedge.com. So that's almost there. That'll be up and running in the next week or two. And so we're also teaching chiropractors. One of the things, Danny, that you blessed me with, I'd be like, Danny, I'm starting my own practice. Where do I get my x-ray? And a mile high, you're like, dude, that guy right there. Hey, Danny, I need software. That guy right there. Danny, how do I do reviews? Okay, that guy right there. And you helped me build my practice. And so I didn't know where to look, because you're only looking at Google. You can only talk to a couple of doctors who had the golden handcuffs, who said, Doc, like, I hate my system, but it's what I bought. It's what I inherited. It's what came with the program, and I hate it. And so I didn't want that to happen. So we have some of the best deals and discounts with the best businesses in our industry that support and fight for chiropractic. A lot of people in our industry support chiropractic with one hand, but on the other, they're plotting our demise. So you have to watch out who you do business with.
Very much so. Very much so. I'm very glad that you said that, because it's super important. It's a mile high value. We watch very carefully who are exhibitors, vendors, speakers, and what are they about and who are they supporting. We're not
Absolutely,
because we messed that up a little bit. However, we do our best to be very on top of that and watch very carefully. And we recommend that if you're going to be successful in practice, you're having an adjustment subluxation focused practice. Look at who your malpractice insurance carrier is. Look at who you're doing finance with and who you're supporting with your dollars, because that can make a big difference. So service, switching gears to service. How important is it as a chiropractor to be in a state of service when you walk in the door?
It's critical. People can misunderstand a lot of things in life that I found, Danny. They can, especially today. I mean, everything's misunderstood today, but love is never misunderstood. And every moment before I put my hands on a patient, the very first thought I have is love. That I want to help serve this person. What can I do? What can I do for them? So it's always about them. It's always about their life, their family, their son, their daughter, their mother, their brother, their spouse. You have to make it about them. Once you put your agenda first, you may sign up a ton of patients, but no one's going to stay, or no one will finish, or they'll think they got gypped. They think they got, jaded or rolled over. When you have anything other than them and your love for them at the height of your care, it's never going to pan out. Again, you may make short-term money, but it doesn't last. The guys like Danny, the guys that that have been in business a long, long time and incredibly successful, have a servant's heart and have service of the first foremost of their practice. And that is one of our fundamentals and core values in our practice.
And I have to tell you, you see it. I say this all the time, and I know you're going to know what I'm talking about. When people say, I've got to get new patients. And when you lead with that as your being, you are in trouble.
You are.
Because, that you're there to serve, and you're calling in, attracting, they're being drawn to you because you're a new patient magnet, because what you are giving is so valuable. But if you start chasing patients, and you focus on that getting part first, it never goes well. And hey, we all are there. I'm sure you've been there. I've been there when you felt like, hey, I've got more month than I've got money. Ever had that month where you've had more month than you have money, and and that can switch around for you, and you're like, you start feeling like you have to get patients. It doesn't go well. You've got to not have that state. So what are some key things? So since that's such an important thing, so what are some key things that you have found successful for growing your practice, marketing your practice?
Yeah. I mean, number one, again, it goes back to that mindset, a scarcity mindset. When you're always finding and recognizing the lack thereof, you're only going to attract lack. And you guys, they've done the science on this to back it up. But the most successful, affluent, and influential people in the world have an abundance mindset. They know that there is more than enough for everything. I remember, Danny, a couple of years ago, we were doing a spinal screening at this Oktoberfest. There was like 20,000 people there, right? So there was like 15 chiropractors around this event, really well-known chiropractors. There could have been more, but 15 that I knew of. And there's a chiropractor in front of our booth, 2 down from our booth, and then tethered to our booth. And the guy that was right next to me was so spitting mad that I was a chiropractor. And he's like, man, I thought I was going to be the only chiropractor here. And I was like, hey, here's how I'm thinking about this. How cool is our town that we've got 15 chiropractors in on this thing? They put they're putting our health, they're putting us as trusted advisors first. I'm like, so what do you do? Okay, I don't do what you do at all. Anyone that comes my way, I'll refer to you. Or anyone who wants this, I'm going to refer to you. We had like 87 patients that signed up that day for a new patient exam, paid for a new patient exam, and that are still coming to our practice. And he left after about 30 minutes to an hour. He was angry. So it starts with your mindset. There is no competition, and
I've had those experiences too. It's so important.
Yeah, it is. And then actually going over some of the strategies. Number one of the pillars to restoration chiropractic success, my success, is we put our team first. We always put our team first. So when I was creating our business pillars for success, and I presented it to a bank to get money to open up my doors, to buy a building and do build out and all that stuff, they're like, so you have your team first. Did you mean like your clients first? I go, no, my team. because I have too many doctors who roll over on their staff, throw their staff under the bus, and vice versa. And so our team is first. I take care of my team. How could I expect my team to want what I want, to see my vision, if I don't see and understand their vision? So I always put my team first. So we understand everything my team needs. I understand their love languages. So everyone does personality profiles. They do vision boards. So I can understand their wants and their needs, because how I talk to one, I don't talk to another. How I inspire one or how I bonus one, I may not do the other. So team is going to be first, number one. When you have a team that is cohesive and no one throws each other under the bus, that team, once we give people that Disney experience, it's so much easier to take care of our patients. So huge strategy. The second biggest thing, again, is knowing your client. And what I have found is you can go around and you can do individual marketing, but it's like fishing. Every time you cast, you have to be the one casting. So you have to have multiple streams of marketing that are set up. And what I would prefer is, we have found that instead of like me doing the fishing myself, which I do, I fish in the practice. I go out and do business events. I'm involved with my Chamber of Commerce. I'm involved with my BNI group. Face-to-face marketing, I have found, is one of the top reasons for ROI in my practice, but it's building relationships. So ROR, return on relationships, eats ROI for breakfast any day of the week. So with what we do is we have developed what I call a gang of five, where I have 5 people in my community that at that any conversation I can drop their name. Like on Friday, we had 4 or 5 patients that come in that had their hair done. I said, "Oh my gosh, I love your hair. Sashiko did such a great job." They go, "Who?" "Sashiko." I go, "Don't you see Sashiko at the salon?" They go, "Oh no, but I had to go way up to Denver. I had to go way down south. Like, someone's amazing." So we have developed relationships so that I am constantly referring to people where I have found, where do my ideal clients shop? Where do they spend their money? Where do they do their business? Where do I want to find them? And then I have found the business owners that are exactly like me, where my patients are already going, and vice versa. And then we create relationships. So we get tons of referrals from those business partners consistently. Consistently throughout my practice. So building relationships is huge. We can go do a spinal screening, and we don't do many of them. We do it to give back to our community, to teach people about chiropractic, but we also bring in a ton of people. We get between $15,000 and $100,000 minimum on every screening that we ever do. And then the people that come in after that, it just only grows. Our practice has grown by 300,000 to 500,000 every single year we've been open, without fail, by just implementing these strategies that just keep growing. So face-to-face marketing, knowing where your ideal client shops, and building a relationship so that these people love you. You create golden geese who then are laying golden eggs for you in your practice. That's a huge part. The second biggest thing I think I found successful in our practice is our strategies with our day 1, 2, and 3 system. So we give a knock the socks off exam. We do a chiropractic exam, and we basically, it's a full subluxation exam. We talk about how the body works, how the body functions. We talk about where all the nerves go. We talk about how the body gets aligned, how the body gets misaligned, how it compensates, how it adapts. We teach everything. But one of the secrets we do is we see that, a young mother's coming in and she has kids. I'll look at the kids' ages, and then I'll kind of correlate some of the battles these kids face at those ages, how they aren't able to thrive or function at a high level. So when I'm checking something on mom, I'll mention something to a 5-year-old little boy or a 10-year-old little girl or her husband. So by day 1, 2, or 3 in my practice, inevitably every single time we have them referring their spouse or their kids or a coworker without fail. So you have a captive audience. And when you're teaching correct principles with love and passion, and you're seeing that you're giving them hope for the first time, that they couldn't see that, they refer people to you like crazy. So that's probably one of the most, the second most successful form of marketing with a huge ROI that we have found on our end.
So you said a number of important things, and I want to highlight one thing of what you shared for people listening, so I make sure they don't catch this. Then they don't miss it, but they catch it, they don't miss it.
Got it.
When did you graduate?
I graduated, 2011 officially.
So we're talking roughly 10 years from associate to practice, 10 years to have the level of impact with a multi-associate office now. and the kind of growth you're talking about is doable, and you can do
It
it
is.
with chiropractic versus thinking, I never am going to get beyond this place of it's just me barely making it, right? We don't need more chiropractors in lack. We need more chiropractors that are abundant and that
Yes.
are sending a signal. By you being successful, you send a signal to the field, to that people can thrive in a subluxation focused, adjustment focused model. So with that, we talked about service mindset. We talked about keys from practice member growth, practice growth, seeing lots of people, importance of state. Direct pay. Can people do chiropractic in a direct pay practice as compared to an insurance dependent practice?
That's how we do it, man. And that's the only way we've ever done it. And it's, well, I guess not true. Some of the, that's not true. The other businesses I was involved as an associate did accept insurance. Some was in network, some was out of network. And there's a, right. There's a philosophical reason, but also a mindset reason why we don't accept insurance in our practice, and we thrive. We absolutely thrive.
Again, new grads, people in school, right? We want them to thrive out of the gate. And so often they're taught that can't work. I was told that not by people at Sherman, but while I was a student by others.
We were.
Yeah, we just on that, when people say that, I'm going to recommend you do something. Put earmuffs on. Like, that doesn't exist. You can do it in a direct pay model. Okay.
Yep. So then, to that point, so people should stop saying it's not possible to those who are making it possible.
Yeah. Good.
How many times do you hear someone say that's not possible, and you're looking for, like, hey, what's the catch here? And there's no pride in it. It's only because they don't know. They really don't know what's possible. They don't know this side of the line and how amazing it is. We had about a month and a half ago, we were at this event, and there was a guy from T-Mobile there, and I looked at him, and he's a chiropractor, and I said, hey, T-Mobile, sure, what's that about? He's like, oh, I had to close my practice down. I work for T-Mobile now, and he's like, oh, it's way better. I got great benefits, and I was like, oh, great.
I've seen things like that too. It
broke my heart.
Right. And look, hey, there are people that leave practice to practice, and for them, they want to do something else with their life, and maybe, and they want other pursuits. We are multidimensional people. However, I want people, as human beings, we're multidimensional. And chiropractic is the most powerful healing art in the history of the planet, as far as I'm concerned. Some people may disagree with me, but I feel it is. And you can have a very successful, impactful, abundant, profitable, service-oriented, ethically oriented practice, congruent with the philosophical principles of our profession. You don't have to sell yourself out. You don't have to go down the road of allopathy. You don't have to do insurance-dependent practice. You can adjust people just because in and of themselves, subluxations are detriment to health and well-being, right? So what are some last things before we wrap up? What are some last things that are really important that you want to make sure people know relative to success in the business of chiropractic and in practice building?
That chiropractic is everything, and that it is more than enough. I like you said, to your point, if someone said, hey, I found out that my passion is to go do this other thing, this is my passion. Okay, hey, great. Do what you're passionate about. I just hate to see people get out of chiropractic because they thought it wasn't enough. It didn't feed them.
Yep,
exactly. That's the change of mindset that we will help you with, you guys. We will help you with that. Join the Chiropractor's Edge, join the inner circle, come to Mile High. Come to Mile High and see what is possible. When you see here the naysayers, come to Mile High. So one thing, if I were to really just bring it down again, is, you guys, you don't have to do this on your own. You're not alone. Get a mentor. Get mentors to help you. Get an accountability group of people who are successful. One of my coaches and dear friends, Dave Meltzer, teaches the fastest way to get to any destination is to ask someone who's already there for directions. Danny, I love where you're at. Can you show me how you got there? How did you do this? Oh, well, here's how I've done it. You need to do these things. You need to get up at this time, implement these strategies, get this system, follow Jake Hansen. No. But you guys, you need mentors. Even my mentors, even Danny's mentors, I promise you guys have mentors. The mentors have mentors. Once that pride says, "Oh no, I am the last guy," I'm where the buck stops. Then maybe that relationship is gonna dry up soon. So get a mentor. Surround yourself with people who believe in you. You can.
You said something really important when you said that. You're talking about people being told something else in school, which is this. Ready? I grabbed these.
Yeah.
Right? It's a matrix. It's a matrix of lies that you can't be successful in practice doing an adjustment focused, subluxation focused, direct pay practice in congruence to the chiropractic principles and philosophy. You can do that. All right. It's a myth and it's not true. And it's someone taking you down the rabbit hole of lies that you can't do that. They just haven't done it. Right? Exactly. Unplug. So that's what we're going to do when we're at Mile High. Jake, I really appreciate you sharing. How do people connect more with you just real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you go to the Chiropractor's Edge, we have I'll put my email in the link, but you can email me at drjacobhansen@gmail.com. We'll have all my information there. We have a new website coming up again, the Chiropractor's Edge. We have a drjakehansen.com. You can reach out to me on any social media platform where you consume social media. Dr. Jake Hansen, you can find me.
Great. And everybody stay here. The next Mile High Business of Tick Summit presenter is coming right up. And I do want to remind you, you might want to get a pair of these to bring with you when you come to Higher Ground in June. We look forward to seeing you there. Dr. Jake, thank you for all you do and give to help chiropractors, and your community through your phenomenal practice in Castle Rock, Colorado. And we look forward to seeing you, of course, at Mile High.
I can't wait, Danny. Just like every year, it's like Christmas, man. Can't wait for it.
Hi, it's Dr. Rochelle and Dr. Danny Knowles here. Have you ever wanted to take your practice to the next level? If you do, it's time for you to run with the White Buffalo.
So we are starting our second round of the White Buffalo Herd. Here's what you get. It's pretty outstanding. One, you get 2 live video conferences a month with us. You get a special mentor group, including the White Buffalo that have run before. You get an immersion day with us, a full day live in Colorado with us. And you get a special VIP day after every one of our events, after our 2 modules and Mile High. And you get attendance at Mile High and our 2 Lifetime Wellness modules each year, and even more. So this is the year to take your practice to the next level. Go to www.lwpwhitebuffalo.com. Welcome to the next segment of the Mile High Business of Tick Summit. This has been super exciting all day, and I know you're going to love it all weekend. I want to mention a couple things before I introduce our next presenter, who's helping you raise up your impact in your community, which is this. Please remember, we are doing this all free. It is a gift to the chiropractic profession. We had a philosophy summit one year, a science summit, and an art of chiropractic summit, all to help people improve in the philosophy, science, and art and grow their understandings in those areas. Remember that, if you're going to give people a philosophy, science, and art, you have to be successful in business. So that's a very important 4th leg of the stool. Otherwise, people don't receive your message as well. And we need to impact the world more with chiropractic. So this summit is about that. And now, if you want the replays of all of those summits, you can grab it right at the screen. There's a free access through our Mile High app to do that. Once people make a donation to the nonprofit Epienergetics Foundation, which is a research foundation for chiropractic research, has produced some of the most exciting and interesting and groundbreaking research in the last several years. So if you donate to that, as the link there, then you'll be able to get the recordings of all 4 years of the summit. So it'll help you grow philosophy, science, and art and business. So we highly suggest you do that. And of course, we suggest you join us at Mile High Live in June, where our next guest is most likely going to be with us in June. Mile High comes early this year. Now, Amanda Affelbot, my good friend, we're grateful to have her on this summit. She helps people with chiro moguls
And she helps mentor people get to their next level in practice, bring their team together, and really have she's owned and operated $1 million plus practice for many, many years. And it's really a gift to learn from her. So you're going to get a lot out of this. Thank you for joining us on this summit, Dr. Amanda.
Hello. So good to see you, Danny. I'm so happy to be here, and thank you.
Well, we're so excited to have you here, and glad to get the time to connect and to help you connect with others. Let's help people to get to know you a little bit personally first, both personally and professionally. So first of all, personally, how'd you find your way into chiropractic?
I was in, I think, 5th or 6th grade. I knew I was going to be a chiropractor.
Wow.
Yeah, I always wanted to be a chiropractor through high school, through elementary school, through college. It never changed. And I don't have a crazy story, and that's what's crazy about my story. So our generation of chiropractors, although it's probably different now, someone, my husband fell out of a tree and he broke his back, and so he went to the chiropractor and he found chiropractic. Or someone had a sports injury or a car accident. I just knew I wanted to be a doctor when I grew up, and I don't like blood. And I always loved going to my chiropractor. So it was just, I just knew that's what I wanted to do. And I'm so glad that I'm a chiropractor. I wouldn't want to do anything else. And I wake up every day loving my profession.
Now, in addition, because you love your profession so much, I know in addition to your practice, you give a lot to chiropractic. So talk a little bit about what professional organizations you are involved with, because many people don't know that about you. I think it's important.
Wow. Basically, I give to everything that serves chiropractic and is philosophically aligned with me. I give to Life University. I give to Sherman College. I have created many different events, and like the X-ray unit at Life University, I was a part of that, and the fountain at Life University. I'm a Sherman Regent. I give scholarships. I think that whatever gave you your life, when I think about chiropractic, I would literally have nothing without chiropractic. It is my bread and butter. It gives everything to me, and it's so fulfilling to me in every way that you have to give back. And to the organizations, the ICA, all of the organizations that are in alignment with me, I make sure that I give back to the ICPA.
I know, and you help these organizations, not just with your talents and your gifts, not only financially, but you help them with your time. And this is an important thing that you just touched on that is vital. I think the same way. I think I have everything in my life, even being alive, due to chiropractic. And so, I want to give back to chiropractic abundantly, and you have to be successful in practice to do that, right?
Yeah.
So now let's dive into that in terms of the business, because if you're going to support colleges, organizations, research, etc., you have to have resources to give from, which means you have to serve a lot of people through the principal. And part of doing this summit is so often I've seen, sadly, and I know you've seen this too, where people know the philosophy of science and art may not be successful in practice, or they end up out of practice in 5 or 10 years as compared to thriving in practice. And that's really painful to see. And this is, we want to shift that. So what are some of the keys, let's start out with, that help you initially get off the ground and move towards thriving in practice?
Absolutely. Now, first, I'd like to step back and just say that we shouldn't be scared to be successful.
Right.
I think that when someone is doing well, that, what are they doing? Or they must not be playing by the rules. I love serving patients, and I love chiropractic. So one of probably the biggest key that I started with, and I opened my practice from scratch. So I didn't walk in, I didn't buy an established practice. I rented space from someone, and I grew my practice until I could move it down the road into my own practice with that agreement. I pretended every day as if my practice was full.
Mm,
On the
very
first day
good.
of practice. And I did a screening probably 3 weeks before my practice opened so that I would have patients the first week that I opened.
Mhm.
I pretended that my practice was full, and I always acted accordingly. If you have a patient in your office and you're spending an hour with them, that's wonderful, but to do what we need to do and give them the time and the love and the care and the adjustment that they need, I want to serve as many patients as I can with the most excellent care possible. So I think the biggest key is pretending that you're full. Then it's, you gotta do the work. I think people think that they can hang a shingle up and everyone just comes in, and that is not the case. You have to work hard. And chiropractors, don't be scared of working hard, because if you work so hard your first 4 to 5 years, you build that wheel and it spins and it builds momentum. Then it's like a snowball going down the hill and you have a huge practice. But I don't like mediocre. Anything I do, I don't care what it is, I want to do it the best I can. It's going to be the best. So when I opened, I did every screening I could find. I joined every organization I could join. I did every community event. I sponsored at the level that I could at the time. When I opened, I was broke as a joke. I had no money, plus a huge student loan debt. But I made sure that I showed up. And I remember in my city, every major event, the mayor would be there. We have a very great community where I practice in Michigan. And I would walk up to the mayor every time, and it was so awesome because it was a woman, and I thought that was so cool. And I would always say, hello, Mayor, I'm Dr. Amanda Affelblatt. And I did that over and over and over at every event. And I remember one day, she's like, Dr. Amanda Affelblatt, hello. Make yourself known in the community. Go to screenings, do the work.
So important. And
Yeah.
this is getting us off to a great start. Where do you think, or where do you see many people stumble in practice?
Well, I think a huge part is not taking those first 5 years, like the growth of a child. Those first 5 years are so important, correct? Probably the most important. It's the same thing with your practice. It's just diving in, and you have to make that, not that your family is not a priority, not that God is not a priority, but you need to do the work and you need to be all in. And I think that a lot of new docs have this, what is this balance word? Balance? I'm not sure what that is. My comfortable is uncomfortable, but they think that there's supposed to be this balance, and that you're supposed to start at 9 and you're supposed to stop at 5 and you must have the 3-hour lunch. It doesn't work that way.
Mm-hmm.
So you just have to make sure that you do what you need to do, work the hours. When you're serving your patients and you're getting it done, and you're taking that new patient that would like to come in at the end of the day, or that emergency patient, you'd be amazed at how many of those patients may refer 5, 10, 15 new practice members, new patients to you. So being all in, I think that's a huge stumbling point, because it isn't a walk in the park, and there isn't balance, especially in the beginning.
Right. That's so true. So true. Now, a lot of people, actually, before I ask this next question, you help people through Chiro Moguls, and that's a good place for people to connect with you, is chiromoguls.com.
Yes.
You help people with Chiro Moguls. You actually mentor and go to their offices. Am I accurate about that?
Yes. So if you've ever seen Kitchen Nightmares, Gordon Ramsay, I'm known as the kind Gordon Ramsay of chiropractic. So wherever you are in the country, I come to your office, I sit in your waiting room from the time the door opens until you close in the evening, and I check out everything, because it's so important. If you have an office manager who doesn't care, I always call it stops and blocks in your practices. What is holding you back from getting to that next level? And it's like a pair of eyeglasses. If we all knew what was going on, we'd fix it, right? Sometimes you just can't see. Although A, B, C, D, and E are doing great, maybe F is not working. Something's not working, or you'd be doing it.
Right.
So I watch how the doctors interact with the patients and the patient with the doctor and the staff. I go look at the aesthetics of the practice. You know, I have a rule now. When I go into my clients' offices, if the date on that poster is 20 years or more, you take it off the wall. Like, it's amazing how we get used to things, and we're creatures of habit, but we have to be changing. So I look at the office as a whole. I look at day one. I look at day two, if you have a day two, how you handle care plans, financials, because it's not cookie cutter. And I don't care if your practice is a cash practice, is a nutrition practice, is just upper cervical, full spine, whatever you are. It's your duty as a chiropractor to be ultra successful so that you can, I have like the Oprah Winfrey mentality. You have to do well so that you can give back.
So important. So important. And that's why I know that you support organizations, you serve in organizations, you help in Michigan, you help in the ICA, you help in schools, and you support. And what you, that's why I led with that, because I know that you're a big proponent of that. And the last thing we need as a profession is more and more chiropractors are struggling. We need to see them thrive so they can give back to their institutions that are supporting the vision, the mission, congruent with the philosophy, which is, you know, one of the things that you do so well. So now when you go visit offices, often people, a very common breakdown in the last 2 years, maybe even more so during the last, what has gone on in the world during the last 2 years, is team hiring, training, getting a stellar team. Often that's a stumbling block for many people. What are some things that help people, really grow a team-driven office?
Well, let's keep this real. The bottom line is, it is a different workforce. It is a new time. So that's if you're out there and you're like, my team was awesome and we were thriving and everyone loved each other on the team, and we were just, we couldn't wait to be at work every day and we loved work, and now it sucks. You're not alone. It's everywhere. And in Michigan, we were hit really hard, just as you were in Colorado. Very suppressive, I don't think until the past 2 months did I have a full week where everyone just showed up, because then it became, I might have COVID. I'm not coming in today. But then you hear that maybe a staff member went out to dinner. It became almost like an excuse. If you don't want to go to work today, you might have COVID. And we're getting back to normal. We're getting back to normalcy. And in my office, we don't even use the word COVID. There's no COVID problem now. So that's one. And I'm not saying COVID's not real, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't take precautions if you think you have COVID, but we don't want to focus on COVID. We want to focus on wellness.
Right.
Set bonuses, set a gift, set something that you and your team can strive for. Do an event, do things that build camaraderie with your team. I've always thought that was very important. Pre-COVID, we would go once a month. We would have an activity for our staff to do, or at least every other month, even if it was just a dinner that had nothing to do with chiropractic. Just how are you? How's your family? But just being close and listening to your staff and really creating that team, and pretend it's day one. Even if your staff has been with you for 5 or 10 years, just really get to know them. All of our lives have changed since this pandemic, or through this pandemic. I don't know anyone who hasn't lost someone, or might have some sorrow now, or might be caring for someone that they weren't caring for in the past. And it does change you. So make sure to start building again. Pretend it's the ground floor, and just start building up. And you can do that on Monday. Go in, set a goal. What I like to do in my office is, I'm a big productivity person. You do not get a raise in my office because you have been with me for 365 days. You get a bonus for productivity. So set that bonus. You don't have to give a raise, but let them know. It's as if you'll be making $2 more an hour. It'll be if you're making $4 more an hour. Set that goal, because everyone loves a goal. And something I've also learned during this time is that some of your staff could care less about money.
Right.
Maybe it's they still get paid, but it's a Saturday off or a morning off that they could schedule in advance. But find out what's important to them. Maybe it's a gift card so they can take their spouse to dinner. But start setting goals based on their language. What is the language of your team?
Mm-hmm. That's such an important thing. And we emphasize that. And when we mentor people too, is because very often people can have an entitlement culture, and that's not very productive. We want to have a production-based culture, and create that where people are thriving towards goals versus that they're just along for the ride. They want them to be part of that process.
Absolutely. You want to be a team and you want to work together, and it's all about the patients. That's what is the most important thing to stress to your staff every day, is that it's a team. And I always say I want it to be like a slice of heaven. When they come in this office, I want them to have the best experience of their day every time, and to know that we care about them and that we love them.
So what are some things that when you go to an office that you do to help them create that, what you just described, that you help them create that kind of experience in their offices?
One thing I do is I interview all of the staff members separately and one-on-one. Once I had a client in the Midwest, and they were very busy. They were going to hit the $1 million level. They were like at 800. And he couldn't figure out why. And I'm looking at financials and I'm looking at their stats, and I'm like, how is this doctor with 50 new patients every month not growing and not retaining and not hitting this mark? So I interviewed each staff member, and one of the staff members that was actually the manager. So one thing we knew the first day was that you're going to have to hire 2 new staff members, because all of the staff members were feeling overwhelmed. If there's too much for your staff to do, hire a new staff member, because you're going to grow into that staff member. So make sure you always have the appropriate amount of team members on your team. So we came to the conclusion we're going to hire 2 new staff members. So as I'm discussing this, because what I keep hearing over and over and over is we're overwhelmed, there's so many patients, it's just we can't do everything. The manager says to me, well, right now we have 4 staff members, and if we hire 2 more, that's 6. So what happens to our bonus? And I said, well, so you think that because we hire 2 new teammates that they'll be privy to your bonus right away? Do you think you're not going to grow and make a substantial amount more? And actually all of your bonuses would grow. So I think it's important to make sure that you weed out. Don't ever be scared to fire someone, and make sure that you have the right team. And then when you have the right team, that's when you can instill that slice of heaven. So what I always like to say is that, we don't know, what I explain to a lot of clients and to their staff is that we don't know the kind of day someone's having. And you don't know how many people out there never get a hug, or never have someone compliment them, or never just have a great conversation with someone. A lot of people are lonely. So I think that one thing to do is to make all of your patients chiropractic family. So that's what I like to instill to most of my clients, all of my clients, is you need to start treating all of your patients like they're your chiropractic family. Just
actually not only your clients, but also your team.
And your team, always, yes. And each other and teammates. We have to understand, we have to be, empathetic, we have to be caring, and we have to help each other out. Right.
So important. I'm almost afraid to ask this. Are there particular things that you saw when you visited offices that particularly were like nails across the blackboard, or some of the scenarios, without revealing anything, obviously, but but like that were like, this makes you cringe and that people can learn from that are watching this?
Yes. So I have been I am not kidding you. In the year 2022, I have been in practices that are writing patient schedules in a book.
Wow.
How do you follow that? These are practices doing well. And how do you follow when someone misses an appointment, when you need to reschedule them, when you need to recall them? To me, that was just absolutely unbelievable. And then I've also been in practices that don't give a care plan. And
Yeah.
it's funny because like we would die. I can't even imagine that. But I have been in several practices that will come. When would you like to come back?
I hear it all the time and I'm shocked.
Oh my God.
Skin crawl.
Yeah, isn't it be the doctor, doctor?
And let me say this. Can you tell people why having a plan of care is important?
Absolutely. You would never go to your dentist and say, well, I think I would like you to work on this tooth and that tooth, and I'm going to come back in 3 years, and because that's what I want to do, and we'll see how it goes. I always say that we need to treat, and this is funny because if your mother, brother, sister, uncle, aunt came in, you would never say just come back whenever you want. You want to give them the best care possible. So treat every single patient like they're your family. It's so important. You're the doctor. They're counting on you to manage their care. They're trusting you to tell them exactly what they need. So you're doing a disservice to your patient, to yourself, to your practice, and to our profession when you're not telling your patients what they need. Because what happens is they don't get better, they don't come back, they tell other people that chiropractic doesn't work. And again, that just hurts our profession in general and hurts the patient. So you have to be honest with the patient. The patient doesn't listen to you, that's one thing, but you have to be honest and tell them exactly what they need. I'm so transparent as to the first day, I am literally giving them what I believe is their care plan from beginning to wellness, from beginning to their maintenance phase. And I think it's fine however you do it. But in my practice, I'm not going to say, well, I'm going to see you 3 times a week for 6 weeks and then we'll see. Or for 4 weeks and then we'll see, and then we'll go from there. No, I know exactly what you need. When I look at your x-rays, when I do your exam, when we see exactly what's going on, we know what they need. And that's just to get them to wellness. So, or to get them, through those phases. So it's so important to be honest with your patient, and they will appreciate you for it. They will love you for it. They will refer others because they trust you and they know that you're going to take excellent care of their family or friends.
I got to tell you, all so well said. It's funny. I know this is an outside-in analogy, but it's so true. Like if you're going to go to a healthcare provider and they gave you, say it was a cardiovascular thing, and they said, here's these blood pressure pills, and they just gave you the bottle, right, and said, take them. And and then they said, if you said, well, when do I take them? Oh, whenever you want.
Whenever you want to take them.
When you want to take them, take them. When you think it's important.
Yes.
What would you call that? You would call that malpractice.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. And I say this to when I have a patient, who has objections with care and who says, well, I have to come 3 times a week for 36 visits. And I'll say to them, so let's say that you had a bacterial infection and you went to your doctor and he gave you an antibiotic and he said, you're going to take that 3 times a day, and you're going to take that for 10 days. Well, first of all, you're already lucky because I'm not seeing you 3 times a day. I'm just seeing you 3 times a week. So you have it easier with me. But you would never say to your doctor, no, I'm going to take 1 a day for 30 days. And I explained that I am prescribing, I'm advising your care plan to get you well the same way that you trust your primary care physician when you have an illness to get you well. And if you don't do it, and if you take that drug you're trusting your doctor to give you only once a day for 10 days, you're not going to be better. And if you only come and see me once a week, you're not going to be better. So it's up to you.
Well, it's called clinical excellence, and it's called accountability.
Yes.
So you're intervening with their health and making a recommendation and tracking their progress like milestones. And if you don't do that, the only person, the person that affects the most is the practice member. So now, with that, and with going into offices, what are some of the things you see that are like, man, when this happened, these are the characteristics of offices that are winning. These are characteristics of offices. When I go in, they've got it going on. What are some of the winning things that you see?
Absolutely. Well, one thing you were just talking about was tracking your patients, tracking the progress, right? So you would be amazed at when I walk into an office, again, how many offices don't do progress exams accordingly. So teams that are winning know their patients, and they know their success, or they know where they need to work harder, or maybe what's going on that maybe needs to be changed up. So having appropriate care plans, I like to do once a month or every 12 visits with my patients, but something that is regular for you.
Mhm.
Those teams are winning because they have a chance to check in with the patient,
Mhm.
to acknowledge and make real for the patient that they're doing better and why they're doing better, and to revisit. There's a lot of offices that don't really know their patients. They need some more visits. What is they need some more visits?
Mhm.
How many visits? Let's advise their visits. Winning teams are not only advising their visits, they're advising the dates. I'm going to see you on Monday and Wednesday. I'm going to see you for 8 visits. I'm going to see you for 12 visits. Then we're going to be doing a progress exam. We're going to check your progress. It creates affinity with your patient. It creates that family atmosphere where they're trusting in you. Winning teams have patients that trust them.
Mhm. And by the way, trust does not come. It comes more easy, comes more effortlessly with some practice members, but it doesn't necessarily come effortlessly. You have to earn trust, especially as a chiropractor. We have, not as a profession as a whole, not necessarily some of us, individually, but as a whole, we don't necessarily aren't the most seen as the most trusted authority in health. Sadly, we'd like that to be different. People have developed cultural authority and trust with another healthcare profession. So we have to earn that trust even more so for them to feel like they can take, can take your recommendations sincerely, which means we have to do it better.
Absolutely. And there isn't a better time in history to create those relationships with patients. Most of our physicians have gone to telehealth.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even have that opportunity with your physician, or at least in the frequency that you have with a chiropractic patient, with our chiropractic family. So I found that, a lot of my patients can't get into their doctor, or it's telehealth, or they're not feeling that bond. So this is a wonderful time for our profession to really just, wrap around our practice members, just, reach out and bond with them. And something else that I do is every day I call a practice member. And it's not someone I've seen that day. It's just someone. And I just call them to literally say, hi, I just want to check in with you. I want to see how you're doing. How's your family? How's life? we'll see you next time. But I think it's important to create, if you're doing that, 300 times a year, that will really create a bond. When once a year or every few years, you just get a call out of the blue for someone saying, hey, I care about you. How are you?
Right. Right. So important. So important. And that creates connection, and appreciation and attraction, and that big word you use, trust.
Yes.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right. What are some last things that you would like to share for helping people thrive in practice?
Is every day can be day one. You can start today to be the most ultra successful you, the most ultra successful chiropractor on the planet, to love and serve chiropractic patients, to love and serve your family by being super successful so that you can take them on vacations and do wonderful things, and to give back and to give to your community and to give to your charities and truly live the life of your dreams. If I can do it, anyone can do it.
So tell people a little bit about what the experience is of like with Chiro Moguls having you visit their office.
Absolutely. So as I was speaking about earlier, I go for one day wherever you are in the country, and I observe your practice from A to Z. And then after, the next day I sit down with you and I create your $1 million blueprint. And then for 90 days, once a week, I do a video call and I work with whoever I need to work with. So a lot of training programs, there's a lot of work for the doctor to do. So in my program, it's whoever it needs to be. So if it's implement a front desk system, well, I might work with, Rebecca this week. If it's scheduling, if it's, I go in and look at, what EHR are you using? Is it easy for your office if we're changing things? I go through each week and implement all of the different systems and fine tune them for 3 months. And then at the end of that time, I come back and I spend another day with you, a half a day, and I look at your office and I make sure that everything is exactly as we have been implementing and that it's flowing well. And then we have a party. And my moguls have been absolutely ultra successful. And I know that someone someday isn't going to listen to me and it's not going to work, but I'm not cheap. So far, every single person has listened to me and everyone is doing absolutely fabulous.
I love that you have a party.
Yes. You have to celebrate. We have to celebrate every day.
Well, you have to wire success. And you wire success by celebrating when you have a win, no matter how big or how small.
Yes, absolutely.
If you don't do that, then you'll just be feeling, you'll have the experience of being on the grind or being on a hamster wheel instead of celebrating the little wins along the way, and that's what will help you get to the big wins.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. Now, this is also so important, and it's so real. What would you like to see happen more frequently in chiropractic offices in terms of the business of chiropractic? If you were to, wave a magic wand, what would you like to see more frequently in terms of offices?
I would like to see beautiful flow. I would like to see patients not waiting. I would like it to be as if you're not busy when you are so busy and your schedule is packed. When you have that down and you start that flow and you build that momentum, you will have the practice of your dreams. Absolutely. And just put in the time. Don't be mediocre. Put in the work, because if you're mediocre when you begin, you're always going to be mediocre. Get in there, work your tushy off, and build that wheel and be successful. Because later, when you are very successful, and that's what I want to see, are successful $1 million practices. When those practices are out there, our profession, could you imagine what we could do in our profession if everyone could give $10,000 a year to our colleges, and everyone could give $10,000 a year to the ICA or the IFCO or Sherman College or whatever their organization is. But I like to see that every doctor is a part of a national organization and that everyone is giving back. And that's why we all need $1 million practices, so that we can all be successful, we can all give back. And can you imagine legislation? Can you imagine the laws if we could all afford to give to that? I'm going to call it a cause as well.
So great. Great. Well, thank you so much for helping so many people. I know people rave about their experience with Chiro Moguls, and now I know why, because you diving deep into this, these are some of the most foundational building blocks that people overlook. And if they don't, the price is not just them maybe not hitting the financial goals that they would like to hit, or supporting their family they would like to. It's not impacting the number of lives that they would like to impact.
Yes.
And I want to see more chiropractors thriving congruently, coherently with chiropractic philosophy, science, and art, where they're focused on the adjustment, reduction of subluxation, and they're doing it with excellence, and people are raving about how much of an impact in their lives. That's how we change our communities, and we have to do it abundantly. So thank you so much for being such a powerhouse for people throughout the profession to help them make that shift.
Thank you so much. I'm always here to help anyone ever has a question or just needs a little help. I'm always here. You can always message me, text me, you can email me. But I just want to thank you so much for having me today. It's always so delightful to hang out with you, even if it's virtually. And I just love you and Rochelle so much. And you do so much for our profession and for chiropractors. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much for taking the moment to say that. I really, Rochelle and I, chiropractic has given everything to us. And we're so grateful. The health that we enjoy, the health that our kids enjoy is due to chiropractic care, and the health that we see in our practice members. And we know that you feel the same way. So, and we look forward to seeing you. Yes, I love connecting virtually, but we look forward to seeing you on Higher Ground in June, and everyone. So join us live. riseuptomilehigh.com is where you can get your seats if you have not gotten them yet. And most certainly, the next segment's coming up. And as I said, if you're the kind of chiropractor that delivers clinically excellent care, make sure you also add yourself to the Mile High directory. You can see the screen there. And so while you're sitting here watching each segment, because that's our referral directory, so people can find great chiropractors like you, great chiropractors like Dr. Amanda Alphablatt. We want them to go to the best chiropractors, the ones that actually are recommending a course of care and actually measuring with milestones person's progress, and really have their all heart and soul into giving people great care. So stay tuned for the next segment, and we look forward to seeing you on Higher Ground in June.
See you in June.
If your vision is to have more people on more tables more often, then this is your opportunity to test drive the Lifetime Wellness Practice Inner Circle. Yes, the Lifetime Wellness Practice Inner Circle. It has a 5-year plus library of audio, video trainings to run your office, your team, and a vibrant group of doctors that are supportive, all in a handy dandy app, so you can have growth all the time in your pocket, accessible on an app. So test drive the Inner Circle. There'll be a link here, and from that you can put a savings code in for the $5 test drive. You'll be glad that you did.
Doctors Daniel and Rochelle Knowles here, and we are with these incredible souls in beautiful Colorado, and they have a message for you, which is
join the Inner Circle!
Welcome to the next segment of the Mile High Business of Tick Summit. I have to tell you, with all the people that are chiming in live here, this is the largest virtual free business Chiropractic Marketing and Practice Growth Summit in the history of the profession. I'm so honored, everybody that's participating as attendees, and also the incredible doctors and team members that are bringing these segments to you, so you can have, you know, a most impactful year you can in 2022 here. The world needs us extremely, you know, to impact our communities with light and with healing and with wellness and with a shift in consciousness. So we're glad that you have to do that. You have to be successful in business. So we've done a philosophy summit, a science summit, an art summit. So this is the business summit. By the way, as this is all free, and I know people have been glued for this for the 2 days, some of you may want to get the replays. In fact, I would recommend that so you can have it in your pocket at any time. So do that. There's a link on the screen to grab those replays, and it'll be this one as well as the other 3 summits. And that's for a minimal donation of $300 to Epi-Energetics, which has done some of the most incredible research in chiropractic in the last couple decades. So if you want to support a great nonprofit that's furthering the vision of chiropractic, you can grab those replays and they'll be able to watch it, you know, continue your own growth and know you're also furthering the chiropractic vision. And today, you know, I'm super thrilled to get this time to have this segment with the one and only Dr. David Serio. Him and I go way back to chiropractic school. We actually lived together in chiropractic school. And so, you know, now he's in South America, turning up the tick there. And so we're going to be talking about him. And he runs Vita Chiropractic offices, 25 practices in 5 different countries, which is pretty phenomenal. And he is very focused on practices being focused on our principles and our values, our foundational principles and values, and doing that in a business congruent manner with the philosophy, science, and art. So, hey, Dr. David, so thankful to have you here.
Honored to be here. So Dr. Danny was one of my first chiropractors as well. This is a huge honor. And thank you for all you do for chiropractic, Danny.
Well, and thank you for you. You know, we have to lead change in the profession. I know you're part of that. So first of all, let's have people get to know you. Some of you know you, some don't. So how did you find your way into the chiropractic world?
Great. So Daniel, you know, growing up in New Jersey, I had heard a little bit about chiropractic, but I didn't really know what it was about. I thought it was about back pain. So long story short, I was a skier and I hadn't skied in a while. I was living in New York. My life was kind of on track. I was in another career and I went skiing for a weekend, and on Monday I couldn't walk. So I thought, well, this is my time to go to a chiropractor. Ended up in a chiropractic practice, got my first adjustment, left with the same exact pain, couldn't walk still. But something inside of me shifted drastically at that moment. I was in New York City. It was a spring day, and I was just standing there, literally crying. And I felt this connection within me that was so profound. I said, this is what my life's going to be. So ended up at Life College, and after about a year and a half, transferred to Sherman. And that's where I ended up meeting you and graduated from Sherman and never looked back. It's my calling found me, quite simply.
Outstanding, outstanding. Well, so let's dig into the content for people. Philosophy is something that's important to you, as is science and art.
Yes.
What are some keys to get the business, pun intended, in alignment with philosophy, science, and art?
So Daniel, when I left Sherman, I felt pretty clueless on the business. It took me a long time to figure this out. And I had this feeling inside that as a chiropractor, I shouldn't really focus on the business because it was so service oriented. So I think the number one thing I want to say is this is a business as well. And so Dr. Sid, one of the greatest things he ever taught me was you have a business hand and a service hand. During the day, they shouldn't mix, but at the end of the day, you have to wash them together. And so if the business isn't aligned with the service, there's going to be some interference. And at the end of the day, we're not going to be able to give back to the profession and do things like you're doing and make a difference in the schools. And I think the biggest thing for me, Daniel, was to realize that I had to go out and study business principles, which at the end of the day seem to align with universal principles of chiropractic, cause and effect, and things like, and so once we start to understand that all these principles start to mesh on a universal level, it becomes integrated in the philosophy, science, and art as a practice.
And that's really important. People can do things in business that maybe a consultant tells them to do, or they seem like great ideas, or maybe profitable, but can undermine, not unconsciously, the outcome of wanting to have people in care for their lifetime, for leading them towards that this is part of their healthcare rather than something that they're doing as a quick fix. There can be communication things that people are doing that undermine that, and they just don't even realize that. And I'm sure you've seen that. I see it all the time. And people have to be conscious of that. Otherwise, you keep having this empty bucket, or you have people that are not really understanding why you're delivering care. What are some ways that you help that in your offices?
Okay, the first thing, Daniel, is that I think we need to understand the value of what we're providing. That took me a long time to understand, even though I lived it, and even though I was at Sherman listening to it. It took me some experience to understand that no one in the world provides a chiropractic adjustment except for us, and the value of that for people's lives, and I started to realize that, this is something that you really can't put a price because it's so valuable. But once that integrates in our system, I think that's number one, is to understand how invaluable this is for people's lives in terms of the expression that they're going to live, minimizing problems in their lives, the effects they're going to have. And also, one of the things I love about the chiropractic model that's centered on correcting vertebral subluxation is that we can make this accessible for people and see a lot of people. So this is one of the things also that I integrate. Number one is the value behind the adjustment. And number two is let's help a lot of people, and that's one of the laws of abundance. Let's help a lot of people here. We can charge them accessible fees so that what we give them, they can never pay for that. It's beyond what they're paying. And once we get to those help abundance of numbers, that's where the business becomes just incredible.
Right. And, that's very important. Having an outlook of, well, I'm not just going to take care of people, but I'm going to situate my life in such a way that as many people are impacted with chiropractic as I can. And for some people that as I can may be a different level, but to do your best to do that. And you've done that in various ways. And it can be the staffing, it can be the volume of people you take care of, it can be multiple offices. So one thing, I don't know this about you, so this will be helpful for people. There's a question of, do people associate? Do they open an office? Which is better? You have multiple offices. I don't remember if you did an associateship first or you opened first. Can you talk a little bit about the pros and cons of all that?
Yes, Daniel. So I set up a franchise model because the bottom line, when I came to South America, it took me a long time to figure out how I wanted to practice here, what to do. So once I got that down, I started seeing a lot of people, and people started coming and asking if I could teach them. And what I realized, Daniel, is if I was connected to their results and their success, we would all be better off. So we started opening franchises, and basically my model is more franchising than associates. We only have one associate with us. The rest are all franchises. So the way it works is it's their practice. We provide the architecture of how we're working. We provide the training on a constant, ongoing basis. But in the end of the day, it's their practice. And there's some simple things that we all do to keep congruency, and there's a lot of freedom in it as well. For example, one of the things we do, Daniel, is everyone that comes into our practice has to go through a chiropractic orientation. So we know anywhere in the world that they go to see us, the message is basically the same in terms of the principles. And then
I
we
wonder
have
where you learned that.
Exactly. Exactly. And also, Daniel, we wanted to create, the vision is to create a certain model of chiropractic and for it to be congruent throughout the world, while each chiropractor still has their own expression of how they're doing it. That's the vision behind it.
Right, right. Excellent, excellent. And so still, what do you think about people? Should people associate period, or should they jump right in, or is there some value in people learning an associateship, or is it better for them to open an office, or does it depend on the individual? What can you say about that?
I wish I did. So I had some amazing mentors. Your dad was one of my mentors, Arnold Bernier, Reggie Gold, Joe Strauss, Tom Gilardi, Irene Gold. And the thing is, though, I didn't see any of them in practice. And so when I got out, I mean, I saw Joe Strauss in practice, but I didn't associate with any of them. Most of them weren't in practice anymore. So when I got out and moved to South America, it took me a long time to figure out the business side, especially. So my advice now is go associate with someone that is the model of what you want to be, or join a team, or find mentors, because in the end of the day, Daniel, I see the people joining our team, for example, in 1.5 years, they're where it took me like 10 years, you know, and so find a good mentor, associate, definitely. But, you know, they have to be congruent with what you want in chiropractic, whether it's technique, business, and that business part took me a long time to figure out.
Got it. Got it. And then what are some things that you think are foundational? Like you mentioned, making sure people have a class before they get care. What are some things that you think are foundational to a person having a business model that's congruent with our foundational values and principles?
Yes, I think number one, the philosophy is a living philosophy. So anything you think about in terms of business, think about how it integrates with the chiropractic principles. For example, cause and effect. If I do this, what effect is this going to have on my business? I think also, Daniel, so I'm going to put it in 5 steps. Number one, integrate all the business principles through the philosophy and ask yourself amazing questions. Number two, maximum efficiency. You know, look at your systems and say, where can I become more efficient to help more people? Number three, foundation, personal growth. You know, go to those Tony Robbins seminars, you know, go to DeMartini seminars, do everything you can in personal growth. You know, Danny, me and you, for example, were big in that at Sherman. You know, we were always talking about that stuff. It's key. You know, you go to a Tony Robbins seminar, you're not coming home on Monday and not going to be, you're going to be, so your vision's going to just expand. And, you know, the business Tony Robbins seminars have helped me tremendously. Number 4, read. You know, if you want to learn business, read about business. There's so many amazing books out there on business. And number 5, find mentors. That if you have that as a foundation in the business aspect of chiropractic, you're golden.
Yeah. And you know, it's funny is we were colleagues in school. People use that term, right? You were fellow classmates. And it's so funny how you and I know the people that were go-getters, whether they were at similar schools or different schools, right? And then you see what they're doing in practice and how much those habits they created in their in chiropractic school, or the habits they created their first years in practice then continued, because you do on, you know, what you do in practice, you do on the field, right? So you see that, and you're an example about that. So how about scaling? So going from like, okay, I got to get to 200 or 300 or 100 a week or 500 a week, whatever it is, to scaling into different locations. Can you talk a little bit about the journey about that? Like, who is that for? Who's that not for? How important is it? Those kinds of thoughts.
Yeah. So Daniel, I never really had the vision to scale beyond my practice. I was happy in practice going, and life pushed me in this direction through a series of events. And what I realize is they're completely different things, Daniel. One is running your own practice. And the other thing is this vision of scaling to multiple practices, whether it's franchise or having associates. And I got to tell you, it's not easier. It's way harder. And in the end of the day, financially, it's almost about the same, but you work 100 times more scaling, So I would say there's 3 keys to this, though, is have a very clear vision of why you want to do it and understand that it's a lot more work. It's not less work. And number 2 is, this is one thing I did not have really clear, Daniel, is have your systems whether it's through videos or manuals or whatever. My systems were all inside of me. I didn't have them like all written down or through videos. Big mistake. It took me years to get that. And number 3, the big thing that any chiropractor wants, I find, whether they're an associate or a franchise, they want to keep growing and evolving. So when you scale, you need to have a long-term vision of how am I going to train these chiropractors in constant evolution? Mm-hmm. And then also you have to have a mindset that there's freedoms that you need to give them as you're scaling, and not everyone's going to want the same thing that you want, right? Maybe I want to see 400 people a week in a practice, but as I scale, the next person is like, I only want to see 150, and you have to be okay with that.
Got it. And that's important to realize, that people are individuals. I'll be, real. You and I had a lot of the same mentors, and for a long time, I definitely had this thought process and sense of lack of value if you were not seeing 1,000 people a week. Like, you were dirt if you didn't see 1,000 people a week, because that was the people that mentored us. And hey, more power to you. But that also is not like the only way to contribute to chiropractic and impacting more lives. The world's changed since 1960, right? And so there are people that do that today, and it's amazing, and more power to them. And there's also people that impact by having, lots of lives in the model that you're doing, and so on, right? Or that like they just want to be happy seeing 50 people a week because that's what they do and relative to their life. So it doesn't make a person right or wrong. However, at the end of the day, you have to, well, you can do whatever you want, but at the end of the day, impact as many lives as you can as a chiropractor and grow so you can impact more lives, tomorrow than you did today, and, years down the road than you did today, because there's a world that needs us. And make sure those practice, the way you practice is in alignment with the philosophy.
Yeah. And I want to share one more thing, Daniel, because I see a lot of chiropractors making a major mistake. They want to scale when they didn't do that themselves. I have chiropractors asking me all these questions, and I'm like, how long have you been in practice for? How many people do you see? Do you have your dream practice? Or your system's exactly where you want it? No. I only been a couple of years. Well, you scale, that's going to start to take away from you. And unless you did this first, how can you do this on another level? So right. In the end of the day, I started doing this, Daniel, when I started to feel like I really don't want to see any more people myself. I'm at my limits. I'm not happier seeing 50 more people. I'm not giving the quality I want. And then I started to realize, okay, now it's time to scale. And the universe started bringing people to me at that point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Very good. What are some key tips that you would recommend to people in the business of chiropractic?
Key tips. Okay. So I have this phrase, as you grow, your practice grows. So one of the things that I realized, Daniel, getting out of school was my identity was just chiropractor. And if you notice on BJ Palmer's cards, he has a bunch of identities. So I think one of the biggest pieces of advice I can give anyone is to start to identify that you are a business person, right? If you're going to have your own practice, you're an entrepreneur. And unless you start to identify with that, you're not going to take the actions to master that piece. That was my big mistake. I did not identify as a business person from day one. I just identified as a chiropractor.
Right.
So I felt bad about that. You feel that? I felt so bad about that, you know? Oh, I'm reading a business book. I feel guilty about this, you know? So that's my number one piece of advice. Identify with it, love it, and from there, take the right action to become a master of it.
Yep. So important. And what are some things that you'd recommend? So there's students watching this, you know, and there's also first and second year doctors. What would you recommend to students?
What I would recommend, what I would recommend to students, number one, I was thinking about that yesterday, Daniel, just in case you asked. Be humble. You know, Daniel.
So important.
Be humble, Daniel. Me and you had these amazing mentors, some of the best mentors in straight chiropractic in history. And I wasn't humble when I was leaving Sherman. I thought I knew everything because my mentors, you know, and that was the biggest impediment for my first 10 years as a chiropractor. I had a huge ego, thinking that I knew everything because my mentors and stuff. Be humble. You don't know anything. When you get out into the real world, it's nothing like school. So be humble. Otherwise, you're going to block your energy to want to learn and grow and evolve, and find those good mentors, number two, because they will set you years ahead of anything. You know, why reinvent the wheel? It's already being done, but you just got to find the right ones that fit for you. Those are my two big pieces of advice.
And, you know, here's the thing, you know, I've seen that in interns, and I've seen that in first year docs, and I've seen that in students. And I was, you know, I was very curious as a student, but I probably also had a little bit thinking I knew everything at some point. You could just, but I kind of did. But you can, it's very easy to do that and then stop growing and think that you know everything and throw out what really wise people are telling you from experience. So that's really important advice that you just shared.
Thank you, Daniel. And, you know, I want to share a little story about that. For years, you know, because Reggie was one of my main mentors, I thought I was this amazing communicator, and people are telling me, Dave, meet Roberto Monaco. He's a great mentor in communications. And I was like, no, I'm fine with that. Then I met him and I did some coaching with him, and I was like, I didn't know anything about communications, you know? So even after years of practice, Daniel, that ego thing was blocking me from really going to the next level. And there's amazing mentors out there in all fields.
Yeah. And that's really important, is always be fueling your growth. So, important, so vital. So then, you know, what are some things that you've seen people do? This might be a little bit of a harder question that you see people do that they not intentionally, they just actually don't realize that they're doing things that are really undermining people getting chiropractic in a philosophical sense, or undermining getting long-term care, that they structured the business in a way that, like, this puts a damper on what people really could get chiropractic to be. What are some things that you see people that end up being an incongruent practice that people might do just unconsciously?
Okay, I think there's three big things, Daniel. Number one is, you know, Richard Branson, the entrepreneur, has a phrase. He says, take care of the people working with you first, because they're taking care of the people that come to you, right? So I think the first thing, Daniel, is a lot of times chiropractors are not taking care of their assistants or the people serving in their practice. In my first years in practice, I almost didn't take any money, and I gave my assistants almost all the money, because I realized they're going to take care of the people coming to me and build this community. So number one is take care of the people that are serving with you, you know, big time, because that's going to create an energy for your practice that's beyond yourself. No, number two, Daniel, I see a lot of chiropractors are kind of incongruent in a lot of ways. For example, it blows my mind. I don't know how it is in the States, but I talk to a lot of chiros and they say, how often do you get care? No, the last time I got checked was 3 months ago. But you're telling people to have regular care, like,
Right.
you know, that incongruency, forget about what you talk about. Energetically, it's not going to work, period. You know,
I want to add something to that before you go further. This is an important one. It's on that same one. Sorry to interrupt you. So keep your
no. Yeah.
Getting checked is one thing. Another one is getting assessed, meaning like there are people that get adjusted, but don't actually get any kind of objective outcome assessment on them for years.
Great point.
You know, which is a problem.
I totally agree with you, Daniel, on that. I mean, me and you have the same viewpoint on that. And you're right about that. Like chiropractors, let's say they do get care, but it's like, it's not the same care they're giving people. They're not getting assessed through their own care or assessing people. Great point.
And sometimes they don't have someone who does the same type of care near them. But if you're getting adjusted weekly, and then you're like, oh no, I haven't had a set of x-rays in 4 years, or I haven't had a thermography scan or something, but you're telling people to do those monthly or something, then that's a huge incongruity. Or you're, you know, checking your family weekly or something like that, but you're not telling people to check, you know, their family, or you're telling people to get their family checked, but you're not checking your own kids. Like there's a problem with those kinds of things.
Totally. And Daniel, last night I'm talking to an Australian chiro and he's like, I don't understand why people are dropping out of my care. And I said, send me a picture of your window. And it was like 50 different symptoms and all this stuff. And the bottom line is this, Daniel, I think of this metaphor. If I want to sail from Buenos Aires to Spain and I'm off by just a half a degree, you're not going to notice that in the first 100 miles, but I'm not getting to Spain. So a lot of times chiros are off just in these little areas. And then in 10 years, they're like, why is my practice like this? Well, you know, your details, you were off. And so the message was being transmitted in a way that wasn't congruent in terms of the principles.
Right. So important. Okay. And what about other things other things about business that I think I interrupted you and might have lost track of what your next thing was.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I think, Daniel, like one of the reasons I love chiropractic is because it's centered on universal principles. The same thing with abundance or business or, you know, and a lot of times you talk to chiropractors and you listen to their language and you could realize their language is based on taking something instead of giving. And so, you know, I'll give you a specific example. I need to get more new people. And I always say to the chiros around me, you know, that's a wrong question. You know, you need to get more. You're taken from the question you should be asking is, how can I give my community more service in chiropractic? How can I get the message to more people? Not how can I get, because the getting will come when you give more. And that's, if you just base your whole practice on the universal principle that the more I give, the more I receive.
Right.
Simple, but so often they're trying to give less and take more, and that doesn't work.
Right. And actually, that's funny. Is it something that I say often in our lifetime wellness practice? By the way, people watching this, hope you're realizing how much really important information Dr. Sirio is sharing here that you need to take to heart. In our lifetime wellness practice, where we mentor people, one of the things I teach people is give more, serve more, receive more. But the give more and the serve more are first, right? And the receive more is second. Think of like give more, serve more as all caps, and the receive more as small letters. Not because it's less important, but you have to know what you lead with. If you lead with the give more and serve more, the receive will be there. and you'll also be able to sleep at night and you'll feel congruent with it. However, if you try to lead with receive more, and like that's what you're capitalizing, you'll go so far off track, and you will not give and serve as much as you maybe set out to be. Truly.
Totally. And Daniel, one of the things why I love our model as well is because a lot of times chiropractors think that giving more means I'm going to add a machine, I'm going to add this, I'm
Right.
going to, and what people want first is they want more of your energy and who you are,
Right.
So if you're going to give anything more, give more of yourself and be better at your technique, be better at your communication, go to the office aligned physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and be present with them. And
Right.
And that's key. That's
1,000%, 1,000%. And that's where, people think expanding chiropractic. When we meant expanding chiropractic, we meant expanding chiropractic to more lives and touching more lives in more areas. I didn't mean expanding it to injections, but that's what people do. Like, and then that doesn't, you may make money at it. You may say, oh, there's some business gain or I'm receiving more, but are you really giving what the world needs and what you signed up for when someone, a couple decades ago came up with this DC degree thing? Are you being true to that in terms of your business practices and the impact that you can make? So yeah. What are some other things that, we got the last few minutes here before we wrap up in the next segment? Oh, I will say this, people watching this, add your office to the Mile High directory. The link's on the screen. Have your office listed in the Mile High directory. You'll notice that all over social media groups, people post, is there a chiropractor in Texas? Who's in Dallas? Look, we made a great directory so you can add your practice. It's free. So it's the go-to that people go to when they're like, I want to find someone and I want to know how they practice. And they can search, geolocate what zip code and such, that's a place to look for people. So you put your practice in there. Dave, put all your practices in there.
I will. Thank you.
So that, when people look for, I want to find someone in South America, they go to the Mile High directory and they'll see, oh, look, there's someone there. Then any other things about scaling practices that you want to share?
Yeah, there's one thing, Daniel, in our conversation that I really thought about, and it's this. Imagine, Daniel, we go to a winery and they put 2 glasses of wine down and they don't explain anything. And we drink a little bit of the wine and we're like, that was okay. And the guy's like, that glass was like $3,000. So without context, you really can't value something. So my point is this. No matter if you have 1 practice, 100 practices, people need context from us about the value of what we're giving. And this is why I believe if every chiropractor had some type of talk orientation and shared with them the context of chiropractic, people would value this so much more and your business would be so much greater because they would utilize it for their life, refer more people. But what I find in today's chiropractic world, there's not a lot of chiropractors giving context, and people aren't going to get context of chiropractic outside of our practices. It's just not the way it works.
Right. So important. If, people need to keep watching the segments that remain in this Mile High Business of Tick Summit. And if people, what are some recommendations that you would give for people like, this is a program that really helped me. This was something I read that helped me in business. This is someone I learned a lot from. What are some resources that were impactful for you that you'd recommend to others?
Okay, I'll give you 3 resources that really helped me. Is one, Roberto Monaco, the Chiro Speaking Club. Great resource to up your communications, your influence and marketing. That was a great program for me, Daniel. Tony Robbins seminars and his money seminars, that helped me a lot in business as well. Some of his books as well. Anything that he did helped me tremendously. My favorite book ever, even if you read it, I read it at least once a year. Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. For me, still one of the best books ever on abundance, not necessarily business so much, but it goes hand in hand. And now there's a Napoleon Hill movie. They have the movie I just bought the other day, Think and Grow Rich movie. So that was a great resource for me as well. Those are the things that I have kind of on my mind at this point.
Well, that's all great stuff. One last thing that I think is unique to you, because we don't have many people on this that are practicing in other continents other than the US. There's only a small handful. So for you, what are some things that are important about practicing outside of the continental US? So there might be people that are thinking they want to go to, South America or Africa or Europe to practice. What are some things about practicing overseas if you got your degree in the US like you did?
Okay, so understand there's always a positive and a negative. The positive side of practicing, at least in places like South America, there's a lot of freedom in what we do. There's no insurance, so it's all cash. And a lot of places people still haven't heard of chiropractic, which provides a lot of opportunity and freedom. On the negative side, there's a million different details that you could never imagine being from the United States. In a lot of places, just to rent an apartment, it's like my first 2 years here were just nightmare after nightmare, but they were all growth and learning experiences. But, I want to really get this across. You don't think you're going to get on a plane and go to a foreign country and people are just going to come running to you, because when you practice there, it's not a mission trip. A mission trip, you're giving chiro for free. People come running. When you open a practice, it's totally different. And I think in a lot of ways, harder than opening up in the United States. You have a lot of different challenges that you would never imagine in each of these countries. But it's an amazing experience. And if that's your vision, find someone that did it before. I'm always available to speak and let them help you, guide you in the process. I talk to chiros all the time that are looking to do that.
It's very important. Well, David, thank you so much for sharing on the Business of Chiropractic Summit. How do people get in touch with you more?
Okay, so I'm on Instagram. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook. I have my own webpage, drdavidvita.com. And from there, you can find all my social media stuff as well.
Good. And as we said, we look forward to seeing people at Mile High Live in June, and rise up to milehigh.com. And again, if you want to get this whole summit and the last 3 years of summit, very quick donation to Epi Energetics, so you can help further their research. So do that. And that's on the screen there. And we look forward to seeing people rise up in June with their team to impact more lives for the better. Thank you again, Dr. David Serio, and thank you for being a leader. It's important for a new generation of leaders step up around the world. I'm grateful to call you one of them. And thank you so much for the impact that you're making.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all you're doing.
Our next segment will coming up right now. Stand by here for that.
Hi, my name is Matt Prados, CEO and founder of ReviewWave. I want to talk to you today about the deficiencies in your business that are costing you hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in your career. You see, what worked 5 or 10 years ago isn't necessarily going to work today. What worked to grow from 0 to good won't take you from good to great. Your ideas have to evolve. Your technology has to evolve. And your game plan needs to evolve. We have mapped out the ideal game plan, leveraging new cutting-edge technologies now available that anyone can plug into and find more success using it. I guarantee you will learn things you don't know today that you can easily and swiftly implement with no sweat on your team. If you would like to learn about these secrets, today's new game plan, click the link below and I'll see you on the other side.
Wow, it has been an outstanding summit. Welcome to the next segment of the Mile High Business of Tick Summit. And, if you like the Mile High summits, and there's a lot of summits, but, none of them are a mile high. If you like the summit, you're going to love being at Mile High Live in June, and we look forward to seeing you there. I'm also going to encourage you, please, we know we are doing this as a free gift, and we're glad you're enjoying it, and we're glad you're here with us live. If you want to get the replays, we really suggest you get the VIP All Access Pass. It includes the past 3 summits and this one, and you can listen to it on mobile device anytime. It's really just for a donation to the nonprofit organization Epienergetics to help their chiropractic research. So this is a good thing to do for chiropractic, and then you'll be able to continue to grow, not through this weekend only, but also through the philosophy, science, art, and the rest of the business summit if you can't catch all of it live. And right now, I am super thrilled to have my past classmate to be doing this segment with us. Dr. Jody Dimmerman has really helped people run and coordinate a staffless practice. And we're talking the business of chiropractic and the marketing and practice growth. People run different types of practices, and this would, for someone who has, really needs to strategize that area, because that's how they are choosing to practice. She's the go-to person. Jody, thank you so much for joining us today.
I think this is so cool, Danny. I'm so happy to be here. I'm honored to be on your platform. I think the summit is awesome. It's so much fun, so important for our profession.
It is, especially when you think what's happened in the last couple of years. There's been some business instabilities, and even the people that are the most aligned with the philosophy, science, and art, they need to grow their business and marketing strategies so they can serve people. And people, with all the fear that's been pumped out the last couple of years, people need to get adjusted more than ever, to help them have more trust and more ease in their bodies. So can you talk a little bit about, again, I'm so glad that you're talking about this particular area. Can you talk a little bit about, actually, let's have people get to know you first. How did you find your way into chiropractic and practice?
So I actually just had my 21st birthday in chiropractic.
Wow.
Yeah. And I was a teenager, trying to find my way through the world. I got turned on to chiropractic by a great doctor named Jeff Bueno. I was working at a health food store. I met him while I was at work. I started getting adjusted and then became a CA. And I really haven't looked back since. And, the deeper I get into practice and the more I connect with this great craft that it's such a gift to be a part of the chiropractic profession. The more gratitude I feel, and it's a deeper level of gratitude, which I feel like that's an earned thing. And it's one of the things I'm most grateful for is the level and the depth of gratitude that I feel towards the profession of chiropractic, to know what I know, and to also know what I don't know, and to be okay with that, to have humility around that. So my biggest pain point in practice has been managing staff. I'm not a manager. I've never been a manager. And years back, I developed a system to run my practice in an automated way and not have staff, and truly thrive in that model and have fun with it. That's the most important thing for me. And I've since been sharing that with the world, and it's been quite a ride.
Excellent. So now I have to say, I practice differently, and this is part of why I'm so happy you're on this. I used to take care of you back in the day. I've always practiced with the staff from the very beginning. Even when we opened our office, in South Carolina, I had students to help me in my office. In Colorado, we didn't have a staff. It was just me and Rochelle, but I was on a race to get a team as soon as possible. And, I also applaud people that are practicing without a staff. So for you, what are some keys in terms of being able to run a office staff? Let's just talk about systems and running the office. We'll talk about marketing and practice growth in a little bit, but that part, how can you support people with that? What are some keys that they need to be aware of?
The first thing I'm going to say is get my book Staffless, because it's the Cliff Note version to my school. It has all of the things. And, you know, we cater, I would say about half of our students have staff. And what our promise is that we'll make it so that their staff can do only what they're great at doing. And Danny, that's one of the things that you guys have nailed and mastered. You have people on your team who are really good at what they do. They don't just, they're not a jack of all trades. They are focused on their part of the team, and then the whole thing comes together. And that's my hope, so that, you know, people are always, I had a student sign up for school this morning and she says, where do I start? And I say, go sit at your desk, your front desk, when nobody's in the office. Think about the things that you say at least 3 times a day, or the things that you do at least 3 times a day. And then think about, write the list of the things that are repeated over and over. Those are the things that could very possibly be automated in the practice without losing the personal experience. So the phone is a big thing that comes up a lot. And if you can take your phone and turn it into an automated office manager with, you know, of course, the human connection, nothing replaces it. But there are so many things about the phone and the phone calls and the phone messages that can be automated and save so much people time, right? And then texting is my #1 tool. Texting, because it's a 3-second conversation that could very easily turn into 10 minutes on the phone. And if we're valued at $1,000 an hour, $2,000 an hour, $3,000 an hour, 10 minutes on the phone can be a lot of money. So, and no, it's not all about money, but yes, we are of abundance consciousness, especially in your community. One of the things I love so much about the Mile High community, abundance consciousness all the way, meaning we are in this place where we work hard and we should be, you know, we should receive just as much as we give. There needs to be a balance there, right? And one of the things I love so much when I walk around Mile High and I'm getting the vibe of all of the people there is that consciousness that we deserve to be paid well for what we do. And there have been other communities that I've been a part of within chiropractic where it's like we have to give it away for free. And I'm so not about that. So if you want abundance consciousness in your practice and you want abundance and fair exchange, even more than fair exchange, if you can bring automation in your practice, whether you have a team of 10 or a team of 1, it's going to take you so far.
Right. It's the key. And so many people can be efforting in their practice, and that takes you, it makes you end up efforting in the adjusting room, not be in a state of healing or service because you're distracted. I've been there, I've experienced it's not fun, you know, and it's not good for the practice member at all. So you have to create effortlessness, which is an art to create that. It's not, it takes energy to put energy into creating that, right?
Create effortlessness.
Right.
I love it.
Yeah. Can you mention again your book so people catch catch that and where to get that?
So my book is called Staffless, and you can see it here, and you can get it on Amazon. Just type in Staffless book, or you can go to stafflessbook.com. And it's all about, first of all, it's funny. You know, I'm a funny girl. If I'm nothing else, I'm freaking funny. And
you think so?
Yeah, I know so. It talks a lot about the mistakes that we tend to make in practice. And you know, here's the thing. My book isn't a moneymaker. I make maybe $3 for every copy that's sold. It's not about that. It's about giving the chiropractors real deal tools that they can implement, copy paste tools that you can implement right now. That's where I want to go with this. Because if we don't, I don't want you making my mistakes. You don't need to make my mistakes. Danny, you've made your mistakes. Rochelle's made her mistakes. All of the great teachers in chiropractic have made really great mistakes. And I've recently coined myself an expert mistake maker and solution creator, because the mistakes that I've made have taught me the lessons that I've learned, which have taught me the gifts that I give. Mistakes are huge. They're so important. And I have made the mistakes in practice. I still make them every day. And I fall down, I get back up, I pull up my big girl pants, and I do it all over again. And I do it the way that's going to avoid the mistake. And sometimes it's like throwing a wet noodle at the wall. You know, yes, Mrs. Jones, I will compromise my morals. Yes, Mrs. Jones, I will, you know, crap all over my mission statement until I feel the burning and I learn the lesson, and then I decide to do it differently. Another tool that I'm going to share with you is if you are staff less, or if you have staff that's only focused on what they're truly great at doing, if you can develop systems, that policies in the office that save you in the moments when you have to make a really hard decision, whether it's a practice member asking about what you choose to put in or on your body, or it's a practice member wanting to talk politics or religion in the adjusting room, making the others uncomfortable, or if it's a practice member asking for your services way out of fair exchange. If you have policies that you blame the truth on, your truth on, so it'll sound like, hey, Dr. Jody, can I get today for free since you were 5 minutes late? My answer will always be, well, our practice policy is X, Y, and Z. Well, my practice policy is X, Y, and Z. Because if you don't have a staff member sitting at your front desk as kind of the cushion or the barrier, which part of their role may be to say, oh, I'm sorry, I can't say yes to that. If they come to you and you're in the heat of the moment where you're serving your craft and you're not here, but you're truly here in that moment, it becomes very hard to say no. Right? But if you have a set of policies in your office that you can blame and say, sorry, my practice policy, the biggest one lately is people asking me about what I choose to put in my body, right? And I think most of us know what we're talking about here. And my practice policy is that I don't answer that question, because half of my people want me to say yes and half of my people want me to say no. And it's my personal business. So the practice policy is that that question doesn't get answered. If I don't have a policy to lean on, I'm so sorry, I don't know what to say in this moment. And then I just blah, you know, I verbally vomit all over my practice members. That was one of the hardest lessons to learn. But I learned it, and that's the system that I created for it. So that's a good one.
Yep. So important. So important. And people get so off track. I have ways to deal with that too. And again, people, it's vital. Now, marketing, practice growth and marketing. Systems are crucial. Because if there's not inefficiency in office and there's efforting, your fun turns down. I know, Jody, you don't like when fun is turned down. So you like turning up the fun to 11. So if you have to then, on top of, have the hat of running an office and being a doctor and being also the office coordinator or CA, but because you're doing its own, how do you then put on the marketing hat?
Yeah, so I don't do a whole lot of marketing anymore because I have a waitlisted practice, because I truly am walking my walk. And when I was growing my practice, I had all of these really colorful, creative events that attracted me to my ideal client. So the first thing I'm going to say is discover who you want to serve. Here's the thing. There are a lot of chiropractors, leaders in the wellness circles that say, oh, you need to serve anybody and everybody who knocks on your door, right? Very cool. And if that's your boat, go float with it. I only have a certain amount of time every day that these hands can touch, that this heart can connect to. So best that I'm connecting with the people who I'm really good at serving. For me, that's the before, during, and after 30-something mom with the time, energy, and resources to do more and give more to her family. That's my avatar. That's who I talk to if I do marketing. So I'm actually in the process of creating a book called The Joy-Filled Practice Plan. All about
I like that. Say that again.
No, it's called The Joy-Filled Practice Plan.
Love that.
The Joy-Filled Practice Plan also has a workbook that comes with it. So it's 12 months, it's actually more like 16 months of really creatively inspired marketing approaches, events. We call them celebrations and habits. So we have at least 16 celebrations that you can fill your marketing calendar with. And then we have dozens of habits, like track your marketing efforts and keep practice stats and journal daily. All the habits that we need to get into the rhythm of, because Danny, quite frankly, these are the things that I didn't learn in school. I kind of remember doing a vision board in school, but I was so far removed from what I really was going to have to implement. So the bottom line is that it should be fun. If you're doing things that don't resonate with you, to find your ideal practice, if you don't even know who your ideal practice member is, start there. Hit me up, reach out to me, and I will give you the best exercise to discover that person, okay? That's number one. Number two is get very clear about what you do and what you don't do. Okay, we cannot be jacks of all trades and be a master of our craft at the same time, in my opinion. I'm a chiropractor. I work with my hands. My focus is LACVS all day long. That's what I do. Locate, analyze, correct vertebral subluxation and the patterns that they manifest, right? That's what I do. I don't do this and that, but I have the people in my community who I call PALs, Practice Alliance Leads, who become Practice Alliance lovers. Okay. And my pals are the people, so great, right? My pals are the people who I had a baby come to my, I see a lot of babies, Danny, and I had a baby come to my office a few days ago. And when I pick her up, she stays seated in an L, right? She doesn't have any, she can't relax the bottom half of her body. And I gave her a beautiful adjustment, saw a lot more relaxation happen from waist down, but I still wanted a different set of eyes. I wanted a different measurement. I wanted a different system to be seeing what was going on with this baby, because I truly felt that that was the best thing for her. So I called my PT friend and I said, hey buddy, I want you to do an eval on this baby because I just don't know what I'm seeing. So if you have your PALs, your Practice Alliance Leads, which turn into Practice Alliance Loves, guess who they're going to call when they have a baby that they know needs chiropractic care? They're going to call you because you develop this, huh?
Ghostbusters?
No, they're not going to call Ghostbusters. They could. Hello, Ghostbusters. I got subluxated baby.
Well, and that's so great. Referrals. We all know, I think it's common knowledge that the best practice members are the people that are referred by your best practice members. What are things about referrals or systems or communication that you help people with?
Yeah, I love that. So one of the things that we teach in the Staffless Practice Success System is called the New Client Academy. And it's the things that you ask for and the things that you say before somebody comes to your office, when they're at your office, when they leave your office, and then on the 12th visit and the 24th visit, and whenever you do reevals. And one of those things is, gee, Sally, I'm so happy you're happy with my care. Who in your world could experience the same benefits? All you have to do is ask, guys. If you don't ask, you never know the assumption that they're making about your practice. I've had people say to me, Jody, I never referred to you because I thought your practice was full, right? You have to ask for what you need, and the worst thing that can happen is they can say no. So as long as you're very clear about what you do and what you don't do, and you're serving your ideal practice members are going to share what you do and what you don't do with their friends who are usually your ideal practice members. If I take care of Sally and I compromise my truth and my belief in chiropractic, and I say, yes, Sally, I'm going to take care of your headache. I'm going to be your Band-Aid for you. Put the Band-Aid on, never see Sally again. When Sally goes and plays tennis with her girlfriends on Friday night, she's going to say, I met the best chiropractor who takes care of headaches, and I only had to see her for one visit. If I took the 5 minutes to educate Sally about what chiropractic is and what chiropractic isn't in my office, right, then Sally's going to go share that message with the world. So guys, here's the thing. Tell them what you do. Be really clear about it and ask for referrals. That's as hard as it is when you're building your practice. Now at this point, you know, if somebody refers to my practice, they're going to have to wait a bit. And I've even gotten to the point where I'll share other names in the community with chiropractors who I know, trust, and love.
So important. So important. You know, we're talking business, systems, marketing, practice growth, business of tick. And so often people want to like, don't be afraid of sales, afraid of marketing, or afraid of that stuff. But the reality is marketing is about connecting your and your systems, all that is about connecting your valuable message, your mission to people that don't know anything about it. So that communication part you just shared is so vital. Now with that, practice growth, how much can someone grow their practice and be staffless?
Well, I'm not Danny Knowles. Like, I can't see 7,000 people in a week. I'd be rocking in a closet somewhere, right, with Post-its all over me. I work very part-time at this point because I'm also running a school and doing one-on-one strategy work with people. In my happy spot is between 70 and 80 people a week, but I'm also only serving about 10 hours a week. I don't want to be serving any more than that in chiropractic right now. But we have some practices that have an 8-person staff who are studying our system, seeing 500 people a week. It's really irrelevant. The other thing I wanted to say, one more thing. A really great way to open the conversation about, hey, can I be your family chiropractor, is you make the assumption that A, they know that everybody needs a family chiropractor, and B, you make the assumption that they know that. Right? So when I'm in the supermarket and I see my avatar, which is the 30-something mom with the time, energy, and resources to give more and do more for her family, that's my person. If I see her in the supermarket, my question to her will be, who's your family chiropractor? And she'll look at me most of the time and say, huh? My kids don't have back pain. They don't need a chiropractor. And you know what I say to them? I pull my card out and I say, give me a call. It just might change your life. That's it, you guys. I leave it at that, right? Because most of the time it changes their life. And you and I both know that, right? So
most, what do you mean most?
It's just the question. Who's your family
all the time. All the time it changes their life.
I just did it again. And there it goes again.
Right. Well, and so valid. What about someone who's afraid to open an office? They're afraid to get started. Either they're a new student or they just, been an associate and been in another office, and they're afraid of taking the plunge of that.
I see it all the time, and the only thing
I do too.
Dive in, get over it. It's not about you, it's about serving. And we have never been in a more subluxated state and in a more as we're at this subluxated, we're also this accessible. Those are both happening because one can't happen without the other, right? There's never been a better time to serve people, and you've got to remove yourself, do your work, clean up your shit, get in the best shape of your life, say I'm sorry to the people you need to say I'm sorry to, eat real food, quit smoking if you're smoking, quit drinking if you're drinking, clean up whatever needs to be cleaned up, get out of your own way and go serve. And I promise you, chiropractic will take care of you. Your practice will take care of you right back. The more you give it, the more it's going to give to you. That has never not been true in my 22 years of practice. The other thing that I'm going to say is don't take what's not yours. If you're taking what's not yours, if you're taking from people or from companies and you didn't ask permission to take it, don't do that. There's too much of that happening. So all you need to open a practice is you need to get the papers that you need to get, whatever those papers are. You need to have a table, you need your hands, and you need some kind of system of fair exchange. That's what you need to open a practice, right? It doesn't need to be fancy with all of the instruments and this thing that plugs in, and that you need right now, Danny, my office is 600 square feet. I've got 5 tables going. It is simple. It's a simple box, and it is filled with love and filled with light. I pay $1,200 a month for rent. I have it so simple right now, and it is 150% my happy place. You know that. You guys are doing the same thing, right?
Yeah,
you don't need all of the fancy stuff, you guys. Just open the doors, clean up your stuff, get out of your way. And, some people will say, well, here's the thing. When I finished chiropractic school, I was smoking cigarettes. I was 40 pounds overweight. I didn't know if I had enough money to get home to New Jersey. Like I had nothing, you guys. But what I did have is I was hungry to start serving. I had a very clear vision of what I wanted to do for my community. And I got a job in a health food store. That was where I found my practice members. And I started bartering for a yoga studio. They let me use their space if I did the admin for them. You guys,
wow.
There's no excuses. You can find a way to do this. The health food store gave me an instant stream of new practice members. And the yoga studio gave me a space to serve them in. And then I grew into an $800 a month office. And then I grew into a $1,200 a month office. And then I bought a building and it evolved from there. And now I'm back into a 600 square foot office. So keep it really simple. Know that you can do anything. You've gotten this far and you've been chosen. If you're listening to me talk right now, you're listening to me for a good reason, right? And know that it's not about you. Chiropractic is not about you. It never will be. I'm sorry. It's just not. It's about serving the world to make it better while you're on the planet.
Right. So important. And one of the things I love saying when I teach, you just touched on, which is this, that you are the most important element of your practice. As good as Jody's systems are, or as good as my systems are, they're not the most important thing. You are the most important element of that equation, and your practice is not about you. You have to up your game and grow so that you can take care of that soul that's walking into your office looking for help. And you have to get your head straight about those things.
Yeah, and our bodies straight too. I went through a time in practice where I threw my back out like every 4 months. Every 4 months, I would spend 3 or 4 days in bed because I was carrying too much weight. My core wasn't strong. Like, how is that walking my walk? I have to ask that question. And then I did that until it didn't work for me anymore. And then I made a change. And that's what I find most is that we fall down, we get back up, we brush it off, we do it again. And we do it again differently if when we fell down, it was enough of a force to create change, which is true with subluxation too, right? Subluxation is a force that gets stuck in the body. Our opportunity is to help get this force moving so that the body can resonate and lift to a higher vibration, a higher experience. That's what this is all about. So that's true in our life too. My life, I have forces coming at me left and right. Most of them I integrate. Some of them I don't integrate. The ones that I don't integrate create deep distortion patterns. Those are my subluxations. And every day I have the opportunities. I created a life that I love. Right? That's what I want for everybody. I want you to love your life. I want you to love going to the office, and it's possible.
Right. And that's important, is you've got to love getting up, taking care of people. You've got to love practice and adjusting people and serving people. And also you've got to love the business aspect of it versus being adversarial with the business, because that dis-ease of that relationship will really subluxate your success. We'll just say it that way.
Yeah, even if it's, taking Saturday afternoons and doing an hour-long lunch and learn in your office, like go spend 40 or 50 bucks at, wherever, get some fruit and veggies and dip and open your office up, have a flyer. It doesn't need to be fancy, and tell people, answer who, what, where, when, why. Start there. And if nobody shows up, guess what you do? You practice the talk.
Right.
That's all you need to do. And week after week, if you keep doing this, people are going to start saying, hey, Danny, did you know Dr. Jody has a talk on Saturdays at 4? Every Saturday at 4, she's sitting in her office. If one person comes, it just might change their life. If 50 people come, it just might change their life. So just do one thing, commit to one thing to get the message of chiropractic to the people who come across your path. That's our responsibility.
Right. And them coming across your path, you may be the only one that shares from your mouth what they need to hear. You may be the only one in their lifetime, or touches their body in the way they need to receive, an adjustment. Because otherwise their soul wouldn't have come across your path if there wasn't something for you to give them and for them to give you in that exchange. And that doesn't mean necessarily money, but there's some reason that you're crossing paths. There's some gift that you each have for each other.
And sometimes it's none of my business what that gift is.
Right.
Sometimes
Oh, absolutely.
I just,
Absolutely.
scratch my head like, what the hell just happened? Why did that person come across my path? And I'll never figure it out. Usually it's very clear. Usually it's very clear the role that I play in people's lives.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, what's the next step? If people want to take their success further, like once they get past the growing pains, once they get launched and they've got some systems in place, where do they refine more?
Get really comfortable with your first visit, your second visit, and your reevals. We have a concept in the Staffless Practice Success System of seeing it as a baseball game. Like when they're on first base, they're signed up for their initial consultation. When they're on second base, they're at their report of findings. When they're on third base, they're in their reevaluation, which is 12 visits or 24 visits and whatever it is. And home is doing it all over again. So get really clear on what your bases look like, what your touch points are. The other thing that I love is having a very easy copy paste way to understand what people are looking for and to not have to be the person who changes their mind. There are so what I'll say is, Mrs. Jones, there are three kinds of people who come to my office. One has something exciting going on, wants to get over it and be on their way. And I usually start that person with a 3-month care plan. The second has something going on, wants to get to the root cause of it, and maybe they'll bounce back into the office every once in a while, and we'll start them with a 6-month care plan. And then the third is the practice member who wants to get healthy and be healthy for a lifetime. They're the people who you see in my office, and we take care a year at a time for them. Where are you coming in right now, Mrs. Jones? And you guys, if she says, I'm really not sure, probably number one, you don't want to give her a year-long care plan because it's not what she's looking for. And it's probably not, if she's got something exciting going on and she thinks that that's why she's at your office, probably not the best time to educate her about lifetime care. But the table talk, right? The reevaluations, those little drops of gold that you give her along the way, that's when the education happens. Like, oh, Dr. Jody, it's been so great. I have so much range of motion coming back to my neck. I feel like there's more color in my eyes. I feel like I can taste things, like all of these things. Oh, Mrs. Jones, that's so cool. And here's why that's happening, because your nerve system's getting healthier. And then we explain it to her. Not the time. The first visit, you shut your boca and you listen. Okay. The second visit, you listen again, see if there are any more questions. And then you say, do you mind if I share for a little bit now? Let me tell you about money. Let me tell you about all these things, right? And then you get them in for care and you get them into this rhythm, even if it's for 3 months. That's how I do it. That's what works for me.
I love it. I love it. And here's the thing that's very important with what you said is that in all those options, you're really bringing into the forefront that care, your spine getting healthier, your nerve system getting healthier is a process. It's not an event, even with whichever category you're in.
Yeah. And whatever category you're in is okay. I'll meet you there. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. I'll meet you right there. And if I'm not the right person to serve you, I'm going to put you in the hands of who is. Right.
And that's so important. What's we're running out of time. The next segment's going to be coming up really quickly here of the summit. Is there a last thing you would like to share or how people can connect with you more?
Sure. So I have a free training. It's stafflesspracticetraining.com. And I go over the 3 mistakes we always see people make when trying to automate things at the front desk and what they can do to avoid those mistakes like the plague. So again, it's stafflesspracticetraining.com. Meet me there. Meet me at Staffless Practice on Facebook, Instagram, you name it. I'm right here on the other end of the computer. I love talking to you guys. And I'll see you at Mile High. Woo-hoo!
And we'll see you there. And make sure you say hello to Dr. Jody when you're there. Grab her book. And not only say hello, give her a hug. I know she really likes hugs.
My hope is that the Joy-Filled Practice Plan and the Joy-Filled Practice Plan workbook will be on that table by Mile High. That's my goal.
Oh, that's huge. I'd love to see that happen.
Good stuff, you guys.
Will I be able to get a signed copy?
Maybe.
Oh, okay.
Depends on how good that hug is, Danny knows.
Well, excellent. Well, thank you so much for all you're doing to help chiropractors. Look, it's an important time in the history of chiropractic profession, what's gone on in this decade for us. And it's an important time for humanity. And we have to give our best and help people the best that we can. So I thank you for being such a good steward of that. You know, it's important to give our gifts so people can give more gifts
You're welcome. I
to
love
their
you.
community.
Thank
Right?
you.
All right, so let's go. Summit's hot. Watch for the next episode coming right up next. welcome to the next segment of the Mile High Business of Tick Summit. I'll tell you, this is pretty phenomenal, the number of people that are watching live. And this is the world's largest virtual free summit on the business of chiropractic, marketing, practice growth, and the history of the profession. I'm really grateful to see how many people are showing up for this. And this next segment is going to be one that you're going to want to take lots of notes on, because Steve Tullius has really nailed down, systematized practice growth through education, which is, to me, one of the most crucial things. He's a phenomenal chiropractor, ACP, Academy of Chiropractic Philosophers completion program, and involved highly with the IFCO. So everything's going to be congruent with the philosophical foundational principles of chiropractic and our values, which is vital. That you can grow practice inconsistent with those values and make lots of money. And what we want to focus is on practice growth consistent with the values and principles that we hold dear as a profession. So thank you for taking your valuable time to join us today, Dr. Steve.
Always a pleasure, Danny. Anytime you need anything at all, I'm always a phone call away, because you serve, and along with your wife, Rochelle, serve this profession in a way that very few have ever approached. So thank you for the opportunity to share.
And, thank you for saying that. And I do that because of the same thing you do, which is that we really love and know love chiropractic and the impact it can have on humanity. Let's have people get to know the real Steve a little bit first, which is share a little bit about how you found your way into the chiropractic profession.
Yeah, so my brother started seeing a chiropractor when he was in high school. I remember vividly, he was playing football in high school, injured his spine. He woke up the next morning and you could literally see like an S from his abdominal, musculature. And he went to our family's chiropractor. My grandparents were seeing this person, my uncle and aunt and cousins, and our immediate family had never been to a chiropractor though. So this was the first time in our immediate family. Had phenomenal results. I really looked up to my brother and wanted to do what he was doing. And so I told my mom that I was having some back pain because that's what I thought it was all about, right? And went to the chiropractor and remember some things that really stood out. One, the environment, right? It wasn't this white, sterile smelling environment that I was used to growing up. I wasn't in the medical system very much. I was a very healthy kid in general. But that really stood out. Also, there was no glass partition, there was no divide between the office staff and the patients, and people were hugging. It was just a totally different vibe. Sat in the consultation room and the doc had one of these neuropathylators on the wall. Push the buttons and the organ systems light up, and told me about the power that made the body heals the body and these concepts, and it just made total sense. And then, but the thing that changed me forever was having that first adjustment and feeling like a weight had been lifted that I never even knew was there, right? And just feeling like I was floating out of the office. And so that was the first exposure. I wanted to be a doctor from the age of probably 8 or so. I knew I was here to help people in their healing journeys. And so I was pre-med, and I was consistently getting in car accidents, football injuries, you name it, throughout my early teen years and early 20s as I was still on this pre-med path. And I believe it was all there purposefully to keep me in the chiropractic setting. I stayed under chiropractic care largely as a result of those various injuries. And but then I also saw how it really improved my performance in athletics. And then finally I realized too that it's no longer getting sick. I started to see all those benefits. And the last straw where I finally knew I was born to be a chiropractor was when I injured my shoulder playing football in college, went to the orthopedic doc who didn't touch me. He didn't do any orthopedic tests, even though they're not of any value anyways. He didn't do any of that. He did an MRI, which didn't show anything. So, and his next solution was to cut me open and take a look at my shoulder. And that was just so foreign to me, that concept. It made no logical sense to me. And it was like just a flash hit me. It's like, no, I'm not doing this. I was born to be a chiropractor. And so that was the moment that I completely transitioned and looked into what I needed to do to become a chiropractor at that point.
Now, Steve runs Waitlist Workshops, which is an incredible program to attract new patient prospects into your office through education. How important, if you're going to have a successful chiropractic office based on subluxation, adjustment of subluxation, and optimizing nerve system adaptability and optimizing the nerve system overall, spinal and neural integrity, how important is education?
Oh yeah, education is essential, right? We have a product that requires an extreme amount of education. You know, I look at my story. I was in this office for years, right? And yet I didn't understand all those things you just said. I mean, it literally took me years, and then that one experience, it wasn't education that brought me to that. It was in a long line of experiences, and so education is crucial. Now, I think we need to address the elephant in the room, in that we need to look at what education we're putting out there before people even come into the office. You know, I've done a webinar series called Climbing Out of the Musculoskeletal Box, and I'm going to be doing more on that. We say we want a certain thing. We want people to understand the long-term benefits. We want to get people out of the sick care system and into this salutogenic system, yet we are reaching out to them with the initial education piece of primarily musculoskeletal message as a profession, including the subluxation centered side. And so in order for us to start climbing out of that musculoskeletal box that we first were pigeonholed into through third-party reimbursement, you know, those were the shackles that were placed upon us as part of the Iowa plan, you know, to contain and eliminate the chiropractic profession. We need to look at what we have on our websites. What do we have as our primary messages to the public? Is it centered around pain, and is it centered around musculoskeletal situations? Now, I believe that the core way for us to reach the public and to flip this whole conversation is to get back on track with how we started and where BJ left off, and with elements of where other chiropractors came along to share the wellness aspects and the lifelong aspects of adaptability and removing interference throughout a lifetime. So, you know, BJ, you know, talked on and on about getting the sick well. Now, we have a lot of discussion. We have a lot of opinions around, well, getting the sick well, that's medicine, right? It depends on what, you know, BJ wasn't talking about the treatment of disease. He was talking about the removal of interference, allowing for the body to restore, rebuild, and regain health, which was the entity. Sickness was not the entity, right? And so I know for years, I started to move away from that too, and said, you know, okay, I'm not going to talk about symptoms at all. The reality is that 60 to 70% of our population is chronically ill. 60 to 70% of the population has a diagnosis of some sort, you know, including children, right? And so there is no shortage of need, right? There's nothing wrong with getting sick people well. Chiropractic does get sick people well, and we shouldn't be afraid to share that in a philosophical manner, right? Not in terms of the treatment of disease, but in terms of the restoration of health, addressing the foundational system of health, which is the nervous system, removing interference, allowing for the restoration of normal cycles and for health to ensue. So my beliefs is that we need to get back on track with a message of getting the sick well and helping them stay that way and evolve and become and express their optimal human potential.
So important, so important. So education, I share, someone once told me, and you said this very well. People asking, well, where do you find the good practice members? Like, all the ones I want to come in for 2 and 3 visits. They want their insurance to pay for it. They just want their neck or back popped. And I was like, well, you just described like every person who wants chiropractic care on the planet, because that's what we as a profession put out. Like, there's not a bar that the good practice members hang out at, right? You have to grow them. So do you feel like workshops are a key part of that?
So let's put it this way. I sold my practice in 2012, my first practice. It was what I called a smorgasbord practice. It was anybody and everybody with a spine. It used to be in network with insurance. I did transition out of that, but it was this thing that wasn't, it was not, it was mostly musculoskeletal, because that's what I was attracting. And that's what the public believes we are. And then I sold my practice, took a year off, and wanted to have a pediatric and family practice. And I had to create a practice. I've shared this story before, but I came back from that year-long trip around the world with, I was practically penniless, nothing. I had to grow a practice, start a brand new practice on a shoestring budget. So I started to do workshops. I had to figure out how to get people there, and I love figuring out puzzles. So I figured out the social media, Facebook advertising puzzle, and was regularly getting 10, 20, 25 people to my workshops. Now, once that became established, at that same time, I was also had a website company, and we were doing search engine optimization for myself and for other clients. Once I saw what workshops could do, I stopped all search engine optimization. I took it, my clients that we had said, hey, we're no longer doing this. And here's why. I have yet to find anything out there that has a better return on investment than workshops, but more importantly, helps create the practice of your dreams, which is filling your practice with people who, I call workshops day zero. We have day 1, day 2. Workshops are day 0 because people come in, they sit through an hour of your talk, they understand what it is you do, your value. They see you as a specialist, not a generalist, which is that's why they come in and say, hey, doc, I don't think you got it, right? I think you need to push here, right? When they see you as a specialist, they won't dare say that. And if they do say that, then you can, with your specialist status, help them understand why that's not a good idea for them.
Right.
So workshops will fill your practice with people who are there for the right reasons, who now see you as a specialist and will travel a further distance, pay a higher price. They don't worry about insurance, and they're much more likely to take your recommendations. So I haven't done any other marketing for my practices. In fact, my practices are run with associates. I'm in Austin. My practices are in San Diego. We're getting ready to launch practices here in Texas, built completely on workshop marketing, because it fills your practice with those types of people. So I couldn't imagine having to practice without workshops.
I'm really glad to hear you say something there that I don't think I've ever heard anybody else say, but that I know of. But I say it all the time, which is that, people at this, there's a chiropractic generalist, and then there's a chiropractic specialist, and that you don't want to be, I never heard anybody else other than myself say the chiropractic generalist term, but that's what I teach people. It's like you have a particular clinical focus as compared to, what people generally see a chiropractor as. So that's fun to hear you say that. if people want to learn more about that waitlist workshop program, before you ask you other questions, can you tell people about how they dial into that?
Yeah, there's a couple different ways. One of the best ways is our waitlist workshops free group. Free group, we're pouring tons of value into that group. Mastering the close, public speaking, how to get over your fears around public speaking, which I was deathly afraid of public speaking for years, and so we're pouring tons of free content into that group. Of course, those offices that want a done for you system, plug and play, if your zip code's not already taken, which it may be, then the best way is to go to waitlistworkshops.com and schedule a call to discuss the ins and outs of the program and to make sure it's a great fit. We're seeing right now some of the lowest cost per leads that we have ever seen. Like I'm talking about like from 7 years ago, and which is unheard of. When inflation is everywhere around us, we're actually seeing leads going down. And I think the primary driver of that is one, this time of year, the spring is always workshop season. People want to get back into life, but that thing called COVID somehow has disappeared, and people are getting more and more back into like, okay, let's actually get back into life and not this weird version that we were in.
Wow. Exciting. And they can sign up at what URL?
It's waitlistworkshops.com.
Okay. And then also check out his free group, and the group is called
Waitlist Workshops Free Group.
Okay.
So if you search for that on Facebook,
we'll get the link for both of those people when they follow up after this summit. So what are some keys to putting on a good workshop? Like, what do you want to talk about in a workshop?
Sure. So the first thing to think about is who's your target market, right? Who do you love serving? And I know this was a big challenge for me, and I hear it all the time. People say it even when I'm on calls with them, like, oh, well, we just want to, I know I want to serve everyone with a spine, they like everybody, right? But we can't serve everybody well, and so typically there's someone that you just love. So I always ask my people on the call, I say, like, if you could just serve this type of person all day long, it would be super joyful. You work well together with this type of person. Who would it be? And so a lot of chiropractors in our line of thinking really love kids and families. Maybe not kids as much, but some people are great with kids, others are not. That's fine. But they love taking care of either kids and families, typically is what I see, or women aged 34 to 54. Like that's like their jam. It's either one or the other. And so find like who's your target market, right? And then what are their biggest pressing needs? Like what are their biggest challenges in their life? It's not a stress workshop, right? It's not a nutrition workshop and like dangling a carrot and then trying to and then sell them on chiropractic. We used to see that a lot in the 90s and in the 2000s. Where like, oh, let's do a talk on this, and then try to bring them around to chiropractic. Instead, I recommend talking about the biggest challenges in their lives. So neurodevelopmental disorders, ADHD, autism, sensory processing disorder. There's no greater need than helping your sick child get well. Autoimmune issues, fibromyalgia, MS, and you want to group, you want to do topics that are general. I used to do, when I started, I did a class called Autism and the Brain-Body Connection. Well, who do you think that attracted?
People with autism.
Yeah, people or parents with children with autism, right? But what about all the other alphabet soups out there, right? We're not looking at, again, it's not about the diagnosis. However, people live in their diagnosis. They've been indoctrinated. They identify. We need to grab their attention and then bring them in so that we can then reframe and pivot the story that they've created in their heads, help them understand salutogenesis, that we don't, one of the things I say at workshops, I say at the start, I say, the reason that we get the types of results that we get in this clinic is because we have a different approach. You see, we have this really wild, crazy belief system that you're actually designed to be healthy and not sick. Right. So we do talk about results. We don't mention them exactly right there yet, but we let them know, hey, it would be illogical for us not to expect miracles. Miracles, right? It's not an actual miracle. It'd be illogical for us not to expect amazing results.
Right.
So we got to do topics that are relevant in people's lives. So that's why we use those diagnoses that they have in their minds. So what I did instead was I changed the title to Unraveling Neurodevelopmental Disorders, and then autism, ADHD, sensory process, then list those things. That's why I created a program called the Gut-Brain Connection, autoimmune issues, fibromyalgia, MS, you kind of grouping things together that fit into a particular title. Mental health matters, anxiety, depression, PTSD. Those 3 topics I just mentioned account for the 60 to 70% of sick people in this country. That's why those are our 3 workhorse programs. That's why those are the 3 I created, and we rotate those every month, because those are our 3 ideal target markets. We have 3 in my practice. Those are them. So figure out what your ideal target market is and what are the biggest challenges in their lives. If you come in with something to help solve that, no brainer. They're going to show up.
So I think the people that are watching that have committed to being part of this virtual summit. By the way, I'll say this, watching this, if you're not in the Mile High directory, list your practice in the Mile High directory. We made a free virtual directory. We want the best chiropractors on the planet. You see people post, hey, is there someone in San Luis Obispo, California? I don't know about you, it grates on my nerves. I'd like to have a central place where people look for a good quality chiropractor. I can see, oh, they do this technique. They've been in practice this many years. Oh, they support the IFCO. That's what I want people to go to. Or they don't do my technique, but I know they support the IFCO. So because I can see what organizations they support or where they graduate from, which is going to tell me a lot more about the person than just what technique they do. So
Right.
Put your practice in the Mile High directory so that your practice is listed, because I want it to be the go-to for people find practitioners. I want everybody who's in Steve's waitlist workshop program to be listed in there, so you can go and look for them. And that's why we made that directory on the Mile High site. So encourage people to list that. But a lot of people that are going to be on that directory, people that are on this summit, they know that education is important. They probably teach some kind of classes. Okay, what are some things that you know of to create a winning workshop? Yes, target market. Yes, your topic and your title. But is there a certain night of the week? Is there how long should a talk be? Are there formulas that you've noticed?
Yeah, 100%. So, one of the best things anyone watching this can do, wants to get started with workshops or just refine your workshop systems, we have a complete workshop guide. We've basically taken everything you just asked and put it together from start to finish, basically sharing every single secret that we have and put it out there. So it's in the waitlist workshops free group. There's something, you search for the complete workshop guide, or if you can't find it, ask me in there. And that walks you through every step of the way, from how to create your topics, how to structure your content material, days of the week, times, how to run ads, even show you how to do the ads. Because here's the thing, we couldn't possibly help every single chiropractor out there. We can't. We turn people away each week because we have exclusivity of zip codes and regions. But the other thing is, we're not afraid of competition. We don't care. I don't care if marketers see it, because no one else has done what we've done. We've helped chiropractors give over 5,000 workshops. We have more data in this space than anybody, and we're consistently and constantly refining it. Now, to answer, here are some of those questions. Best day of the week, typically Wednesday at 6:30. Okay. Unless you're in a Bible Belt area, then Tuesday or Thursday. Wednesdays usually suck. Saturdays can work. Heck, Sundays can work even. We had one person in our program who said, hey, I want to do it Sunday. Right. And it worked. Right. So it just depends on you, your market, your location. 6:30 is a sweet spot because it gives time for families to transfer care of children, get dinner on the table, and not be too late at the end where it's going into bedtime, that sort of thing. And also account for traffic if you're in a densely populated area.
Excellent. That's super important. And how long a workshop?
Workshops, you'll hear people say oh, don't go over 45 minutes. If you present a seamlessly logical story with your information combined with emotional certainty, testimonials, and passion, purpose, people will be leaning in at the end, and they'll want to keep going. Okay, so my workshops have traditionally gone from an hour to an hour and 15. Right, so you hear people say certain things. Oh, you can't do that. You can't. Well, I've done it for years, right? We've a 90% close rate with people who come to workshops, and we're regularly scheduling over 100% of the room because their families are signing up. Our one of our associates just scheduled 24 new patients. 10 people in the room scheduled 24 new patients at her last workshop, right? So, yeah, you can now, but that's the thing. It has to be every step of the way has to be logically seamless. Every step, every slide should earn its way into your presentation. There should be no fluff. And as you're giving presentations over the years, and you just keep kind of move. That's what I did. Like, I had a presentation, and then I would test it and see, like, okay, and you'll see when you're losing your audience. You'll have extra stuff that needs to come out. But here's one of the key things to remember. We often think that people are coming for information, right? And this is our downfall. So what do? We give them information. They are not coming for information. They're coming for hope. They're coming for leadership. They're coming for someone to be a rock of certainty that shows them and leads them to the next step. Right. And so often we shrink as chiropractors because we're afraid to give them the next step. Oh, I don't want to look like a salesperson. I don't want to do all these things. Who is that serving? That's not serving anybody. It's actually serving our egos because we're making it about ourselves and not them. We don't have the right not to give people an exceptional opportunity and lead them directly to the next step, which is to schedule an exam and find out, to see how we may be able to massively impact them and their families, to find out if they're subluxated, which we know there's a high probability, right? And not just for that one person. That's what we tell people all the time. We take one logical journey. That logical journey should take them to a place where you ask them a question where we say, so what do you think causes vertebral subluxation? If you've done it properly, they're going to say, they're going to come up with stress, right? They know it's so commonsensical and logical, right? And then the next logical question, so how common do you think subluxation is? That is my favorite moment of every single workshop. That's what I've worked and strived for years to put this together, because that's when they go, you see it in their faces. It's like a very common. And that's where you say, absolutely. And then you show them some supporting data to support that belief and a new belief that they just established for themselves. We didn't tell them it's very common. We didn't tell them it's a silent killer. They're now seeing, oh, it is very common. And now we reinforce that belief with some data. And then we take them to the opportunity. When we give workshops like this, we want to give people an opportunity to find out, to see how we can massively impact the health and life of your child and your family, but not just the one person you came to learn about tonight, but for the entire family unit, and for you teachers and providers who are here, right? And look at them. You should know who they are because you've already asked the people to go around and share who they are and why they're there. And for you as well, because everybody deserves to have a healthy spine and nervous system. So when we do classes like this, we want to give people an opopportunity. We only have 10 spots available, because when we do classes like this, we set those times aside. We're going to do X, Y, and Z on that visit where we're going to do this. We're going to look at your scans. We're going to look at your x-rays. We're going to know whether you're subluxated or not, and we'll know exactly what to do to address it and correct it for you.
Right.
So
important. All of that is so vital. I hope people were like taking notes feverishly.
Yeah, so in that class, so in the free group, I go deeper into, there's something called Mastering the Close. All you have to do is search for that video where I share most of those same things. But that's the thing, why can I rattle that off? Practice. I've done it over and over and over. But the principles and everything I just shared, if you do that, people will sign up, and then you tell them what to do. So here's what I want you to do. Go on up to the front. that was hard for me for a long time. I went, okay, here's what I want you to do. Stand up. You're going to go up to the front. Like, they need to be led. People who have these challenges are overwhelmed. If you have a child with autism, or you have a chronic disease, or you have anxiety, depression, you are stuck. You are overwhelmed. They need hope, safety, security, and leadership. And you provide those things, they will follow you, and they will do what is needed, which is to have their spine and nervous system checked and cleared, and live the life that they were designed to have.
Yeah. And I gotta say, we call that, and we mentor people in lifetime wellness practice, we tell people to have assumptive leadership. Like, chiropractors mess this up all the time. They say things, whether it be a class or a screening or giving someone a business card, that they say, do you think you'd like to try to get your spine checked? And do you think you'd like to see if maybe your spine and nerve system can be affecting your health? Or would you report of findings? They finish the report of findings and going over a person's results and say, so do you want to start care and get adjusted? And it's like, oh, great time. Have an assumptive leadership position and assume that they are going to start care. Why not? Because this is the best thing, them meeting you and telling them about chiropractic is the best thing that's ever happened to them in their life, and will change the direction of their life, add years to their life and life to the years. Why would you not assume that they're going to move forward with you? And so leading them in that end of that workshop, that you need to go to the front, like, have that conviction of what it is, of what a gift it is that they get to receive care from you, and it's a privilege. That's not egotistical. It's just fact.
Yeah,
to lead them towards what's best for them.
It's necessary from an ethical and moral perspective. And we don't see the thing that stops us. And I know, because that was me, right? That was definitely me at different points. Is that's our stuff. That's our limiting beliefs. That's our not feeling good enough, not worthy enough, not whatever enough, right? And that's so, and so we're making it about us, and we don't have the luxury as chiropractors to allow our limiting beliefs and stuff, our stories, our traumas, all these things interfere with our mission and what we have in our hands to be able to provide to people. So we have to become, we have to heal our stuff, right? And get super clear on the value. And like you mentioned, like, their whole life trajectory is at stake, right? They're not just their life, but their lineage. Mm-hmm. I mean, how my entire family, like not just my family and my son and his family, as he has a family, but my sister's family, my brother's family, like it transforms lineages, right? And I believe that chiropractic is crucial to unwind this socioeconomic power struggle that humanity has been enslaved in, right? For centuries. Like, what's bigger than that, right? So I think it's important for people to ask themselves a couple questions. Do they believe that? Do you really believe the big idea? Do you live it? Is it inside your cells and essence, your spirit, right? And then do you fully understand how detrimental subluxation is to a developing child? Do you really know? Not believe, because I say no because the data says it, that a subluxation distorts the proper trajectory of the brain, and that child is relegated to a life of less ordinary that they were never designed to live. Right. And so do you own that at your cellular level? Do you believe it, and do you know it? And if you believe and know it, and you solve the limiting beliefs and all that stuff, nothing will stop you from telling the truth. That's all it is. We're just sharing the truth.
Right. And I love that you say that, less ordinary, because people who have chiropractic care live extraordinary lives. And so if you have something that is going to have a person live a more extraordinary life than they would without it, then it's your moral and ethical obligation to teach them about it. That's why you became a doctor of chiropractic, or the students that are watching this are on the path of, becoming a doctor of chiropractic. So, hold that up high and lead people towards greater health and well-being, knowing that you're doing something tremendous for them and for their family and for years to come, not just that visit, right?
Absolutely. I'd like to just, share this one thing in regard to what we just shared. When we are not yet there at that point we want to be, we can feel a lot of emotions around it, like self-judgment, like, oh man, why can't I do this? Like, why can't I be that yet? Right. And the thing is, that creates a burden and tends to reinforce the same patterns, right? Self-judgment and all this stuff that keeps us stuck in the first place. So it's important to take a deep breath into just like where you are now is totally okay. It's totally fine where you're at, right? I was there. Now here's this cool thing. Like, I'm now my future self, that, compared to the past self. You are your current self, but you're going to be the future self. That means you're actually the same two people. And so you can really breathe into the fact that you already have what it takes to be the person you're going to be, right? And so just breathe into the fact that it's okay. It's not right or wrong where you're at the moment. And, it's not right or wrong that you have these different stories that we all have about ourselves, these limiting beliefs, and recognize that, it's kind of, it should feel more like play. Where you're at right now, you're going to keep attracting the people who are naturally right for you in this moment. There's very few times in practice where I was attracting people who were at a place where I wasn't ready to serve them. Okay, and John DeMartini really talks about this a lot. You can only attract people who are at the same or lower energetic vibration. And so as you continue to rise in your certainty and everything, that's when you'll keep attracting the people who are naturally right. So do whatever, keep asking yourself, what do I need to have, like, what do I need? Not me, not Danny. What do I need to have certainty? Some people need to believe, some people need to know. Like, what do I need to have to keep gaining certainty, and just surround yourself with those things and recognize it's okay wherever you're at the moment.
Right. Vital. And you're key to the evolution and transformation of the planet, as a good friend of ours, Liam Schubel, often states, right? And so live up to that and raise your standards. The world needs you to do that. It needs all of us to do that. Steve and I, we both know that we can raise standards for ourselves higher than where we are and contribute more than we do. And it's part of what drives us. And, all of you can too. And we need to, because there's a pretty ill world, and you've seen how ill it is over the last 2 years, not because of COVID, but people's responses to it and how much it's impacted the world. And how people live in fear, and you're their short chance of hope. And giving a workshop is part of helping them see hope, and see the world through the different, other than the fear they've been fed through TV commercials or doctors' offices. They've been fed fear. So, again, TV commercials, doctors' offices, advertisements, magazine ads, all kinds of things. So you're a real thing of having life without fear, as Fred Bartsch said, to trust life. So any last thing that you'd like to share, Steve, and also how to get in touch with you?
Thank you, Danny, for the opportunity to share. Thank you for all those who are watching. We have a significant mission. Time is of the essence. I am a perpetual optimist. I believe that we will. I don't believe that I will see the day where the big idea is actualized. Okay, where we actually, the jails are emptied and the mental health institutions are emptied. All these things that are possible in that utopian ideal, but I do know that as we continue to work towards this, we're going to see a renaissance and a golden age of chiropractic. If I live to be, I'm 44, if I live to be 70, 80, we will see it. Okay, it's happening. So it's easy to get down. It's easy to get upset about where things are at. Even though I say we're going to see it, doesn't mean we don't have to act. Okay, it means that we do need to act. We need to raise the bar. We need to practice congruently. We need to make sure our message to our community is reaching them in a way that we feel good about. That we can, our dear friend Jack Borla. We were chatting last weekend, and he had been asked a question, what do you hope would happen if you go to chiropractic heaven and there's Dee Dee and BJ Palmer, they're waiting, like what would they say, right? And so I would hope that they would be very proud of my actions, right? That I did everything that I could in this life that I'm living to serve this thing in this mission. And when you serve this mission, you will be supported in ways that you can't even possibly the glory of going on tells us that, and it's so true. Like the blessings and the glories. Now, it's not easy either. Life's not about ease. We need challenge. Challenge is what grows us up. So ask yourself, like, how comfortable are you? How much comfort do you need? The amount of comfort you need and want is in indirect proportion to how much you grow, succeed, earn, all these different things. Embrace challenge, embrace the tough, and but know that the glories and the benefits are going to be extraordinary.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I mean, I want to really encourage people, if you want to have well-educated practice members, be in Steve's social media group, the waitlist workshop group, and check out I didn't even know there was a PDF. I'm in the group of keys for workshops. We do workshops all the time, so I'm going to grab that. So make sure you grab that as well. And also, you want more people in your practice. Waitlist workshop is a great program. We've used it, and I would highly recommend you use it so you can impact more spines, lives, and minds in your community. And if you're not in the Mile High directory, get your practice in the Mile High directory, because this conversation is the type of practice that you want to attract, that we want people to be able to refer to you when they're saying, I need a chiropractor in Alaska, and have your practice be on there. We look forward to seeing you at Mile High Live. There's nowhere else in the chiropractic profession that you want to be in June than higher ground at altitude with a bunch of stellar docs. And so we look forward to seeing you live. The next segment, it's just about time for the next presenter on the Mile High Summit Live. And so the business of tick, important for you to impact more lives. Thank you again, Dr. Steve, and thank you everyone for being on the mission of changing spines and lives and minds. Day in and day out, we need to impact more lives. There's, I think, 6.9 billion people left to reach, or something around that. So
there's a lot.
There's a lot. So so we've all got our work cut out for us. So let's impact more lives with chiropractic. Thank you so much for your contribution, Steve. I know you and I are two of the people that feel like our contributions aren't enough, that there's so much more to do. So and I appreciate you being on that mission.
Absolutely, Dan. Thank you so much. And everyone, thank you for being part of this summit, and absolutely get to Mile High June 2nd through 5th. It's phenomenal. You will be sorry if you miss it.
See you all there. Welcome to the next segment of the world's largest free virtual chiropractic business, marketing, and practice growth summit. So we can also just say the business of tick. I am super thrilled to have our next guest. He's an amazing soul. And really, he does amazing work with helping people with social media. Before I introduce him, I want to tell you a few things. One, Mile High comes early this year. It's in June. So if you love, being in Colorado in the winter, you're going to even love it more in the summer. So reserve riseuptomilehigh.com. See you in June. Two, all of this is going to be in a downloadable Mile High app. So if you don't already have the Mile High app, the link's there, download it, and you'll be able to access the replay. The replay is going to be for people that are at Mile High that register, and it's also going to be people that donate. We're doing this as a fundraiser for Epienergetics Foundation, which has done incredible chiropractic research. So if you can't watch all 2 days live and you want to get the replay, you can do that and support great chiropractic research. It's a completely important, vital nonprofit. Okay, so without further ado, Billy Sticker, and I almost called him doctor. Billy Sticker should be a doctor. He's a doctor's marketing social media. Okay. Really is an incredible soul. He's helped so many people find their ways into chiropractic offices around the globe. Chiro Candy's company has helped our office reach more people. So we're grateful to have you here. Thank you for joining us today, Billy.
Thank you so much. And first off, I've got to say, this summit, I mean, come on, how valuable is this? Just the lineup of all the people that you were able to coordinate. I've done stuff like this before. It is no small task. So props to you and your team for getting all this together. And I really hope that, all the doctors watching this understand the value that's here. So thank you for having me on.
Well, thank you for saying that. And thank you for being on. Let's first start with, some people know you through social media marketing, but that's not where you started. You've been around chiropractic. You love chiropractic. Tell a little bit about, so people get to know you, where you started in chiropractic.
Absolutely. So growing up, I remember the first chiropractor I ever met was a good friend of my dad's. My dad was chief of police in the town I grew up in. And he'd bring me to school every morning, and we would go to Dairy Queen, and one of the city judges and a couple other business leaders, my dad, like they would sit around, drink coffee, and I'd, eat a breakfast taco or whatever, just before school. And one of the guys that was there almost every morning was a chiropractor. As a matter of fact, he's been the president of the Texas Chiropractic Association on several different occasions. But good friend of my dad's. And so I've known him just growing up. I knew he was a chiropractor, went to school with his daughter, but I still didn't know what chiropractic was. I just thought neck pain, back pain, like everybody, right? And I've worked out since high school. And I was in the gym doing military, just dumbbell presses. And for some reason, I was trying to get to 10 reps. And some reason I thought if I just twisted my head to the left, I could get 2 more reps, which makes, all the sense. And I remember just turning my head some and then like literally froze up. And I was like, oh my goodness, I couldn't look to the right. So I knew him. I'm not even going to say his name. I go and see him, literally a handful of adjustments. I'm feeling better. He slaps me on the butt. If you need anything else, come see me. Like that was my whole experience with chiropractic. And I know there's a lot of offices out there that are like that. Well, I start I'm in sales and marketing and start researching all this stuff. And then I end up finding an office or a doctor who had multiple locations, had one in Beaumont, Texas, one in Port Arthur, Texas. And he was looking for somebody to come in, take over the marketing for both practices, and then even wanted to grow, start opening up other offices. Well, I ended up getting the job, and I was doing the screenings. I would do all the, all the events in the community. Then I started doing our in-office talks and started doing our day ones and day twos and signing people on care plans. Like I would go over the x-rays with the patients. We used to joke that the only thing I didn't do in office was I didn't do any of the insurance paperwork and I didn't adjust, but we used the pro adjuster. So I could have. But what happened was all of a sudden I was at an office and I drank the Kool-Aid, right? I learned chiropractic is so much more than, what society, what the lay people think it is.
Mhm.
And I just fell in love with the profession. And it really lines up with who I am as a believer that God created our bodies to heal. And so I really just fell in love with the profession. And so whenever we started Chiro Candy, actually, I started the very first podcast for chiropractors back in 2008. It was called Chiropractic Marketing University. I wish I would have stuck with it. It's a horrible name. It's way too long. It's almost as long as the name of the summit, but it was, I did like 6 to 8 episodes and then I stopped. I wish I would have stuck with it, but we rebranded everything and called it Chiro Candy.
Mhm.
And I just wanted, I love the profession. And I just wanted, I'm a marketer, I'm a salesperson, like I think like a marketer. And my goal was, how can I take these chiropractors who are great at what they do, but nobody knows about it, right?
Mhm.
If a business fails, any business, if they're going under and they offer a good product or service, it's 90% of the time, it's because of marketing. Nobody knows what they do. There's a saying that best known beats best every day of the week.
Mhm.
So I wanted the Chiro Candy podcast just to help the profession learn how to market and do a better job at taking what it is, their message and using the tools we have today, all the different social media tools to get your message to your market. Because there's people driving past your office that want what it is you do. They want that wellness lifestyle. They don't know it's called chiropractic.
Mhm.
But yet we have all of these tools available to us now that really levels the playing field. I mean,
Right.
20, 30 years ago, it was so expensive to advertise on TV and do some of these other things. And your net was so wide,
Mhm.
where now you can target women 35 and older who have kids. Like, what do you want to target? And there's ways to find those people. And we were helping chiropractors write books, and we still do that.
Mhm.
But one of the doctors we wrote a book for asked us if we'd ever done Facebook ads, and we had done a few of them, not for any offices, just for us. And so he asked me if I'd help, and so I didn't charge him anything. We gave it a shot, and he had like 50 leads come in the first month. Now they didn't all walk in the door, but it was like, it worked really well. And he started referring people to us. And now we're working with just broke 350 offices. We were recently named in Inc. magazine as one of the fastest, we're like number 85 of the fastest growing companies in the Southwest region. Whatever. Yeah. So we've really, really grown. And our whole team is very passionate about what it is we do. So we are not just a company who knew how to market and decided to go after chiropractors, which, there's a lot of people out there.
Got a lot. Yeah.
And you know what? There's some good companies out there where I feel a lot of people do resonate with me and resonate with us is I feel like I'm a chiropractor. I really feel like, you wouldn't have been the first person to ever call me, a doctor.
Well, I know your heart is in more people getting chiropractic care. I
Absolutely
know that about you, and that resonates through your company. So here's the thing: chiropractors, when they get a DC degree, they tend to think they know how to do everything. Okay, I've succumbed to that at points where I thought like I was a master in everything. but the thing is, I'm really good at adjusting and communicating chiropractic. And, you know, there's people that know how to do social media and marketing, and I'd rather hire them to do that rather than me do it and think I'm an expert at it. Just like I really don't know much about a lawn and I'm really bad at it, I'd rather hire someone to do that. Okay. And so so when it comes to social media, I see a lot of chiropractors make a lot of mistakes, and I've made plenty of mistakes, and I'll make more. I know that I do better when I have someone else help me out. So with that, what are the things, because people can easily waste and throw away a lot of money and spin a lot of wheels and get not the best patients. What are the ways now in the social media landscape, because it keeps changing, which I know you keep abreast of, that people need to do to focus on and get quality growth in their office?
I think there's a couple of things. And one, if you're looking at Facebook, for example, never boost a post. Like, that is Facebook's way to get easy money from you, and your targeting is very limited. We just never recommend doing that. You can hop on YouTube, look up some very basic how to do Facebook ads, and it'll show you kind of the back end on how you can more specifically target who that message goes to. That's number one. Number two, it does not matter how many page likes you have. You know, everybody wants more people to like their page. It really doesn't matter. That is a pride thing for the doctor. It simply is.
It's when like how much post, do you bench?
Right. People ask me that all the time. I mean, I am a bigger guy. I work out, and you know, somebody asked me the other day, they're like, "How much do you bench?" I was like, "I have no idea. I don't, the older I get, the less weight I do. You know, I don't care about all that." But what happened was, before Facebook went public, if you had 300 people that liked your page and you posted something on it, just about all 300 of those people would see it. As the platform grew, we saw that come down a little bit, but as they went public, we saw that drop to about 4%, which means if you have 100 people, if you have 1,000 people that like your site, on average, 40 people are going to see whatever you post. And that's just of those people. Anybody that doesn't like your site, they're not going to see it. You know, so that is a metric that really doesn't matter. And Facebook's got so crazy lately, where we're seeing Facebook, not just ad accounts shut down, but Facebook pages shut down.
Right.
And, you know, a lot of, especially with some of the vaccine stuff, you know, some of the things doctors are posting, and I mean, Mark Zuckerberg actually even admitted in front of Congress recently that the fact checkers, a lot of it is just opinion. But still, so people get so upset. Oh my goodness, my page was shut down. Like, look, it's okay. We just built another page. Yeah, but I had 2,500 people that liked it. Those weren't new patients. Like, that's not getting you new patients. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. It's so much better just to be able to, let's find your message that you want to deliver to your marketplace, and let's start targeting those people and getting that message out there. So that's some of the mindset that you want. It's not about, okay, look, yes, I'm a small business owner. If I'm spending money on an ad, I want to get a return for it. I do. But instead of me thinking, whenever we do a lot of our ads, just for Chiro Candy, for example, I think of it as, especially like in the chiropractic space, you know, the audience we typically target is around 60,000 people here in the US. And I'm like, you know what? I just want them to get used to seeing my face. I want them to where every time they turn around, there's another picture of me, another video of me. And when they think marketing, whenever their guy that they're paying right now screws something up, they're going to call me.
Right.
And it's kind of the same thing, but you get to do it on such a smaller scale, and it's so much less expensive for you to do it in, you know, a 3 to 5 mile radius, or, you know, depending on where you live. Your marketing dollars, just think, Danny, think about this. I'm sure you used to do yellow page ads.
Oh no, I never
How
did yellow pages. I did the yellow page inserts, the inserts in the newspaper.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, good for you. But I
Yeah.
remember whenever I was working in office for that chiropractor, there was 3 different yellow page books in our area. There's like the golden book and then actual yellow pages and then one other one. But they were expensive. I mean, we were spending almost 10 grand a month to be in all 3 of those. And it's just nuts. Well, now think if an average chiropractor spent 10 grand a month on social media ads,
Right.
you wouldn't be able to hire enough associates,
Right.
you know? So it's really gotten, it's gotten less expensive, but then it's gotten more expensive. We have seen Facebook ads where 5 years ago, you know, we would manage lead cost and we were trying to get leads $5 to $6 a piece. Sometimes we'd get them for $2 or $3. Sometimes it'd be 10. Now they seem to be up around 30. Now we're always trying to do what we can to lower that. But one of the problems is there's so much inventory. For example, if you look on Instagram or Facebook, either one, about every 4th or 5th post is a sponsored post, which is an ad.
Mm.
They're not going to change that. Like they're not going to go to every 3 or every other one. So that's all the inventory that's available. Whenever so many companies are advertising on it, you're competing with everybody that's going after the same audience you are. And so we are seeing a little bit higher, higher cost per leads. But with one of the main strategies that we teach is, going back to, let's not focus on just getting people in right now. Let's focus on getting your message out there, especially with the Apple update within the past year, year and a half. They were concerned about privacy. And so all this targeting stuff really did become an issue. And legitimately, like from a marketing company, we can say it is not as easy to target people who've been to your website now because of the iPhone updates. Mm-hmm. However, this is what we've been teaching all along, is if you do a video of cervical issues and headaches or whatever it is that you want to get that message out there, you do these videos 60 seconds, 90 seconds, and you're doing these, let's say once a week, getting them out in your community. You can tell Facebook, hey, whoever watches 25 to 50% of this video, I want to put them in another audience. Mm-hmm. So basically you're able to dig these ponds and tell Facebook what fish to put at each pond. So now the people that watched your last video, whenever you do your new video, you put some money behind it and say, hey, make sure we target these people. Make sure we target these people. And so it has nothing to do with iPhones. It has nothing to do with the pixels on your page. It's the people that are already engaging with your videos. So now, whenever they see, that you're accepting new patients or whatever the offer may be, they come in, they feel like they already know you. You don't know them yet. It's almost, we say it's almost like better than a referral. When a referral comes in, everybody gets excited because it's like, chances are they're going to accept care because you're leveraging the relationship you have with the patient, right? So there's this, you don't know them, but you both, know this other person. Well, whenever somebody's been watching all of your videos and they start to know, like, and trust you, and now they come in, as far as they're concerned, they already have a relationship with you. You don't have it with them yet, but as far as they go, they feel that, you're the authority. They see you every time they turn around, and they feel way more comfortable doing business with you or trusting their care to you because you've been using the tools, using social media to get that message out there. So that's one of our things. Look, we're all about getting new patients. We want quality, not quantity. So what can we do to get that quality? And it's simply taking the message of chiropractic, taking your message specifically in bite-sized pieces, and start putting it out there to the community.
See, so this is one of the important things that you said. You said a lot of important things. A lot of times people in the more philosophically focused chiropractic camp get concerned about social media videos and what they put out there because they might put chiropractic in the wrong light. And that happens a lot.
I understand.
For sure. And it can be done in a very positive way. But you said something that was super important. Know, like, and trust. You don't want to throw out such a big net that you're trying to have everybody come in. Though we want everybody to get chiropractic care, and I understand that from a bigger picture.
Right.
At the same time, what you want to do is attract the people that know, like, and trust you, and that resonate with your message and who you are, and build rapport with you. So if you authentically by video, and people get concerned like, well, I don't want to market symptoms, or I don't want to be the person that cracks someone's back on a video, and you don't have to do that.
Right.
You be resonant to what health and healing is, and the people that watch it and then see you 3, 4, 5 times over the course of 3, 4, 5 months, or a month, or a year, that they keep seeing little clips of you authentically sharing who you are, will say, you know, I like this guy, Billy. I trust him, and I think he's who I'll go to. Or they'll say, refer someone to you. And that what you just said is the vital thing that people need to understand, is that they will, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, they will feel like they already know you when they come see you. This happens to me all the time. I'll go someplace in Boulder and people will say, oh, you're Daniel Knowles. And I'm like, how do you know me? They say, oh, I see your videos for your office, right? And so that you guys help us with. So I think that's important for people to understand that.
Yeah, you're spot on. That's why we say, look, people will ask us, what videos do I do? And we can show you tons of sample videos that other offices have done, but every office is different. Every personality is different. And we totally understand that in the chiropractic camp, there's a big spectrum of different philosophies and things. And we want to respect all of that. So that's why we say, what's the message that you want to deliver? So you and I had talked just before we hit record about me having a Chiari-1 malformation. Was diagnosed in like 2012, ended up having to have surgery. Well, around the same time, my youngest son, he was about 8, was having basically what we thought were migraines 4 or 5 times a week. And his teachers would call us, hey, just let y'all know he's got the trash can next to his desk again because he's feeling nauseous. So we take him to the pediatrician, and the pediatrician, we do a scan just to make sure. I mean, we know Chiari malformations are not hereditary, but like, let's just kind of roll this out. Scan comes back clean, and the pediatrician says, look, it's probably migraines. So here's what I want you to do for your 8-year-old son. Give him 400 milligrams of ibuprofen at the onset of any headache. No, no, sorry, no. Granted, especially with my background, he should have been seeing a chiropractor before this. Okay, I take full responsibility, but he wasn't. Take you to my chiropractor, and just during the exam, he's like, his atlas has shifted. He's like, this is, no guarantees, but this is probably what's going on. Sure enough, he starts feeling so much better. Well, he's 8. He's not going to do a testimonial video by himself, right? So we did this video, and he's kind of sitting on my lap, and we're just talking to the camera. I'm saying something, and then he'll kind of agree or whatever. And we ran this in our town for our chiropractor for 1 month. was just 30 days. We weren't even doing all the targeting that we're able to do now. Well, we had a couple of different instances where total strangers, one time we were walking through Walmart, and I remember we just checked out, and it was just me and my son walking out, and somebody walks up to him and says, "Hey buddy, how are those headaches?"
Yeah.
He just looked so surprised. He was like, they're good. And then another time we were at a restaurant in town, and we're sitting in the booth, and some people were leaving, and they stopped at our table, looked at him, said the same thing. "Hey buddy, how are those headaches?" And he's like, "Oh, they're good." And the people walk off, and we're sitting there as a family. And then Brendan kind of sticks out his chest. He's like, "Yeah, I think I'm famous," you know. And I love this story because that was one video in a town of 20,000 people that we ran for 1 month.
Mhm.
If you are doing all the different things that are available now, and you're doing these different videos over and over and over, and people are seeing them, every time they turn around, they're seeing you. Well, now you're the one that they're stopping. You're the one that, that they're elbowing their spouse and saying, "Hey, that's Dr. Danny, the one that's always doing the videos." And that's what we want. Because now, I mean, who would not want to go see the expert? I remember there was a younger couple, whenever I used to live in the Beaumont, Texas area. There was a younger couple in their 30s that owned what Chrysler Dodge Jeep dealership. It was, a brand new dealership. They were the owners, and I remember thinking, man, they're young, like they're in their 30s and they own this dealership. Good for them. Well, I would see their videos all the time. And I'm at the mall one day, and I see them walking in the mall. I do marketing for a living, like I get it, but I remember when I first saw them, I was like, "Oh, there they are." And then I caught myself, I was like, they're not famous. They just run ads. It's all it is. But we get to do the exact same thing for you.
Right.
And what's great is it doesn't even have to be you. It can be the doctor. It can be the associate. It can even be the CAs. One of our offices that have been with us for about 4 years, they have a 60 to 70% show rate from leads they get that actually walk in the door.
Mm-hmm.
And their CA does like 80% of their videos. So it's just about getting getting just your whole staff. You can do a walkthrough of your office, what to expect, as a new patient. There's all kinds of things you could do.
Mm-hmm. And so let's break this down a little bit for people. And again, I want people to get, this is about you being authentic to your message. BJ Palmer, right? BJ Palmer, he used the technology of his time, which was the radio stations,
right,
to spread the word about chiropractic, because he could only do so many lectures and be in so many places at once. So he had these radio stations, and there were things of him doing talks about chiropractic at 4 a.m. I've seen pictures of, because that's when BJ was on the air. Right. So that was the technologist's time, and he was getting his message out. Now right. And a lot of chiropractors have done radio shows and so on. Right now, the technology of the time is, you'll fill this in, but 30-second to 90-second videos on things about health and well-being. Take your health talk and split it up into 60 segments, okay, of little things, and record them. So if someone wants to really blow up their practice in this, and there's other things to do. I think people should do a whole wide range of outreach and marketing things. Do not put everything into social media, but it is an area thing to do. If you're going to put energy in social media, what are roll it out for people? What are the steps that they want to do to break it down into, bite-sized pieces?
One, one of the things we tell doctors is we want people choosing you, not some discounted offer, right? So many places, they just do a new patient offer. And look, there's nothing wrong with a new patient offer. Facebook didn't invent those. People have been doing new patient offers since they've been doing dinner talks and, and workshops and stuff. So we typically say, look, whatever you would typically do as a new patient offer, we can just put that on social media. But we don't want to just do that. We want to start getting your message out there and then retarget those people that have been watching that with whatever the offer is. So I would say, write down a list of topics. Like I actually keep a section in my phone under notes, and I have Chiro Candy ideas. And it's just anytime I have an idea of a different video I could do, I just hop on there and write a note. And on Wednesdays is when I typically do my content. Wednesdays at 10, I open up my phone, I read through all the different ideas I have, and then whichever one kind of resonates with me that day, that's what I'll pick, and I'll do a short piece of content on that topic. So if you've got that going, you're never going to run out of ideas, because that's one of the issues doctors have. Okay, I'll do videos, but what do I say? So, that's one thing. I would actually even consider looking into TikTok. Now, if you look on TikTok and you start searching chiropractic, there's a lot of things on there. It's just like some of these chiropractors are trying to get TikTok famous and not necessarily grow their practice. They're just trying to get millions of followers, trying to become an influencer. Well, we're not talking about that. We started testing a couple of months ago, running some different ads on TikTok, just like we would, similar to what we would do on Facebook. They have to be a totally different format. We do some stuff different. And we don't have all of the retargeting available that we do on Facebook. So what we would do is we would do these videos, and normally the two main videos we would do, we would either have the doctors do like a walkthrough of their office, and then our staff would kind of cut up the videos to make it look like a TikTok video, or do one like 3 different videos, maybe one doing like a consultation, maybe standing in front of a nerve chart, or one maybe like doing a shoulder range of motion, just a couple of different videos. And then we would turn those into ads on TikTok. And they have what's called a lead form, which is very, very similar to what Facebook offers. So they put their, if somebody's interested, they put in their name, email, phone number, but we're able to ask additional questions too. So we'll put all these other qualifying questions. We're asking for symptoms, and I get it. Look, everybody wants to build a wellness practice. But still, what's going to get them in the door a lot of times is they are having some kind of issues. What issues are you having? How long has this been a problem? How committed are you to getting this taken care of? Some offices that are all cash, they don't worry about this. But if they're insurance, they may ask, what insurance do you have, or whatever. But we take them through a series of questions that really helps qualify them. So now whenever your staff sees it, they kind of know which ones to follow up with. But whenever we started this, we tested it on probably about 10 to 15 offices, and the results were phenomenal. And I was concerned because look, we do extremely well as a business. Everybody's getting paid. We all have food on the table. The kids have shoes. We don't need another service just to sell unless it's going to be valuable. Okay, everybody's saying, oh my goodness, there's tons of leads coming in, like $3 to $4 a piece. We're having doctors, like we turn an ad on a Friday, Monday they're telling us to turn it off because they're overwhelmed. Okay, this is great, but are they going to come in, right? It's like, okay, lead is not a patient, so let's kind of see how this plays out. Well, then we're getting reports from all these doctors, oh my goodness, everybody's answering the phone, which you don't always see with Facebook, and then it was like, oh my goodness, they're showing up for appointments. Like the average office is seeing a 50% show rate from TikTok, and a lot of them are accepting care. We've been blown away. And we actually now, just within the past 2 months, we have over 90 of our offices doing TikTok ads.
Wow.
And I have just been blown away by the results. And I was the most skeptical one because I didn't want it to just be a shiny object, right? I wanted it like, is it going to actually benefit? Are these people going to turn into patients? And they are, but if you're wanting to just become TikTok famous and, do some of these videos that are going to get shared because you're adjusting some big chested woman that's barely clothed, like we don't recommend that. That's not what we're doing. But it's very similar to some of the other videos. You can even take what's the message you want, and you can even use TikTok. They have to be shorter videos, but to still deliver your message to your community. So there's just so many tools out there. Somebody asked me the other day if we're going to start doing, I guess Trump has a new social media platform that's supposed to be coming out, Truth. Hey, if they start offering ads on it, we'll test it. If it's going to get patients, then then we'll even do that. But like Twitter, we've had people ask to do Twitter ads. We've tried it. Just doesn't work. We've done LinkedIn for new patients. It just doesn't work well. So we want to do what we can. We want to find the platforms that are available that are going to get butts and seats, whether it is like for you, we do a lot of workshops and stuff. And even that, we want to find what platform, what messaging do we need to be able to fill these events.
Right. And so let's break this down. We have the last few minutes here. Know, like, and trust you. Share your message. People get to know you. Docs, you've seen this at seminars. You've gone to a seminar and people have come up to you and they look at you like they know you, and you've never met them before, but they know you from social media. They just know you from your profile picture, and they act like they're your best friend because you exchange comments here and there. That's what happens in your community when you do that. So also events, maybe we should mention that. We probably have only just a couple more minutes left. Know, like, and trust you. Do videos, share your message. How long are videos? People think they do a lay lecture. How long do
yeah. Okay, look, it's social media. If you were ever going to be distracted, it's going to be on social media, right? It's going to be on the internet. So you want to keep them pretty short. Like if you're doing YouTube videos, you can do longer, 15, 20, even, you can do 30 to 40-minute videos on YouTube. That's a different mindset when they're on there. When they're on Facebook, Instagram and stuff, it's shorter attention spans. So you want to get straight to the point. So we say kind of 90 seconds is that sweet spot. Another tip, don't stand in the same spot every time you do a video. Change it up and use props, whether it's a patient, whether it's, a spine, a nerve chart, whatever you can think of. Get creative and use different props, because step number one is to get their attention. They're scrolling, they see you, you want to do something and have something in the video that's going to get them to stop and then create some interest and desire, to get them to engage.
And so that, and then the next thing, events. Let's wrap up with that. What about, people, the viability of people doing live events? Lockdowns have stopped or lessened. I don't know if stopped.
Right. Yeah.
Lessened. And so people are starting to gather. And the viability of people doing some kind of class and filling a room with social media. Can people do that?
Absolutely. And that's something that that was some of our bread and butter. We were doing stuff for you, way before COVID. And we love doing events. I will say this, after COVID, it really did shut a lot of that down, obviously. And what you started doing, I thought was so brilliant, was, you still wanted to do a dinner talk. You know what? We're going to do it outside, and I'm going to bring in food trucks. I remember whenever Travis told me that, I was like, oh, that is brilliant. He is a genius. It's so good. But we are, people are kind of getting back to normal. I think they're getting tired of everything. Even the ones that are still, still wearing masks and still a little bit afraid, the people are getting back out. So I definitely think you can still have that message of, that could be a call to action. So even if you're doing these other videos that we're talking about, and then you say, hey, by the way, we're actually doing a seminar or a dinner talk or whatever it may be on XYZ topic, click below to register or find out more information, or however. So you can definitely use social media to fill events as well.
Right. So, and again, it's getting your message out, and then people get concerned if people don't show up for the event. Don't be concerned. I mean, I want them to show up, but you captured their email address, so they're going to continue to receive things from you. And by the way, this is not just chiropractic, that's marketing 101 today, period. In any
right. They didn't, what we like to tell people is they didn't click on the ad on accident. Okay, even if they did, they didn't type in their name and their email and their phone number by accident. Like, they actually filled all this stuff out. So like, I know with you guys have a follow-up system that you guys have already built out. Mm-hmm. We have one that we use for other clients that's about a 3-month drip campaign. It's not overwhelming. It's like the first week or two, it's like every 3 days, and then it drops to once a week. Just staying in front of them, because there was something that happened that caused them to click on that ad and give us all their information. Whether they were in some kind of pain or discomfort at the time and then they got distracted, no telling. But you're exactly right. You now have their information. And so you want to do something just to stay in front of them without being overwhelming.
Yeah, exactly. And don't make this harder than it is. It's sharing your message. You do not have to be the ring dinger on, TikTok to do this. You share your message of who you are authentically, and please don't be the ring dinger. Okay. That being said, so before the next presenter is about up. So before we wrap that and move to the next presenter, Billy, how do people get in touch with you? And is there any possibility to be able to get an assessment of what they're doing or something like that?
Oh, absolutely. The easiest way now is just to go to chirocandy.com.
Okay.
That shows a lot of the different things that, all the different services we offer. You can see there's probably 40 or 50 testimonial videos on there. And it's real simple. Just if you want to schedule a call, there's even a chat feature. If you just had a question, you can click on the chat feature and you can ask it right there, and we'll see what we can do to help.
Excellent. And as I said, next speaker's coming up. So stay here for that segment coming up. Thank you so much for helping so many. I mean, I think you had an estimate of it. It was an incredible number of people that found their way into chiropractic offices through you.
Over 100,000 people a month are walking in the doors of a chiropractor because of ChiroCandy.
That's amazing. And so we want them to find chiropractors that are practicing, consistent with the principles and values as much as possible.
Absolutely.
I encourage you to do that. Also, if you're not in the Mile High directory, we have a free online referral directory. We know the people that follow Mile High and listen to this summit and our other summits and attend Mile High are some of the best chiropractors on the planet. We want you to be found on the directory. So when I go look to refer someone to someone in Arkansas, I can find someone in that directory. So add yourself to the Mile High directory. The link's on the screen here with that. And we look forward to seeing people in June on higher ground at Mile High 10, our 10th anniversary. So thank you so much today, Billy, and thank you for helping chiropractors change spines, lives, and minds in mass.
Thank you.
Being in the Inner Circle, I've gotten to connect with a lot of amazing chiropractors.
I've been part of the Inner Circle for a couple of months, and I absolutely love it.
The Inner Circle is a gift.
I'm a member of the Inner Circle, and why I love the Inner Circle is that it's a forum where you can ask relevant questions that you're experiencing right here in the moment in your practice.
They've given us so much that's already done that we can send out to our patients and that we can implement with our team without having to recreate the wheel.
It gives us, once again, unlimited amount of information that we can actually apply to our practice.
There's videos of how to do things that you can look at again and again.
The important thing about the Inner Circle that makes it different from a lot of other memberships is the fact that it comes from the heart, it is purpose driven, and it's very authentic. It's not just scripts, it's not just steps, it's authentic from the heart where patients can actually feel that difference.
You know, those thoughts that go through your head, I wonder if I should do it this way, will this work, or you want to tweak and get better results based on other people already doing them?
I've had amazing mentors step up and really bring me in and help me know that I'm doing the right thing, I'm going on the right path to help as many people as possible.
And you get immediate feedback and great answers. These are quality answers from docs that have been there, done that, supporting you and want to have you succeed.
It's an opportunity for you to ask questions to a group of people who love what we do and are rocking it.
And Danny and Rochelle will sometimes even film videos so that they can educate not only us on our questions, but the entire team.
And if you're thinking, oh, I can't handle the investment is so minimal. I joined that and I got like literally 50 times the investment.
It's amazing the value that's in there and the response and the camaraderie and the support.
It saved so much time that it is so worth it, it's unbelievable.
I love being part of the Inner Circle because of the unlimited amounts of information that we get.
And it's awesome to be celebrated with people who really get it.
Welcome to this next segment of the Mile High Business of Tick Summit. Man, the amazing number of people that are joining us in live. This is the world's largest virtual free summit on the business of chiropractic, marketing, growing your practice growth, and the history of the profession. Super exciting. And I am super thrilled for this next segment of the Mile High Summit. Julie Jones is a chiropractic team leader rock star. If you don't know Julie Jones, you need to get to know Julie Jones, and I'm going to tell you a little about her. First of all, some of you do know her because she's coordinated 5 Mile High live events. I know that's where you're going to be in June on Higher Ground. Mile High, yes, it comes early this year. It's not August, September, it's June. So you grab your seats now, especially since the mask thing is lifting. So we're all good on that. You don't have to wear a mask on a plane. So, and she's also the executive director of Lifetime Wellness Practice and has co-founded the LWP team training. However, her real her expertise goes beyond chiropractic in terms of communication, strength-based leadership, sales, business. She's worked closely with chiropractors for years. I will tell you, she really knows her stuff around running a team-driven practice. I know that because she helped our practice be a team-driven practice. And she was able to have our practice when I was in the most significant, serious, scary part of my life, be team-driven and actually do better without me there. So that's someone that you want to learn from. And then also keep the office running at a stellar level through pregnancy and through maternity leave, all, through coordinating and elevating a team. So thank you for joining us today, Julie Jones.
Thank you for the introduction. That was awesome. I'm glad to be here.
We're glad to have you here. So can you talk a little bit about first, because I want people to get to know you personally. Can you talk a little bit about your first introduction to chiropractic, period?
Yeah, I was introduced to chiropractic as a CA and worked as a front desk coordinator. That was like my very first introduction to chiropractic. I had never even had an adjustment in my life before that. So I came on thinking that I wanted to work in holistic health in some regard, but I didn't really know what that looked like and figured, well, I should probably get experience working in a practice and see if I even like this first. And so I started out as a front desk coordinator for Dr. Danny and Rochelle. And then I ended up kind of being cross-trained in every aspect of the practice and worked as a clinical coordinator, did outreach and marketing, did office coordinating, and ended up kind of just growing into the next thing as they came. And so really learned how to run all aspects of the practice, and then ended up, training team members and bringing new team members in.
So I want to say something because this is actually just came to my mind. So like Julie jumped in and she, just took the red pill right away.
Yeah, I really feel like serendipity was working in my favor, stumbling into your practice. Like it really felt like I was in the right place at the right time, and everything just aligned, and I'm so grateful for it.
I'm going to say a very key point that many people watching us live may not notice, but it's super important. So she found chiropractic first at our office. I know very commonly people, and there can be people that have had great chiropractic care through their life or worked as a chiropractic assistant, or I prefer to say chiropractic professional, at some point in their life. And sometimes when you're hiring, you think, yes, this is great. They know what chiropractic is, or they've had chiropractic care, or they love chiropractic, or they have worked as a CA in 3 offices, so this is great. There's something special about introducing to someone to chiropractic if you're hiring, because you get to mold their thinking and understanding of what chiropractic is, rather than maybe clean up, because sometimes people get employed in great chiropractic offices, hopefully, and sometimes you're cleaning up something that they were taught different,
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I think there was something really special that happened for me too in regard to that, where I was like discovering the magic of chiropractic, and that was like very motivating and very exciting. And I feel like that kind of was overriding any of the like stress or challenges that came with learning a new job. Like, I remember going home in those first 3 to 6 months of training and going home and being like, this is amazing. I like calling my mom, like, everyone needs to get under chiropractic care. And it was like, that excitement wouldn't have happened if I had already worked in a chiropractic office or had chiropractic care.
And hey, if you have a new team member in their first 2, 3, 4, 5 months, a good sign is that they have that experience that she just said, that they're like, this is amazing. If their eyes aren't getting lit up with what they're seeing in your office, they may not be the person that becomes a long-term team member. And we just did some hiring in our office, and we were talking about some of the people, and one of the people that we were interviewing had no experience with chiropractic. She said in the interview, this would be a whole new world for me. It's kind of exciting to learn something new. And our team was like, yes. I mean, they were just quickly hit that switch of like, oh, that's great, that's perfect, because we can get to them to learn what chiropractic is from us. So now that people get introduced to your chiropractic and to you, how important is a team in success in a chiropractic office?
I mean, I think it's vital, and I'm biased because I'm part of the team. But I feel like I see this, you see this too, Danny. I think we see this a lot, where we see chiropractors who are just really struggling and feeling like they're on a hamster wheel, right? And they're just having to work like crazy hours. They're feeling like they're not financially successful, or they're feeling like they're not able to move forward in their practice. And I think so often it's like taking that leap to hiring a team, going from a solo practitioner to hiring a team. And it's kind of a leap of faith, right? But I think that is holding so many people back. And I've personally seen how like liberating and just how much time and energy is freed up for the practitioner when they end up with a team that can run all of the systems in the practice. And like when you had your health challenges, or even in COVID, and when we had to kind of shift and change things, like Danny, we've been through many different challenges in practice together, but I think in all of those, I always was looking at like, this is amazing how this team can just keep things rolling, whether or not you or Rochelle were in the practice. And I don't know any chiropractor who doesn't want that to have happen, right?
Right. Or business owner in general.
Or business owner, yeah.
Right.
It's like, that's your time freedom. That's your freedom to be with your kids. That's your freedom to do the things that you want and enjoy the life that you're creating. And I think a team just opens the door for that freedom.
Right, right. And that's the thing. Many people will be harnessed or have the golden handcuffs as success, where they're harnessed to their business and they can't be free. And that's personally why I think it's important to develop a team. I love adjusting people. I love being in the office. I'll probably never not adjust people some amount of time in a week because I just love it. But I also want time and space freedom and know that people in my community are being impacted with the gift of chiropractic the way I want them to receive it through my efforts, energy, and a team-driven office is vital to do that. Otherwise, you're the one who's always driving the practice. And that only lasts so long versus that you want someone else to run the reins. And you see that in lots of industries. So what are some keys to developing a great team?
I think it's all in the hiring process. I think, like you said, going through hiring people, I think it's very exhausting for many people going through the hiring process. I know I've experienced that, where you feel like it takes so long to find the right person. You finally find them. And I think so many offices just bring them in and they're like, cool, we got it, we're done, we have a team member. And they throw them in without really setting expectations for them. I think a lot of chiropractors don't even know what they should be expecting out of team members. So there's kind of this confusion for both CAs coming in and for chiropractors of what they should expect from a team member in the beginning. And so I think the beginning, like first really 90 days of employment is really what's setting up your success as a team-driven practice. And so I think there's a lot of intention and mindfulness that needs to be brought into that training period. It's not just throw somebody in and have them observe and start picking up where they can. I really think that giving people a structure and expectations and checking in with them and having really open and honest communication about this kind of being a trial period. It's like the dating period. I think that is really the foundation for having a great team, and setting the bar really high in that beginning of employment so that when you see, like, you can actually see warning signs, like if they're not hitting the expectations that you're setting for them now. It's kind of like a practice member. If they won't do the hard things in the beginning, like coming, for an initial exam and going through your process, they're not going to do the hard things that you ask them to do in the long run, right? Like being under lifetime care. So I think the same thing goes for team members. So really the way that you approach that initial training period, I think is key.
Yeah, I'm going to go deeper on that, but something you said, you mentioned, I think you mentioned dating there. Like, yeah. So like, here's the thing. People just want to be dating someone, and they start dating someone just because, and they just want company. They don't want to feel alone. And then like, are they really the person that I want to be with? And then weeks, months, years go by and you get comfortable, but it's not really an energizing relationship. And then you end up spending your life with the person versus that they are really the person you want to be with. People do this all the time. We all know that. People do that or hire a job. It's very similar. You're starting a relationship. It's a business relationship, but you're starting a relationship. If you don't set expectations, you don't have to, this is energizing me for both parties. As an employer-employee, and also set expectations. This is the outcomes that you're going for in this role. So many chiropractors, when I say they want to hire and they've never hired someone, and I know we don't get an HR degree when we, start out as chiropractors. Like we think as a DC degree, we have a degree in everything, but we don't get an HR degree. So they think, oh, I just need someone that can answer the phone and collect money, and that's their bar. And then they don't have anything else. But as you said, throw them in. And then they expect the person to do incredibly successfully and then blame them for not doing a great job. but the person doesn't have any structure to latch onto. So I saw something you commented, and you run the team we have a lifetime wellness practice inner circle and a team inner circle. You run the team inner circle training and the team inner circle elite training for training CAs, which is phenomenal. People, some of the best CAs I've met are in that program. You mentioned something in one of the comments, and I don't know if you'll be able to recite everything that you type but it was brilliant. You said this is like, you were commenting that this is what people are expected in 90 days in Danny's office. Can you share some of that?
Yeah, I think that someone in our inner circle was asking, like, what should I expect somebody to know after the first like 30 or 60 days in our practice? And, you know, there were some comments on there that were like, you know, they don't need to be a master yet. They need to just be getting the hang of things. And I was like, no, they need to know like a lot. And so I just listed out everything off the top of my head that I could think of that I want my CAs to know in the first 90 days of employment. And like I actually was writing this out this morning because I was like, I need to add this into the resources for the doctors. But I think it's we expect people to be fully mastering the front desk by the end of, if they're a front desk employee, by the end of 90 days, or if they're a clinical coordinator, that's their focus for 90 days, really. And if we can break it down into like, these are the expectations every week, then it's totally attainable and it's totally doable. So I think it's just like giving somebody the structure and the foundation to do that. And what I think what I said in that comment was just that Danny sets the bar really high, and the bar is set really high intentionally, because again, if you can't meet that in 90 days, then there's no way this CA is going to be able to transfer over to like have bigger picture thinking and really hitting like key performance indicators 6 months down the line. And you're going to constantly be in a employment relationship with this person where they're not fulfilling the role as you need them to.
Right. So true. In you working with many chiropractic professionals and also training them in programs and online for years now, what are some characteristics of people that you're like, this was a sign they were not a good hire or not a good CA? And what were some signs of these were outstanding CAs?
Well, when I think of the best CAs that I know, I think there's always a willingness to learn and a desire for growth. And it actually is kind of a side tangent. It makes me really sad because the average career of a CA at most is like 3 years. And so that's a lot of people like me who were exploring a career path and then weren't given tools to succeed and ended up going back to working in a restaurant or going back to something else. And it really makes me sad, because I feel like there's such a gift in working in the chiropractic industry and so much room for growth is in the industry in general. And this, like, CAs are it's kind of a gap in the whole industry where people are not like really given the tools to succeed, or expected to really succeed. We expect, oh, this is just like a transition job for people, and it shouldn't be that way at all. Right. And I don't think that chiropractic is ever really going to succeed without those like long-term career-driven CAs. So that's really what I look for, is like, is this person at a point in their life where they're open to something new and they're open to being in a new career path? I don't really want to look for somebody who's in a temporary, they're like, oh, I'm going to do this and then I'm going to go back to school to be a counselor, so go and get my master's degree. So I think we have to first switch from seeing this job as like a job that is filled for 1 to 3 years by somebody, and we have to switch to seeing it as like, this is the beginning of somebody's career, and we're looking for people who want to start a career in something that's like meaningful and has purpose.
Yeah, I say that very much so when in training programs. I say it when I'm hiring and when I'm interviewing, that we're looking for a career paraprofessional. And I look for one of my telltale do not hire signs, and sometimes I miss them. We all make mistakes. Is someone who's doing this as an in-between and they just want a job. Like, that's kind of like, do you want to date someone who's, dating you temporarily just because they want to be next to you and they're looking to do something else later, right? And I've had that feeling in dating, right? And so people have felt that way in relationships. You probably felt that, people have felt that way about the person they're with. You don't want to do that. You want to have someone that they're not waiting for the next thing. This is in between 6 months or a year, and that they're going to, any sign that they have some other direction that they're going to go to down the road is not a good sign, because you want a career paraprofessional and you want to hold the space for that. A key thing that, again, I don't know if people notice it, but Julie said something important. And then I'm going to ask you another question about this, which is with growth. She said how she kept growing into the next thing. I started front desk, and then I went in the clinical role, and then I was coordinating, and then I was training team members. So there was this upwards growth. People want that. They're going to feel like they want to stay with you if they're feeling growth. If they feel stagnant, they will not want to stay in the role. And that's true in any industry, because people have a natural longing to growth. Or the type of person you want to work in your office is someone who wants that and wants a sense of growth and contribution. Those two values, growth and contribution. If you don't have a sense that they like growth and contribution, they're not going to be a stellar long-term paraprofessional in your office. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree. And I think you can kind of screen for that in the interviewing process. And I think you can really pay close attention to how somebody speaks about past jobs and really like their desires for the future by asking them, kind of those, it's like dating again, like those questions. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? What do you want for your life? And I think chiropractic is unique because most of the people you hire are going to start getting chiropractic care, right? So what they want and who they are, you might see, their true essence start to come alive. So sometimes you do see in an interview that this person has potential, but they still are kind of a mess, right? And as they're under chiropractic care, you start to see them get clearer and become a better employee. Like we've seen that happen. So sometimes you're hiring with the giving them faith that there's potential here, but generally I would say you want to hire somebody who's already showing and telling you that that's their core desire, right?
Right. Now, tell people a little bit about the Team Inner Circle and the Team Inner Circle Elite so they know what that is before we ask you some more questions about creating a great team. So how do people find out more, and what's involved with that?
Yeah, we started the Team Inner Circle. So Danny and Rochelle have been running the Inner Circle for Doctors through Lifetime Wellness Practice for a long time now, almost 10 years probably. And we were feeling like, okay, there's kind of a gap here because there are CAs who we constantly were having doctors ask, can my CA be a part of this group? Can they come in? And we were like, no, we want to hold the space that this is just a group for doctors so that they can ask questions about employment and bonusing and all of that sort of thing. So we decided to start a group just for team members so that they can get the same support and figure out how to implement the same systems that the doctors are with support. And personally, this was meaningful to me because I felt like when I started out, I had some of the best training probably in the industry. And there were still so many times where, we had pretty high turnover right after I was hired. And so there were a lot of moments where Danny and Rochelle were adjusting and there was a question and I had no idea how to handle it and I had no one to ask. And I really did not know who to turn to for resources or questions. And that was a pretty isolating feeling. And I also didn't know a single other CA other than the ones that I worked with. And again, it's hard to see yourself developing in a career when you can't see the success of other people in that field, right? So the Team Inner Circle really offers CAs kind of the same thing that a lot of doctors have, where it's camaraderie, it's support, it's connection. And it's a place to come and ask questions. And it's so cool because team members can just jump on, like even in the middle of a shift, and post a question. How do you guys handle this? This is happening with a patient. And there's, you know, CAs from all over the world who can respond really quickly. Here's how I would handle this, right? So we had this group going for a while, and we decided to actually up our membership to an elite program. And so the elite program is basically a training course for CAs. So it's an online course that CAs can plug into. It's the same exact training that Danny's office staff goes through, the same training that I had. So it's a ton of online video, audio, resources, checklists. It's what you know, how they should be trained in customer service, but then there's also breaks it down into front desk, clinical, associate. So there are resources for all members of a team in there. And then we meet once a month as an elite group to just go through whatever challenges are coming up in practice. And then we also do bi-weekly trainings in the team inner circle, where myself or some of our other CA trainers can jump on and offer trainings in the LWP systems.
And
so,
how do people, where do people go to get more information about that?
Go to lifetimewellnesspractice.com, and you'll find under resources there are team training memberships. You can look in there. Yep.
And there's an LWP inner circle for doctors, and then an LWP team inner circle. And I'm pretty sure it's lwpteaminnercircle.com that goes right to that. So
yeah, probably.
Yeah, and there's LWP inner circle for docs, and it's a very low mentorship. But really, you can hire a team member and have them watch the same audio, video, training, and scripts that we give our team, which will help, tremendously. I mean, it's again what we use to run our team-driven practice. So, what has it felt like for you when you've been working with an optimal team? What has that felt like, Julie?
It's just easy. It's easy. It's like I feel like all systems are just rolling and moving, and we can have fun. And I think when you have good systems in place and you have good people in place, then the two of those things create just like an ease and a harmony in practice where your brain doesn't have to be focused on all of the tasks, and you can really be focused on the people. And that's the most energizing, I think, for any of us in this industry, is like having the freedom to just focus on the wins that our practice members are having and making an impact in our communities. So when we've had just like fully trained, fully staffed, stellar teams, it just feels like you get to come in and it's a flow, right? It's like the day goes by quickly, and not in a like, thank God the day went by quickly way, but just in your like, wow, we did all that in a day. Like that just happened. But you don't have to effort your way through life and through your job.
Right. It feels energizing. I actually remember Rochelle saying very much so, practice is so easy. Like it's just so effortless. I don't know why people complain. It's so easy. Which is a really good experience. And I know a lot of times people don't have that experience. And actually, sorry to ruin this feeling, but we're going to circle with another question. What does it feel like when you don't work with another, as a CA? What does it feel like when you're not working with a great team?
It's very difficult. There were like many moments I was like, I can't do this anymore. I'm not doing this anymore. Right. It's really difficult because I think, this is true in any job. When you don't have good teamwork and you're feel like you're constantly butting heads, or there's poor communication, or like we're talking about dating or in a relationship, like when things aren't flowing and things aren't like, it feels stuck. It feels like you just have to work really, really hard. And I think Danny, I know we've both had this experience of like just going home and feeling so drained, like it just takes so much energy.
Right.
And unfortunately, I think that's a lot of people's experience with
it's
training and hiring. And
it's efforting versus being effortless. And it's hard to see a lot of people profitably and have fun when you're efforting. It's much easier and fun when it's effortless and everybody's doing their role. Now, you mentioned also something that most people don't realize this, because I know a lot of people run chiropractic offices either staffless, which is okay if that's what you want. We actually have one person that we're interviewing that is a master running a staffless office. And then there's people that have one CA and they're just so grateful to have, someone with a pulse answering a phone. And then there's people that have a dream of like having, multiple offices and multiple team members running the office and then being able to just see it run effortlessly, which is you saw, oh, I was at front desk and I was cross-trained in those different roles. I started doing clinical role. A lot of offices don't even have a clinical role. What is it like as a team member to then be cross-trained in different roles?
I think it's a really empowering feeling. And it was, for me, like very exciting because I was learning new things. And I think we had many moments in our employment relationship where I was kind of coming to you or you were coming to me saying like, okay, we're ready for the next thing, right? Time to step up into the next role, or I'm saying, okay, I'm kind of getting bored. Like, what's the next thing that I can learn? And so I think as a team member, it feels really good to be trusted in that way, especially in the clinical role, because I'm not a doctor and I don't have a ton of clinical experience or like clinical knowledge or, knowledge about anatomy, any of this stuff. So that's like kind of a whole new world for most CAs to learn. And it feels really good to feel like, oh, the doctor trusts me enough to be in this position with people and be doing new patient appointments and bringing people into this world. So I think that's a very empowering feeling. And I think it's very good for the employment relationship because it's establishing like new levels of trust I was feeling like, oh, Danny, Rochelle have confidence in me, which again, it was feeling like I'm worth investing in, that they're going to teach me new things and send me to new training programs and send me to seminars. And so that, I think that just was all contributed to having a really positive work relationship.
Right. Super important. Now, how important is, if you want to give doctors, key tips for them being a good manager, being a good owner, being a good employer? Because I've seen you mentor and advise other chiropractic offices, because you'd see the doctors doing things that weren't so great in terms of growing a team. What are some things that you've seen people fail or do poorly in terms of growing a team? And when you've seen it done, what are some keys to doing a good job at growing a team?
I mean, my background prior to chiropractic was all in kind of communication and mediation. So I can't have an interaction with somebody and not see all of the nuances of communication. And I think, again, like you said, going to chiropractic school, you're not getting a master's in communication or management, and to expect that you would have that skill set is unreasonable.
Right.
But you have to understand that if you're investing in people and their lives and you're impacting their lives, it is an area where you have to put attention, right? So, I mean, I think being able and being willing to grow in your communication skill set is vital as a manager. And if you feel like this isn't a strength of yours, which is totally fine if it's not, bringing in a coach or bringing in somebody who can help you and can help you develop that skill set is really important to having positive relationships in any aspect of your life, but really with your employees. And then I think really, like I said earlier, giving clear expectations. Again, like any relationship, if the expectations are laid out and there's transparency and honesty, then you're setting yourself up for success. So where I see things not functioning well is when there's resentment building between either the chiropractor is either resenting the team member because they're like, man, I've invested so much in this person and they're not giving me anything, or the team member is it has building resentment toward the chiropractor because they're asking way too much of me. And in all of these situations, I am always coming in as a coach or thinking to myself, well, why aren't you communicating with each other about this, right? Like, you can maintain a professional relationship while also being honest and giving your team a safe place to come to you and say, hey, these are like deal breakers for me, and at most of our Lifetime Wellness Practice live seminars, we do an exercise with team members and doctors, which is like they each list out what do they expect out of their employers, and then what do the employers expect out of them. And it's really cool to see both of these two parties come together and go, oh, I didn't realize you wanted that from me, or I didn't realize you needed that from me. So I think really just mastering that sort of co-creative relationship is key for long-term success.
Yeah, and that's the thing, to see it as a relationship and growth. I'm going to go back to something to throw in is growth. If you want great team members, you have to grow into a great employer. You're only going to attract the quality of employees relative to the quality of employer that you are. So you have to grow as a manager. You have to, and you can do this through books, through podcasts, through training seminars. I suggest training seminars outside the chiropractic profession, in addition to the ones that you do, like our Lifetime Wellness programs are great. The team training, Julie and Kari Mancuso are going to run at Mile High Live. By the way, be at Mile High Live with your team. You always bring your team. Never miss a training module on Lifetime Wellness Practice. When you do, like, if invest in your growth, and as you become, I was a horrible employer and horrible team leader. I'm still not the best. I just continue to grow, and I've read things about it and put time and energy. And there's lots of training programs that people can go to. But when people start just blaming the team member, you got to look in the mirror. Same thing with your practice. If you're like, man, I just have horrible practice members, well, you're not attracting great practice members. It's something about who you're being, what message you're putting out, and how you're teaching them chiropractic. Same thing with your team. You have to invest energy, just like you invested energy to be a chiropractor and learn how to adjust people, understand philosophy, science, and art of chiropractic. You got to invest energy into running a business.
It's so true. I feel like I hear this all the time at seminars, or when I'm around at Mile High, places like that. I'll have chiropractors come up to me. How do I find team members like you? How do I find team members? Like, how do I hire, and I always end up in these conversations with chiropractors who are saying like, man, like my energy is super high, but my team just drains me. And I'm like, there's a missing piece always in that conversation, which is that the person is not really looking at themselves. And it's kind of a hard place to be as a coach, to be like, yeah, but it's also you, because you're attracting this whole experience in your life. It's like in any relationship, it takes two to tango. So right. We have to really, I think, I can't agree with you enough, Danny, that putting in the personal work is key. So
right.
key.
I mean, read books. I mean, a simple one, The 1 Minute Manager. That was a life-changing book for me to read, The 1 Minute Manager. You have to do things like that. If you're asking your team member to read, chiropractic green books, you're asking to read chiropractic philosophy and learn about the spine and nerve system. Well, you better learn about how to employ someone and be a great employer. Well, what last things would you like to share with people about being a great team, developing a great team?
My personal mission or my personal passion is really to see that CAs are empowered, and that people who've chosen to come into this profession, either as chiropractors or as CAs or any part of this profession, that we recognize how important it is for us to have the support and the connection that we need to really be successful. Because I think anyone who's tuning in to this summit has the same idea where they want to see chiropractic really succeed in the long run. And I just think that, the more we can pour into our team members and into our practices, And the more that we can ask for support when we need it, the more successful the profession is going to be in general. So I'm super excited to play my role, however small or large it is, in supporting team members. And I'm always happy to answer any questions about what that can look like for your practice and your team members too.
I mean, I know we brought you to Sherman Lyceum, we brought you to different programs, and it's what made you grow. You have to do that with your team and invest in them, and they'll continue to invest energy into growing your business. I've heard many people don't know this about me. My biological dad is a medical doctor, and he ran a hospital. And he said to me just recently, well, the medical profession, the nurses are what make it. So without great nurses, there's just not good care, you know? And we don't have nurses as chiropractors. You want to see, like, you want people to be saying, man, the chiropractic professionals, the CAs, they are what are the backbone of the practice, not the chiropractor. They keep the place going and get it so that your practice members rave about your team and have them feel that pride that like they're valued as part of the care versus they're just someone answering the phone and collecting money. If you devalue them, they're going to devalue your practice. Versus you value them, they're going to up level the value. So, and I got to say, learn from Julie, check out the LWP Team Inner Circle. It will help your team grow phenomenally. Julie, thank you so much for being such a chiropractic booster and a fan of chiropractic and lifting up chiropractic and helping chiropractors around the world. We really appreciate your gifts overall. And thank you so much for being part of this summit. And the next, you'll see Julie if you're coming to the LWP boot camp, you'll be at that or other LWP trainings, and you'll see her at Mile High each year. You'll probably see her at other network events too. So, but check her out at lwpteaminnercircle.com. And so the next segment of the summit is coming up quick. And I hope you got from this how valuable a team is. And just stay tuned for the next segment of the Mile High Business of Tick Summit.
We are so excited to personally invite you to join us as well as other doctors, teams, and chiropractic students from around the world for our 10th annual Mile High Chiropractic 2022.
Every year, Mile High gets better and better. Philosophy, science, and art. If your heart and soul is focused on chiropractic and you want to grow, nothing else better than being at Mile High on higher ground. Join us in 2022. You know you want to be there. Be there with your team, docs, students. It keeps getting better, and this will help you be a better version of yourself to impact your community. See you there.
Welcome to the next segment of the Mile High Business of Chiropractic Summit. It is amazing how many people have joined us live. We have, as you know, we did a philosophy summit, a science summit, and an art summit. So doing this Business of Chiropractic Summit, this is going to be the world's largest virtual free summit on practice growth, marketing, and business for chiropractors in the history of the profession. And I'm really grateful for all the people that have participated in it. And as you know, if you love our virtual summit, you're going to love the live summit in June in Mile High. So join us at Mile High Live. RiseUpToMileHigh.com is where you can find all the information. So join us at that live in June in Colorado, obviously. So I will tell you, I am such a big fan of this next guest on our summit. The first time I heard him speak, he doesn't remember me being there, but I remember him because I was a student at Sherman College, and he gave such an amazing presentation at Sherman College on practice. Dr. John DeMartini is a world-renowned specialist in human behavior, a researcher, an author. He's considered one of the world's leading authorities on human behavior and personal development. And I know he loves showing people how to be resourceful, and chiropractors need to be even more resourceful with what has transpired in the world the last couple of years. He built a phenomenal practice, spoke for 33 years as part of Parker. So Dr. John Demartini, thank you so much for taking your valuable time to be with us as part of this summit.
Well, thank you. I'm the one that's blessed, so thank you, Daniel.
Well,
and all the team behind you.
Yeah. And, you said at the beginning of COVID, we did a podcast, and you said there's, it's going to be a blessings in every stressing. And there's a lot of blessings that have come out of this too. So thank you for joining us.
No, thank you. I'm glad we were able to work it out through Zoom in different parts of the world like this.
Right. So now, people know a lot about you in terms of things that you've contributed to the world and profession, and many people and around the world in many different disciplines. What many people may not know about you is in 9 months, you went from opening to a 5,000 square foot office and 5 doctors and 12 staff. And as I said, you spoke for Parker for 33 years after that. Can you say anything out about getting into practice and starting things out as a chiropractor at that point?
Okay. I hope I can do it. Can I develop it a little bit? Because I
please. Yeah.
So hi everyone. I opened my practice October 12th, 1982. And when I did, I had one assistant that I had pre-hired that was working out of my apartment, waiting for my license to come in. I was secretly doing it out of my apartment, and already had a patient base starting, but I opened up the practice, and I was majoring in minors and minoring in majors, and I was doing everything. And I thought I had to do everything, but I hired this one individual who had a skill. She had specialized skills as an assistant, a chiropractic assistant, at administrative and taking collections and things like that. But I was still doing a whole bunch of stuff that was low priority, and I felt a little bit overwhelmed. And I thought, well, man, I went to 10 years of college to do some of this lower priority stuff. It didn't make any sense. And I was a little overwhelmed doing everything. I didn't mind doing it, really. I mean, I was willing to do it, but there was a part of me that's going, I really want to adjust, and I really want to just share the message. So I went over to a Walden's bookstore and browsed through the books and found a book called The Time Trap by Alec McKinsey. And I got that book, and I went home and I devoured the book. I sped read the book and everything else and dog-eared it and put lines on it. And then I summarized the book in a piece of paper. And I don't know if you may want to take a piece of paper out or figure out how to write what I'm about to say, but this was a gold mine, I promise you. I took a piece of paper and I put 5 vertical lines in it to make 6 equal space columns. In the far left column, at the very top of the column, I wrote down daily actions. That was the title. And I wrote down every single thing that I did from the time I woke up to the time I went to bed. And I divided it into the business and personal, or work and home, or professional and personal. And I wrote everything. I didn't write vague generalities like marketing or, administration, or I put the specific action steps that I was doing daily. That were the actual things I was actually doing, the little trivial action steps. And I didn't do just one day. I took every day I could think of over a 3-month period of what I might do, and I put it all on that list. I want to look honestly and introspect and reflect on what I was actually doing in a day to find out why I was in my way. And I wrote that list, and it was exhausting. It was multiple pages. And after I felt I got a good list of everything I did, even though I added a few afterwards, I went to the second column, and the title of that column was, how much does it produce per hour? Because if I'm producing per hour, it means I'm making some contribution to another individual's life, and they're willing to pay me for that service. So I want to know how productive, how much am I caring about my patients and the world and humanity to serve? Mm-hmm. So I put productivity per hour. And I made a list of what that produced per hour. So if I did a narrative, $400 an hour to, if I did an exam, $125, 10 minutes. I put everything down and I extrapolated into what it would produce per hour. I found out when I went out and did a talk and I generated 5 new patients, and each patient was a case visit average of $3,000, then that was $15,000 to go out and do a talk I could
Right.
generate. And then I went into my practice and I'm adjusting. And if I saw 25 people an hour or something like that, then I would basically generate $1,500 because it was only about $25 to $30 in those days, 1982.
Right.
So then I thought, okay. And I made a list of everything I did, and a whole lot of actions on that list didn't make anything. I was zero, 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 zero. I'm thinking, this is nuts. This is my time. Why am I charging nothing for my time? I'm devaluing myself. So I decided to start charging for some things I never charged before because everybody else wasn't. So I assumed I wasn't. But I realized that that's not sensible. That was not business savvy. And then I prioritized that list according to what produced the most to what was least. And that was eye-opening because I was wondering, now I know why I'm devaluing myself, scattering myself, disempowering myself, not doing the absolute highest priority things with, I'm a man on a mission, sharing a message with people around the world on the message of chiropractic and adjusting subluxations and possibly training people to help me through delegation. That's what was the highest priority thing. So I went through that list and I was eye-opened by that. The next column, number 3, was how much meaning does it have? On a 10 scale, I'm absolutely inspired. I got tears in my eyes and I get to do it. I'm inspired. I'm grateful. I love it. I'm enthused about it. I'm certain about it. I'm present with it. That's a 10. And a 1 is, oh God, I got to do it. I have to do it. So how much meaning it had? Because I want my life to be meaningful and I want it to be productive. So I want to know what is the most meaningful things I'm doing? What is the most productive things I'm doing? And I prioritized that list and compared those two lists. And I found out that in my case, I was blessed to say that going out and sharing a message with people was on both of them, meaningful, inspiring to me, and also productive. Adjusting was meaningful and inspiring me and productive. And inspiring teams to work for me to do it was inspiring to me and educating them. And then it went down from there. Mm-hmm. So I realized that's where I need to be putting my focus. So in the next column, number 4, is if I was to hire somebody, an A person, not a B or C or D or F person, somebody who was inspired and had the highest value and couldn't wait to get up in the morning and do that action, how much would it cost me? Not just their salary, but their space usage, their parking, their training, their bonuses, their insurance, everything, their space, everything, equipment. What would it cost me to hire somebody to do that job? And then I wrote what I estimated that to be the best of my ability. And then I looked at spreads between what produced the most versus what cost the most. And then I prioritized by spread. And that was mind-blowing because then I realized, oh, I already know what I'm going to be delegating. And then the next column, number 5, was how much time am I actually spending per day on this? 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours? And on the final column, number 6, is what is the final prioritization with all those variables? What's the final prioritization? Mm-hmm. And then I layered those final prioritizations into layers. And then I hired and created a job description for the bottom layer, the next layer, and I started hiring people off. And I was blown away because I hired somebody, I had to go through 2 or 3 people to get the right person. I got the right person on the bus. And the moment I did, I felt lighter. I felt freed. And I had more time and energy to give into the 3 things that produce the most. And I started producing way more than that cost. So it doesn't ever cost to delegate wisely. It's just cost if you don't delegate with engagement. And I did the next layer and the next layer and the next layer. And I started out a 970 square foot office with 1 assistant. And it was 9 months later I had a 5,000 square foot office, but it was 18 months later that I had all 5 doctors, 12 staff members, all delegated. And all I'm doing is doing talks at breakfasts and luncheons, generating 100 new patients a month, and going in there and training doctors to do things and rotating them. So there's a skill there, and basically inspiring and prioritizing the patients and working on the top patients that have the most influence and delegating the other doctors to take care of it on a rotational basis. So nobody owned the patients. They came to the clinic and not the doctors. So I didn't worry about doctors leaving. And that freed me up to make tenfold net profit with less effort, more simplicity. They took care of that. I had a manager taking care of the clinical and a manager taking care of the administrative. And I was free to go out and do my presentations, do television, work with the top patients, and train my doctors and keep them inspired. And boy, what a difference. And all of a sudden now I'm in the thing. And that's when Parker said, hey, we want to know how the hell did you do this? So I can tell you right now, go and do that exercise, and that'll help you scale up your business, because you don't want to major in minors and minor in major. You want to fill your day with the highest priority actions that actually serve the greatest number of people in the most efficient, effective manner, and liberate yourself through delegation to be the doc that you dream to be.
And I hope people feverishly took notes and wrote down that book, The Time Trap, and people fear, because there are people that never get past majoring in minors, you know, and it's a constant growth to find the next major so you can focus on even more of what's most important and have other people do other things in delegation so you can focus on your best areas. So
exactly.
Yeah, and that was an incredible just map of what people can do tomorrow or even today after being on this summit. So what was next in terms of attracting more new patient prospects to your office now that you're focused on the talks and growing, you know, in the practice?
Well, I started doing when I expanded towards the 5,000, there was an intermediate phase where I first took over the space next to me. And so I had a 2,100 square foot office. And then this other space I wanted to use. And so I called the leasing company. The leasing company said, well, you know, we'll get back to you. And they never got back. But I didn't want to wait. So I just got a locksmith to open up this vacant space next to me. And I turned it in and put carpet in there and fixed it up and repaired it and painted the walls and turned it into a lecture hall. And then I started putting these beacons out there, and I started having we had a 10 cinema complex there. And so people were coming in to go to movies and coming out of movies. And I had these megaphones outside where they had to listen to me. They had no choice when they're getting out of their cars. They had to listen to me. And I was doing presentations nightly. And I announced it in the newspaper, and I announced it on my TV show. And I had my TV show coming into my clinic. And I was just letting people know to come there. And I was doing talks. And after the talks, in the evenings, I was having them go and tour the office. And that's when I was generating even more patients doing that, because I was doing the tours and doing a quick evaluation on them. And so that was a very powerful tool, doing presentations, networking and exposing, and having live presentations in my office on a pretty well nightly basis, immediately started growing the business. And I'm a firm believer that if you're a man on a mission or a woman on a mission, you know, a man with a mission has a message. And if you're not sharing your message and not exposing yourself, I did not go to bed until I met at least 3 new people a day. And usually I had about 50 to 70 people, sometimes smaller, sometimes larger, in that lecture hall. And I found out that I could convert people and they would be inspired by what I was doing. But I did a different talk every different night, all relating to some health issue, dealing with stress, dealing with the spine, and I would then have them go into do an evaluation. So if you're not exposing yourself and networking and exposing yourself to new people on a daily basis, you're not committed to serving.
I want you to understand that Dr. John just gave you an incredible map of connecting to a certain number of people a day, doing a class, checking their spine, and doing that routinely. You're talking nightly. That's the kind of energy that you were putting out. So that's just phenomenal. Now, at some point, there's lots of chiropractors. Were you in Dallas or Houston at that point?
Houston.
West Houston. There's a lot of chiropractors in Houston. It's not going to be, it's got to be more than the energy that you're putting out. How do you differentiate you from all the other chiropractors? How do you set up that you're the chiropractor to see?
You know, in my mind, I already set it up in my mind. I always, and when I went to school, when they would give you a textbook and say, you know, here's your textbook for the semester, I'd go get 10 of them. I didn't ever satisfy with one.
Mm-hmm.
I always said, whatever when I was in clinic, they said you need 250 adjustments and 25 patients or whatever, and all that stuff. I made it 2,500. I'd 10 times everything because I didn't want to be average. And so I just made that a normal standard. So if I work 10 times harder than anybody else, then I deserve to be in the positioning of being ahead of the game. I mean, that's just the way I work it. So I just saw myself that way. I saw myself with a global practice. I had maps of the world. And I saw patients coming in. That's why I moved into my high-rise office, shortly after that, and moved it where there's 20 hotels within walking distance, so I could get people internationally, because I knew that the more farther they traveled, the greater the patient. And the worst patient is yourself. The second worst patient is your spouse. The third worst patient is your family members. The fourth worst patient is your friends. You know how it is. But when they come across the world to see you, they get miracles because they're there because they want to get, transformation. So I basically said, if you want to have a national business, you need a global vision. And if the bigger your vision, the bigger your practice. So I automatically started that way. I just assumed that way. I didn't ever compare myself to other doctors. I didn't find that productive because when I was in school, I always tried to be at the top of the class. And so I didn't want to, I just looked at where my vision was. I didn't look about what people were doing. So I don't pay much attention to what other people are doing. I just focus on what my vision is. What's my inspiration?
That's so important and so vital. So then what if you're talking to someone today who's either new in practice or getting out of school, what are some of the most important things to be successful and reach more people, impact more lives that you would advise them on?
Well, one of the most significant things you want to do in life is prioritization. You want to prioritize your adjustments. You want to prioritize your patients. You want to prioritize what you say to people. You want to video and audio record what you say and listen carefully to what you say and how you say it. You want to prioritize the adjustments, prioritize the exams. You want to prioritize everything. Prioritize the patients that you're desiring. Prioritize the staff. Prioritize the hours. Everything needs to be prioritization. Anybody that's not prioritizing is devaluing themselves. That's just a basic law of economics and business. Today I teach, research, and write. That's it. I've got everything delegated. I've got my own captain and my own private concierge. I got drivers. I don't do anything but teach, research, and write today. And I'm doing my best to reach billions of people out there. So you got to ask yourself, what's really priority to you? And what's really your commitment? And if you're not really committed to the practice, then you're not going to expect that type of reality. If it's not high on your values, your hierarchy of values dictates your destiny. It dictates how you perceive, decide, and act. So if you're really, truly are committed to building a business and practice, then you're going to not let anything on the face of the earth stop you from it. And not what other people think and not what other people are doing. And none of that matters because it's not externally driven. It's internally called. And you want the voice and the vision on the inside to be louder than all those opinions out there. You want to look at what your dream is and make it happen. Gonstead didn't build a practice like everybody else. He built his own practice, right? The Ortmans built their own practice. Donnie built his own thing. Leaders are people that don't subordinate and borrow visions from others. They create inner visions from their heart and soul, and they go out and do something with a mission. And your highest value, what you value most, is where you're going to be spontaneously inspired to act. And it's that action that draws and magnetizes people, places, things, ideas, and events and synchronicities into your life to make things happen. Jim Parker used to call it the science of being naturally right. A teleological purpose is so important. So what is that purpose? What are you really committed to? Are you committed to just surviving? Are you committed to just getting by? Are you committed to more family? To, going and golfing? What are you committed to? And if you're having a commitment to that, I'm not saying any of those are wrong. None of them are right or wrong. It's not that. It's what are you really committed to? Because that's what you can expect from yourself. And if you really are committed to building a practice, you'll build a practice. If it's there, if it's really, truly your mission, you won't let anything stop you from it. And you'll keep refining it. And every day you want to ask, a bunch of questions. What is it I would absolutely love to do as a practice? How do I get handsomely, beautifully paid to build a massive practice? What are the obstacles I might run into and how do I solve in advance? What are the action steps that will make this happen every day? What's the highest priority actions to make that happen today? What obstacles might I run into? How do I do it more effectively and efficiently tomorrow? What worked, what didn't work today? And how is, no matter what happened, how has it helped me get that? You come in from those perspectives and you're going to build momentum. You'll be unstoppable. Even though some people don't like Donald Trump, I learned a lot from Donald. I used to live underneath him in the building in New York. And Donald said, you want to build incremental momentum by doing something so consistently that people you identify you by, and you become masterful at it and gain specialized knowledge on it and have a no turning back commitment to something. When you do, people will watch you. You'll be so enthused and fire about what you're doing that people come around to watch you burn. You're on fire. They want to see the fire.
Right, right. And that's because of focus and prioritization and putting, don't major in minors, but major in majors.
Yeah. Take a magnifying glass and point it, and let the sun concentrate it. You can turn things on fire. If you scatter yourself out doing low priority things and try to think you got to multitask instead of super task, don't expect the same results.
Oh, I love that. Super task. So important.
Super task is taking everything that you're doing and linking it to one objective and seeing that it's all on the way, not in the way, and delegating all things to other people who love doing it. When you delegate, surround yourself with people that are inspired and engaged to do what you don't want to do, that's not highest on your priorities, but it's highest on theirs. You don't have to micromanage them. I don't have to micromanage a bunch of people doing that. I'm doing what I love doing, teaching, researching, and writing today, and traveling the world, which is what I set out to do when I was 17.
Wow, amazing, amazing. So now a lot of people struggle with some of those areas, prioritizing and focus. If that's something that's a skipping point, they keep finding themselves micromanaging, they keep finding themselves, not in that, but they know they want that because it's in that. What are some things that might help them do that better?
Well, if they really want it, they'd be doing it. When the why is big enough, the house take care of themselves. If you have to be motivated to do what you say is important, what you say is important isn't important. So don't lie to yourself. There's no such thing as sabotage out there. What that is a term for when you try to subordinate to some outer authority, inject some of those values, try to be somebody you're not instead of be who you are. I'm not interested in you being somebody you're not. I'm interested in being who you are. And that's where you don't let yourself down on. Don't waste your time on goals that aren't truly meaningful to you. And be honest about it. If you don't have a goal in building a giant practice, don't beat yourself up. Don't compare yourself to somebody else. Honor what your commitment is. But if you want to build your practice, it's truly got to be one of your inspirations. If it's not there, it's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, another area that I've heard you talk about with practice growth and business of practice, referrals. You've talked about your systems that you had for building referrals were phenomenal. Can you share anything about that with people?
Well, if you don't have a commitment to everybody having, referred to you, you're not really focused on it. We had what I called the Enchanted Forest room in our office.
Right.
I don't know if you saw that, but the Enchanted Forest office was great. We had what is called grass people, herb people, bush people, and tree people. A grass person is only themselves. They didn't refer, but they came in by themselves. Herb people is they referred a few people. Bush people referred up to 10 people, and anything over 10 is now a tree person, right? They're a tree individual. And so when a patient would come in there, and we would then keep records of it, because we had a record of every referral on the travel card that we had. And we basically had referral forms in every adjusting room. And so we would make sure that we would say, Mrs. Jones, you've been with me now for 3 months or 2 months or whatever the period of time is. And I see that you're already making progress from our secondary exam. And it's been in my experience that patients that have done as well as you, in all probability, have tried to tell their experience with people they care about, people they love, their loved ones, their family, their members at work, at school or church or whatever. Is that true for you? Has there been somebody you've told that you believe could benefit from chiropractic care that have come in here and I've not thanked you for them? And they say, oh, no, no, they haven't come in yet. Or yes, and oh yeah, and I thanked them. If they didn't, I say, well, is there anything I can do? What can I do to help you help them? Can I have them come in and observe you while you're getting your adjustment? Can I send them information? Can we get on the phone? Can we go to lunch somewhere? Can I come and do a talk at your house and they invite them there and they get to learn about it? What can I do to help them? And I give them 10 or 15 things that they can do until they pick a couple of them. And then I said, do you believe having a goal with a deadline on it gets you more than if not without a deadline? I said, a goal with a deadline works. What's a reasonable deadline? We want to help this person. Would it mean something to you to make a difference in their life? Absolutely. Then let's help them. And then what I would do is I also would have the farm in there. And I would, if somebody hasn't referred, I'd just go by there and I'd put my arm around them and I'd take them into the tree room and I would point up here their name. And I would say, I noticed that we have people that are what I call grass people, herb people, bush people, and tree people. And I see that you are a grass person. And they said, what does that mean? I said, well, that means you haven't referred anybody. Now, I want to know, did I do something that's offended you or hasn't been living up to your expectation that you would not be willing to share? Because most of our patients refer, as you can see, 8 to 10 people. And if that's not happening, that means I'm doing something that's not inspiring and meaningful and productive to you. What am I doing that's holding you back from sharing? And I do, and they go, oh. I mean, is there somebody out there that you know could benefit from chiropractic care that you thought about? Oh, yes. How can I help you help them? And those two things in alone started to stimulate. I also made it mandatory for everybody that came in for reported findings that they had their partner and spouse coming in. And then every time depending on their ages, I made sure that they had scoliosis screening. So there was about 5 or 6 different things that if I do that, I'm going to double the number of patients. By every patient I get, I'm going to easily double it that way, maybe even more.
Right, right. And that goes back to prioritization, focus of what's most important. So now bring to the present day, it's been a very interesting 2 years on the planet overall. And chiropractic is a very important mission. You know, we've had a planet that's been filled with fear and pumped with fear. And to me, the chiropractic principle is really, as compared to being fear-based, which a lot of allopathy has a lot of fear, chiropractic is about trust and trusting life and bringing more trust to people's life and trusting their bodies, right? If you were in practice now, I know you're many years from practice, if you were, what would be your advice as a chiropractor practicing in this current time in history?
Well, I would say it's succinct COVID. I'd say it's an opportunity for you to get a reality check about how you live, because your autoimmune system and your immune system is based on how you respond to these things. So if you want to maximize your potential as a human being and reduce the probability of having secondary effects from, anti-inflammatory or pro-inflammatory imbalances by autonomic imbalances, then let's adjust the spine and let's do the things. Let's get the proper nutrition. Let's get the proper exercise. Let's do the things that have proven the test of time. Mm-hmm. And the spine is like a Stradivarius violin. I mean, if it's not tuned, how do you expect to have a symphony? And I educate the heck out of them on what the spine is doing and what the nervous system is. You can floss your teeth and keep your teeth, but you can't floss your spine to keep your spine. It's time to get to make sure you get something done with your spine and educate them. If you're an educated patient and an enthused patient is where you want it. And they're not educated simply, and they're not enthused by what the results are. And if you're not keeping records of all the transformations in people's lives that you're getting, we made it mandatory that when patients are doing it, they would actually write up their stories and put that out there. And we put them out there they could read them as a normal thing. And having those stories, I think the staff needs to read the stories, the patients need to read the stories, that you need to read the stories. And we also made sure that you memorize the patients' names. I was in Chicago, Illinois, working with a doctor there. And we met the night before I was going in to consult with him in his practice, to grow his practice. And I said, okay, I want to do a test on here. I don't know about your practice. I got a question right now. I want you to right now make a list of every name of every patient you can think of. And just rattle them off the top of your head, every name you can think of. And he just started to rattle them off. And it started slowing down a bit. And I said, the second there's a 2 to 3 second gap, we're stopping. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. At 68, he stopped. And I said, okay, how many days a week do you practice? He said, 4 and a bit of a half, 4.5 days. Okay, so you're seeing 4.5 times about 70. Is that about right? About 300 people a week? He goes, how did you guess that? I said, because whatever's out of sight is out of mind, is out of practice. I said, oh, here's your first exercise tonight. You're going to do it tonight. You're going to go by your office. You're going to go get your appointment book. And I want you to see how many names out of all your appointment books and everything else, how many you can remember. Get your patient files. I start remembering them. And I want 1,000 names memorized between now and the following 7 days, 1,000 names memorized. And he goes, whoa. The following day, 4, and another patient was filed up for the next day. He had 4 new patients for the next day. So 5 new patients came in, and some of those were the people he memorized the name on that night. So that's how powerful your mind is, because if you're not focused on your patients, they're not focused on you. If you can't wait to get up in the morning and be of service to them, that's when you're doing that, they can't wait to get that service. So if you're not having them in the top of your mind and make that your priority, don't expect a big practice with referrals. It's got to be at the top of your thinking process.
And again, you're just bringing us back to that focus. So important. There's roughly 1,000 people that are watching this around the world. And what, one of the things I see often in chiropractors and people in humanity in general is that we overestimate what we can do in a year, and we underestimate what we can do in 10 years. And time goes by pretty quick as a chiropractor. Before you know it, your whole practice time has gone by. And people
40 years. 40 years for me.
Yeah. So 10 years. How do people have a strategy relative to their practice, and making the biggest impact?
Well, it depends on what their objective is. They got to ask themselves, what is the impact they want to do? Define it. You know, if you don't define the impact, if you say, okay, I want to see 100 new patients a month, I'm going to do that for 12 months. That's 1,200 a year. I'm going to do that for 40 years. 40 times 1,200 is 50,000 people, basically. I want to make a difference in 50,000 people. Okay, then that's your goal. You want to make sure that you get clear about what that goal is, and then ask yourself on a daily basis, what's actually working and what's not working to get that goal, and metric it. If you're not metricing a goal, you're not committed to a goal. If you're not getting feedback on what's working, not working, you're not really committed to the goal. It's just a kind of a fantasy you've written. And make sure that you really align with what you value most to show that you've got the energy and the commitment to go make it happen. And then you ask yourself, what are higher ways to leverage this to get this goal? Can you do it by hiring doctors and then leveraging yourself with doctors? Is it basically going out and using media to get more people? Is it getting out and doing talks? I found talks were the most powerful way of leveraging. Learning to public speak is one of the most powerful things you've got out there, because that gave me radio, television, newspapers, magazines, now podcasts, webinars, live seminars. That could be transcribed into books and magazine articles, newspaper articles. I'm reaching every possible vehicle out there because I can speak. If a doctor's not speaking and sharing their message, they're holding their back for what they're capable of doing, because you can really leverage yourself through speaking.
So important. So important. So we're in our last few minutes here. What things, first of all, how can people get in touch with you more and learn more from you?
Well, to get a hold of me, all they got to do is go to drdmartini.com, just drdmartini.com. And a lot of people go on there and do a value determination process, which is complimentary, private, and free, to find out what's really important to them, what your life demonstrates, not the fantasies, because so many people haven't learned to get past their fantasies and the envying of other people and get really truthful about what they're committed to, so they can start setting real goals with real objectives that are congruent. And that makes a difference, because then you build momentum. But go on there and do the value determination process. But you can go on my website. There's hundreds, there's thousands of videos, audios, recordings, newspapers, magazines, and stuff. It's filled with education for people, and I take advantage of it. That's all I can say. We have a podcast, a Dr. DeMartini show, but I'm doing shows. I've done 4 podcasts today, and I did a conference this morning to 2,000 women. I've got this conference. I still got another podcast when we get through. So I keep busy reaching millions of people every single day. We reached 233 million last year, 250 million the year before. We're reaching millions and millions of people because we can leverage it now by speaking and using the social mediums that we have today. I would be out there getting yourself out there and getting yourself branded, and put maybe some educational system together, write a book or something, stand out as a unique chiropractor and leverage that.
And have a global vision. And
Get yourself, look, the real you is not playing small. You know, B.J. Palmer said, there's the bigness of the fellow within. There's a big guy and a little I. And you can play living by your amygdala and avoiding pain and seeking pleasure and basically sitting in survival, or you can get on with the vision and in thrival. Your executive center doesn't play small. It keeps expanding you into the celestial perspectives. When you're on top of the world looking down with the overview effect, instead of looking up and being overwhelmed by the world.
So important, so important. Now, I think this might be a good last thing to close up on. The next segment on the summit will be coming pretty quickly. You mentioned something vital on your website. And so drdmartini.com was the website on the value determination exercise. Values, that's something that you put as a high priority. Why are values important? How can people refine those? And we want to make sure they go to that website and take that value determination exercise. But why is that important?
Well, every human being, regardless of gender, culture, age, or gender spectrum, they live moment by moment by a set of priorities, a set of values, things that are most to least important in life, whatever that is. And nobody's right or wrong for it, because everybody's needed in the world. But whatever that is, and whatever is highest on the list of values in their life, that's an intrinsic value where they're spontaneously inspired to take action to fulfill. But as you go down that list, it becomes more extrinsic, and you need external motivation to get you to do it. And if you need motivation to do what you say is important, it isn't important. If you need reward to do it and punishment if you don't to get things done, you are not engaged. You're not doing what you're here. You're not doing your calling. Your calling, your teleological purpose is the highest value. Mine's teaching. It's been that way. Teaching and healing has been my focus since I was 17. So if I do that and delegate the rest away, I am inspired with energy. If I'm doing anything less than that, I'm despairing. A quiet life of desperation instead of a life of inspiration. So go and do the value determination process. Determine what's really, truly your life demonstrates, because your life demonstrates what your values are. You don't have to look anywhere but look at your life. Look at a drone looking at you. Look at how you feel your space and how you spend your time and what energizes you and what you spend your money on and where you're most ordered and where you're most disciplined and what you think, visualize, and affirm about how you want your life that shows evidence coming true. What do you converse with other people about most? What is it that inspires you and people inspire you? What do you have as goals that are coming true? What is it you love learning about? Your life demonstrates what's important to you. Find out what that is and then delegate everything else away and get on to doing that. And watch, you will be unstoppable. You will automatically vibrate a new level. Your practice will go to new heights if you do that. So that's why I tell people, go there first, start there. Know yourself, be yourself. You'll love yourself if you do.
I lost your sound a second. Are you still there?
Yep.
Okay, I lost your sound just for a second. Outstanding, so outstanding. And again, I suggest highly people go to your website, fill that value determination so you can have a starting place. So again, life goes quickly. I've heard you say this, that 10 years goes by really quick, life goes quickly. And if you're living without strategy and you're going haphazardly, you will not have the impact that we all need. And the world needs us as chiropractors to impact, because there's a world that's missing what we have tremendously in their lives. And I know you know that, and the people watching know that, and the world needs us to have a greater impact. Is there any last message you'd like to share with the audience?
Yeah, the magnificence of who you are is far greater than any fantasies you'll impose on yourself. So don't put people on pedestals or pits. Don't subordinate to others and live in their shadows. Don't try to get others to subordinate you and live in yours. Those are distracting futilities. Get on to being utility. Go on to doing the thing. Dedicate your life to sustainable, fair exchange with ever greater numbers of people by doing what it is that you feel called to do in your highest value, and watch what happens. And give yourself permission to shine, not shrink, to radiate, not gravitate, to live in your executive center, not your survival center, and watch what happens to the chiropractic profession around you. It's never the things on the outside that are stopping you from doing something extraordinary. It's only you not giving yourself permission to be you.
Wow. Wow. Thank you for continuing to be such an inspiration to so many within the chiropractic profession, around the world, outside the chiropractic profession, and just being an inspiration to myself and so many others. I really appreciate all that you do for humanity and giving so much. Thank you for being part of the Mile High Business of Chiropractic Summit. Please, people, take Dr. John Demartini up on going to his website and getting that values determination done. And the next segment of the summit will be coming up in just a moment. And join us live at Mile High in June 2nd to 5th. RiseUpToMileHigh.com is where you can get all the details on that. And we look forward to seeing you on higher ground so we can impact more lives in our communities with chiropractic. Keep changing spines, lives, and minds with chiropractic. Thank you so much for taking the time, Dr. John Demartini, and thank you so much for being inspiration.
Don, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. Please give loves and hugs to all the people that are involved. You know who I'm talking about. Give them all love. And thank you for the opportunity. And thank you for all the doctors who are out there and staff members and whoever's there. Thank you for being the hands and hearts and minds of making a difference in chiropractic today. You're the generation that's transforming the world right now from your heart. Thank you.
Thank you.